of the box, which I just did, to creating a model on your transmitter, binding it. Even if we need to go in beta flight, we'll do that too. And then we're going to go out and we're going to fly it for the very first time. So, come along. The very first thing we need to do in order to get this quad flying is bind the receiver to our transmitter. So this is the transmitter, and it takes your stick inputs and it transmits them to the quad. The quad has on it a thing called a receiver, and it receives the stick inputs and communicates them to the flight controller, which then makes the quadcopter fly.
Click on that little bell icon and it'll tell you when I'm uploading videos. So it's always an exciting time when we see something from a Happy model, because I'm enjoying the sort of stuff they're bringing. I have to say, the Sailfly, as much as I loved it and the craziness of it, it came with a couple of really dodgy parts I didn't like, and that was mainly the VTX and the camera, which was really hard to fly where I do over trees and stuff. I took a long time replacing bits of that and getting it up to spec, which I really like now. And a couple of people sort of commented, basically you've upgraded it to the Lava X, which is this one. So the Lava X isn't saying it's a toothpick or anything, it's just saying it is a 100mm micro quad, which I think is the right way to go, because perhaps trying to go and saying this is a toothpick means you're going absolute sort of super lightweight in every way, and if you don't want to stick to the rule set, not that there is a really prescribed one, and want to do your own thing, then don't call it that, just call it a micro quad. It's what most of these are really anyway. Anyway, let's open up and see what we've got here. Couple of sheets of instructions. This is for the receiver. I actually asked if I could get hold of the proper XM Plus version, because one of the things I'm doing every time I'm getting one of these little quads, which comes with SPI receiver as standard, is saying I can't deal with the range on this, it's too low. I'm going to put a decent receiver in. So this time I said, can I have a decent receiver out the bat? And yes, I got one. We've got some instructions, nice and in colour stuff there. We have got some HQ props and a prop removal tool and another canopy. It's quite interesting. This was spec'd to come with Emax Avon props, but there seems to be some issue having as many Avon props that they wanted. So some people that order this are going to get the Emax Avon props. Some people are going to get the HQ props. I've got HQ. There's nothing wrong with HQ, good props. So are the Avons though. I don't know what's best. I'm hoping they're at least of a similar performance. Then got the actual quad itself in this little bubble wrap bag. Probably jostled about in the box a little bit, but let's have a look. It is, yes, significantly different to what we saw in stuff like this. It feels thicker. It's more, there's more of it. It's really quite a substantial model, which is a nice thing. And obviously these props are going to be a lot stiffer than those little bi-blade things. These are 1103 7000 kV motors, so good for 2S and 3S, but not 4. The other things I'm really liking about this is the camera. Remember how I said that camera in the original Sailfly was very bad? And what I actually ended up putting in here is the Runcam Nano Racer, which is quite an expensive camera, and I was interested to know what the basic Runcam Nano camera would be like. And lo and behold, this has got the original Runcam Nano in it, so I'll be able to find out. I'm hoping the camera is up to the same sort of quality as the Nano Racer was. The thing you don't get in it is the ability to go with an OSD and change settings around. The VTX as well goes up to 200 milliwatts. I think we'll have to put some sort of zip tie or something on that just to keep that bopping around. You've got a sort of the normal, I'm going to call this the Whoop stack. This is the, I can't remember how big it is, but it's the sort of diagonally facing thing. And the XM Plus here is just sort of dumped on the end. Again, we might have to do something with these antennas just to stop them magnetically being attracted to the props there. That would be quite bad, wouldn't it? Camera comes set at quite an angle there. That's at least 45 degrees. That's sort of crazy flying. But 2.1mm lens, so that might have to come down slightly for a sensible landing, but we will see. So I'm hoping it's going to be a little nice speed demon, something you can really go crazy amongst the trees with and stuff, and be able to see. The battery strap, I'm not a huge fan of still. It's one of these things where you sort of just pass it through the middle. They've got a little piece of foam here. That's not going to create friction there to hold a battery very tightly, but of course we'll see it when we come to it. And as per usual, the USB connector for Betaflight is down the bottom, and I think that's the next stage there. It's all looking very nice, very swish. We've just got maybe a zip tie to put in there and a bit of heat shrink just to keep that pointing upwards. Something similar perhaps with these to stop them flailing off, and then we'll go on to Betaflight. We'll see what we need to do to get it set up, and then we'll take it out and fly it. Okay, so let's connect in and see what we've got going on here. The little quad always sits badly when you have to plug something underneath, but yeah, everything's spinning around the right way, so that's all good. Let's see what else is set up here. Portable relays, we've got our Serial RX set, and we've got TBS Smart Audio. That's all used up. Props in configuration, D-Shot 600 motor stop with a decent throttle angle. 8K loop, the CPU low is quite high actually, just hovering around 30%. I prefer it to be low, but most of the things here that I want to keep, arming angle of 180 I like. LavaX, I'll obviously be changing that craft name. We've got LSD, anti-gravity and dynamic filter on. There's no beacon tone set there, so I'll be doing the RX set. Power and battery will be zapping up the max cell voltage, so we can use high voltage battery. The PID tune it's a bit messed around with, certainly a bit. I will be upping my super rates to get myself onto about 1000 degrees per second. Receiver, now I did bind the receiver, and this is where I made a mistake when I was looking at it. I thought this had an XM Plus. It turned out that it had an RXSR, which is called a better receiver. But I just had to do one extra thing in my radio setup, which was to make an RSSI channel and send that telemetry back to give RSSI. You will see here that it's set up on a different channel map than I use. I use AETR, so I need to mess around with that. The rest of the stuff looks vaguely okay. The subtrim's just a little bit out on a few things, but we'll sort that out in a second. It is interesting that it has RSSI channel disabled here, because I noticed when I had a quick look at the OSD it was enabled, which is a weird thing to do. Mode-wise, just Horizon Air Mode, I'll be changing those over, and the OSD. I quite like the layout they've gone for there, it's all quite sensible. All these little quads tend to use amps and the amount of milliamp hours burned. I have to say, I don't use that because I don't find it that accurate. I'd love to know the opinion of you guys to whether you find this useful. Generally, I find that having a voltage and the timer, so I know approximately how long flight time I have, and you know when it starts getting into voltage deficit, I know to bring it down. That works for me. But anyway, yeah, let's just rearrange some of this and set up a few other bits, and then we can fly this thing. Hello and welcome once again to the strip, where I've got the Love X ready for its maiden. I'm going to start off with the 2S. Bit small, this 2S. It's just a sort of a 450 size. I've only got this 300 high voltage, which I'm a little worried about because it's a bit loose in there, but we'll see what happens. I'm also going to experiment with the VTX power as well, so I'm going to set this to 25 milliwatts to start with, and then we'll up it to 200 when we get to 3S. You'll see that I've got the little antennas in some zip ties and the one on top as well, just to make sure nothing, hopefully, gets into the props. I've been away for 4 days, just went to Rome, and aside from feeling a bit rusty, someone's come along and cut this, which is different. It's a little bit easier to land. It's not so bad to think about what happens in a crash situation. Light-wise, it's coming up to 11. The sun does not get that high these days, now we're in autumn. So we're looking at quite a lot of shadow, a little bit of sun intermixed. It'd be interesting to see how this little Runcan Nano does. I'm expecting great things from it. Hope for the best. Let's go. So off we go with the Maiden, as I said, just using a 2S LiPo here. And I have to say, the first thing I thought when I took off is, oh, it looks a little bit of a red tinge there. I mean, it's not quite in the Caddx EOS 2 red tinge, but there's definitely a bit of redness. It kind of depends. If I change the angle slightly on the quad, then it goes back to some more normal colours, but that's just something to be aware of. Aside from that, you can see a little bit of the sparkling around some of the leaves, which I got told by a bunch of people this is over sharpness of the camera, because they
responded to when I was using my Soundfly X and I was using the Runcam Racer Nano, and they all said turn down that sharpness and it will look a lot better. So one thing to do there. Unfortunately, on the regular Nano, you can't have any camera control, so you're kind of stuck with it. But I think the cameras, to me, is still looking quite nice. There's just a bit of a red tinge about it, but it's not too bad at all. So, other things I noticed on this little 2S 300 milliamp hour battery, and it's not enough. Basically, we're going quite quickly down into very low volts when we give it a bit of the throttle. So it's not really doing too well. So let's move on now and go straight to a 3S 300 milliamp hour battery and see how that one does. Okay, we're on 3S. We're on a high voltage 300 milliamp hour 3S, and we're still hitting a voltage deficit. You see me, as soon as we go high on the throttle here, let's go 100, and we went right down to 8 volts there. So that's not great. Now, it could have been that I had one of the slightly dodgy ones. These batteries get pretty regularly highly abused by the way I fly, but it just seems that this battery still may be a little bit small for it. Certainly, it's got quite a high C rating. That shouldn't be the problem. And you know, I fly these pretty hard in little toothpick quads. But where this is just a bit bigger motors, tri-blade with more pitch and 2.5 inches, this is demanding a little bit more of the battery. It's quite funny here because I try and inverted yaw spin without taking into account exactly how much tilt I have in the camera, and then that happens, which is pretty bad. So yeah, it's going fine, but again, I need to come in and try something else. Flies much nicer on 3S, but I get the impression that those little 300 milliamp hours aren't working well. So I'm going to try something, a bit of an experiment. It's set to go up to about 450, but I've got some pretty nice 650 batteries, which are a little bit heavy, but I'm interested to see how they do, just as an experiment. Okay, so let's try that much bigger 650 milliamp hour battery, and straight away I'm a lot happier because I'm doing some stuff and it's still in the 12 volt range, which is much better. This is just a regular IPO, it's not high voltage or anything. And this is an AC battery, which I quite like. And I've used them before on 2.5 inch quads, so it's not something that should be too heavy. It's just that the guidelines for this quad said in 3S up to about 450. Well, that might be true if you get a really nice 450, maybe a 500. But this 650 seems to be doing fine. It doesn't feel too heavy. I can only feel it when I go into sort of really quick turns where you've got some of that inertia that's sort of throwing the quad in one direction, and as you're sort of pushing back in the other, you've got some more weight to overcome there. But as far as like punch outs and that, it was fine. So let's finally talk about how this thing flies, because, and I'm going to compare it to toothpicks again, because a few people have sort of compared it to things like the Soundfly X, which is more of a true toothpick. This is purely sort of a 2.5 inch micro quad, and it feels a lot different. Now, the good thing is it feels so much more precise. When I'm going up and I'm doing these sort of split S maneuvers, what would normally happen on a little toothpick, like the Soundfly, is that it would drift over. Those little thin biblades don't do any favours when it comes to sort of keeping your quad in a perfect position. These tri-blades, they just grip much more. It's kind of like comparing a Formula One car that really sticks to corners to a drift car that tends to drift out way round. I mean, it's not quite true because, of course, you can compensate for that once you're used to flying in biblades. But yes, I like these tri-blades a lot more. They're just working so much better for me. This quad feels quick as well. It's interesting because it's got quite a camera angle on it by default. I showed you exactly how much that was, and it looked quite big. And you can certainly really get some speed going. I didn't feel it was absolutely explosive in terms of doing a punch out, but I mean, it was no slouch either. But the power to weight ratio here is different again. with a toothpick, the pad to weight ratio is it's even more on its side. This is a little bit heavier, certainly with this battery, and it just doesn't get up there quite as quick, but at the same time, it also doesn't flutter, and it's sort of far more predictable with the sort of props we've got of things. The smoothness we're getting is pretty good. I'm getting a little bit of jello in this camera, and you see I've moved now from the 25 milliwatts in the very first 2S battery onto 200 milliwatts, and to be honest, I can't really see much of a difference. I mean, we're going around and we're in quite close proximity to everything, so I'm not going at a great distance. You can see me go around the old tree, but nothing's doing anything. Picture's pretty good, as I mentioned. It was just that there's a slight red tinge, but what I'm liking specifically is the way it flies. I feel like I'm able to pull off pretty much anything I want to in quite a small space, and I don't worry about hitting a tree because I'm pretty certain that my maneuver is going to sort of end at a certain point and I'm going to be able to bring it back to a certain point. So it feels, like I said, very predictable, which I've said multiple times, but it's really important when flying that you know exactly what something's going to do when it's going to do it. This 650 as well is given a decent flight. We've got over 4 minutes now, and I've not been holding back. I've been going for it quite nicely, and yeah. So this came in at about 4:45 in all, even with me messing around and going relatively fast. But yeah, my overall impression of the flying it is excellent. Very, very manoeuvrable, very predictable. I can just tell what it can do, and you can see the camera angle I need to get down for landing. And this is where it's a real great that they've cut the grass, because I can actually get to myself without hitting the grass first. I flew a number of those 650 3Ss just to get a few speed runs in, and you can see a bit of a vertical climb out on one of these. Now, the reason I'm showing so many of these is I made a little boo-boo on the whole flight, and I'll explain that now.
Well, I hope that looked good from here, because I forgot to record it on my goggles.
I did go back and try an Eachine 550 milliamp hour 3S, which I had from an old quad. Quite an old battery, it was only a 40C, and when I tried this, I think you can see fairly instantly that it gets into real trouble even at quite low throttle ranges, and if you pump the throttle, it goes into serious trouble. So I landed fairly quickly and said no, that's not the right battery for this one. A decent 550 high C battery I think would do a great job though. So I ended up back here, this little section of trees that I found with this very dangerous looking trench full of muddy water to try flying around in. I came here last time, I think, with the Eachine Tyro 69, and this feels so much quicker. Some of it's to do with the fact that, you know, it is quicker, there's bigger props and stuff, but the fact we've got that quite aggressive camera angle means you can't really fly this particularly slowly. So it's sort of naturally it wants to go fast, but this is another great fun quad. I originally intended to have this out in a larger sort of open field because, you know, it was big enough to try it, but it's actually fairly windy today, so I decided to stay in more of a sheltered area where this wouldn't really have much effect, and that's worked quite well. This was a great time as well to test how it felt on sort of the really more tricky maneuvers, if you like, because I'm back to a sort of light 300 milliamp battery, and you can really throw around the trees and make big turns and not have to worry about, you know, it sort of sliding out and not being able to point it exactly where you wanted to. It was also a great opportunity for me to try crashing it and seeing how that went. Not on purpose, of course. I was just going down the sort of little road thing here, and I've mentioned before that this can be really quite difficult to see from an FPV point of view, depending how the light is. So I sort of came down to the end, and then when I sort of turned back to go up, I think I missed where the road was, and actually ended up just bashing into a tree here. Now, one of the reasons I mention that is I put the beeper on, and then I couldn't hear a beeper. And what I found out since is that the beeper wasn't working out of the box. Now, this uses a D-Shot beeper, so to do that you need a certain version of BL Heli, and when I checked back I found out we didn't have that. We had 16.5, it's an earlier version. Now, to give them their due, this was in the manual about going and checking BL Heli. I'd set up my switch and I'd made sure I had it initiated and my mode there, but I didn't actually physically test it, so completely my fault. Obviously I did it as soon as I got back, and fortunately what I had is a very good model finder in my rapid fire system, but there was absolutely no damage to the quad. I just picked it up again when I eventually found it and carried on with that same battery, and I basically did the same thing. I went up and down these trees. I looked to try and find interesting things to do with the gap. I saw how much I could throw this thing around, and generally speaking, I was impressed with it. Seems like, to me, a nice versatile little quad. You can fly in open areas, you can fly in sort of tight areas, although you might want to do things with the camera tilt. This was still quite aggressive for this. And you can just have an awful lot of fun with it. It's better and more precise than a toothpick. It doesn't have quite that craziness factor, but it's so much more precise to fly that, so that's good. Anyway, of course, I didn't finish off without making sure I crashed once again. This time I just found a small branch. Somehow I've managed to avoid hitting that trench and ending up in the dirty water. Pure luck every single time. I've been super lucky, A, not to crash into that water, and B, to get it back, because both these crashes, of course, I'm having to do a bit of a manual hunt here. I've got at least my goggles to help me. But I decided to end my flying there for the day because the forestry workers were starting to encroach on my position, so I thought I'd better get out of there quickly.
Wow, another great little fun flyer from Happy Model. Now, I talked about the Southfly X a couple of times, and it's not that I dislike this one. I really like that. I think it's a great fun quad. It just seems like a bit of a crazy science experiment. What can we make fly and make absolutely crazy? This is like a proper refined quad. So, you know, if you want mental madness and a bit of fluttering, then it's the toothpick style. If you want something much more refined, it's here. And they really did fix up some of the problems I had with the original Southfly, which I've replaced lots of. So this Runcam Nano is pretty good. I felt there was a red tinge there. You tell me if I'm wrong, but the overall picture seems way better. So much better than that the original one that was in the Southfly. And ditto, the VTX in here can boost the power now, and that's a lot better. I'm slightly miffed I didn't get the Emax Avan props. I've got a set somewhere because I've got a Baby Hawk 2.5 inch, so I might put those on, see if there's any difference. There was a little bit of jello, but it wasn't too bad. So, I mean, the things I loved about it is the performance and that preciseness I talked about. Very predictable. You just knew where it was going to go, and it was just so easy to fly that way. So that's what I really liked. Bunch of things I didn't like, of course, because there's always some. This strap is pretty crappy, and it goes hand in hand with this sort of foam pad, which doesn't really lock the battery in. I can replace the strap at least to make something a bit better, and I can always put a bit of something.
Batteries, and I am a very, very happy man. But what we're going to do in a minute, we're going to hand over to Grunt. I need to go home right now, make this video for you guys. It is reminding me so much of when we first saw the Mobula 7 from Happy Model. We came back and people's minds just exploded with what little crafts can do. Today we're back with the Happy Model Lava X, and let me tell you, this thing is easily the best one of these little micro, ultralight, super light, whatever you want to call these types of beefed up micro drones under 100 grand, and it makes your toothpick look like absolute garbage. I know so many people are going to be getting triggered. Stuart, I've flown this. You don't know what I've done to my Sailfly Red. Whatever your toothpick is, however you've done it, I'm sorry. This thing is better than it. So what we're going to do, we're going to stick this on the bench, this little absolute pocket monster, and you can see why so many people are being just freaking out over this thing when it comes out. You can tell I'm excited. It's under $100, and it is the best one I have ever flown. So what we're going to do, we're going to break it down, look at the text and the specs, what makes this thing such a cool little craft, especially for the price, which is ridiculous, and how much power it has. And my favorite thing, it is so smooth. When you are flying this, it just... Okay, put it this way. If they said to me, you can tell I'm excited. If they said to me, Stuart, you can't ever fly a big 5-inch again, all you can ever fly is one of these little things, that would be enough. I'd be like, okay, that's fair enough. I can still have an amazing time with this thing. So what we'll do, put it on the bench, break it down, look at the text and the specs, the really cool stuff that this thing's doing. I've also got one to give away, so put your comments down below and all that sort of stuff. I want to hear about what you think about the Lava X, and definitely wait till you see the flight footage. But let's do it. Go through the text and specs, and then the big one will go out to the field, and you'll see what I'm carrying on about. You'll see what Grumpy Trev thinks as well. And I'm pretty sure you're going to be absolutely gobsmacked when you might even be a bit disappointed if you've already bought another toothpick or something else out there when you can see just what this thing can do. But let's do it. Jump in, look at the nitty gritty as a bit of an overview, stick it on the scales, and hopefully you guys can see this. It's coming in at around the 50 gram, that's a bit in the way there, that Velcro strap, but it's coming in at 52 grams, 0.61, and it's made to rock a little 3S pack, which is about 23 grams. So you're looking at between 70 to 80 grams, depending on your batteries, all that sort of stuff, total weight. So if you want a little screamer, that sounds inappropriate, but if you want a little quad that's screaming around, and it's coming in under the 100 gram mark, there's never been a better one. And something I really love too, and this is going to also be apparent in the flight footage, when this thing is ripping around, it is so not obnoxious. It's not making tons of noise, pushing out heaps of air. It sounds almost unnervingly quiet for the amount of power that's coming out of this thing. It is just, I guess the tune is all about putting out the thrust, not making any noise. It just sounds great. It screams through the sky, but you're not going to be upsetting people. You could fly this anywhere, and people are, oh yeah, it's just like a nice little quiet thing that is going a million miles an hour screaming past. So I love the amount of sound this thing makes. Some of the other cool features, it's also got built-in DVR, so you can put a little SD card in there, record your flights without getting into the static and all that sort of stuff. No, it doesn't do HD, but what it does do well, it's an ultralight little flyer that just screams around with a beautiful tune and has some rock steady full-size receivers and stuff like that, because you get so many different receiver options. So I think you can get TBS ones or Crossfire compatible ones. You know, I've got one for my D16 Tyrannus sticking out the back. You can get a whole bunch. No longer do you need to worry about the little inbuilt ones. It could be a bit iffy. This bad boy just comes with a proper receiver, so you can go as long as you want. But let's do it now. Have a look at the components. That's the overview. A little screamer you take out under 100 grams is beautiful to fly. Some of the components, well, you can see we've got a pretty solid base plate here. I think it's 2.5 millimeters, solid carbon, and it's also got these little protective spurs on the outside, so you shouldn't be dinging up any motors or anything like that. Because it's so light, I don't think you are ever going to break this one, especially with these big struts you're getting between all the arms. Flipping it over, you can see we've got some of the stars of the show, these Happy Model motors. They're 1103s, 7,000 kVs. They scream, especially when you combine them. Emax Scimitar props on the top. But what I do like is, and I don't know if they actually are official Scimitars or something, but you do get a spare set of these props. What I do like, unlike the Red Devil or the Sailfly or some of the other toothpicks out there, this one, you screw your props down. So no longer are they going to fly off the top. I really think that's a fantastic solution, because sometimes when I've been flying around, you really give a quad a toothpick some gusto. That little prop is not going to be secured enough. It's going to fly off the top. There's no chance of that happening when it comes to this one. Now moving towards the middle, we've got one of the other stars of the show. And that's the Crazy Bee F4 Pro version of the flight controller. So they've upgraded it. It's working really, really well. And it's also got a 10 amp built-in ES or 4-in-1 ESC in there. OSD, all that sort of jazz. Then we've got our separate own little BTX, which I do like, that has some built-in DVR. So you simply put your little SD card in the side. Right here, I wonder if this is going to be in shot. If not, I'll put a picture on the screen. You put a little SD card in there, and that means you can record your footage when you're flying around without all the static that's coming in sometimes when you get, you know, when you're recording DVR on your goggles. So that's, and then probably something, and that's hooked up just a little dipole antenna out the top. And then something that I probably wasn't expecting, especially for the price range with a receiver and all that sort of stuff. You get a little RunCam camera in the front, which looks gorgeous. So you also have an amazing FPV experience when you're flying around. Now, I should say, keep it only on 25 milliwatts. Don't try to change it or anything like that in the smart audio, because when I did do that, it would seem to reboot when it was on the like 500 milliwatt setting and all that sort of stuff. So I really like mine keeping it on 25 milliwatts. That's what you should, that would be my recommendation as well. Even though it looks like sometimes it gives you the option to change it in there, don't do that. Just leave it on the 25 milliwatts. And then, of course, like I mentioned, you've got these receivers, you get a battery, and this little Velcro. I'm not really a big fan of the Velcro strap underneath. I probably would change that. I don't really like these parts. You've got all this extra bit hanging off here. It doesn't make it, I don't know why. Happy Model, just give us some proper Velcro straps that work for these little batteries, please. Don't give us this big, that's just, I don't know, just, you've got an amazing craft, just put that little 1 or 2 cent extra different Velcro strap in, and it is almost like perfection. Now let's move on, talk about the designer thing. I love how we've got onboard DVR, I love how it's super light, everything else in here. The pod, I thought it would be a little bit more susceptible to breakage or anything like that, but after screaming this thing around, putting so many packs through it, a lot of tumbles, it's held up perfectly, no issues whatsoever. And I really think by having these little motor spurs, you are never going to break this frame. It seems awfully robust, especially considering the weight for under 100 grams. The build quality, well, I guess it is a cheap Chinese buy and fly, and I'm going to say probably 7 out of 10. I haven't had any issues whatsoever. It's probably not as nice as if you did one yourself and direct solder the motors rather than use plugs and all that sort of stuff. And I do wish that we had, instead of a little dipole, maybe like a little tiny circular polarized antenna or something. But you can't really complain. And then that's bringing it on to the pros and the cons. And let's get the cons out of the way first. Things I don't like. Well, I would like the VTX to be able to boost up a little bit more, because then I would just fly this thing everywhere, especially because you've got the range of a full-size receiver. I don't like the Velcro strap, and and maybe a little circular polarized antenna. That's it, because then let's talk about the things I love. Number one, it is super lightweight. So if you're worried about weight limits or laws or regulations, this thing is amazing. It is so beautiful to fly, and you're going to say, I know I keep saying it, but when you see the footage, it is so smooth. It really feels better than some of my 5 inches. The way it just hooks around, it just grabs the air. There is no oscillations, no vibrations. It's just a beautiful feeling craft to fly on the sticks. It makes you feel so confident, like you can do anything with it. So the tune is absolutely incredible. Price is ridiculous at around the $100 mark. I can't believe what you can actually get for this. And overall, it just works. Like it's awesome, and it's also not noisy. So if you want to fly this thing outdoors and you live in a place where a lot of people are, no one is going to give 2 hoots if you're flying this thing around, because it's probably as quiet as like the little Tiny Hawk. You know, when that thing is flying around, it's just super, super low noise when this thing's screaming. So that's it on the bench. You can tell I'm excited about what I want to do now, and let's do a little poll. I want you to think about what you think about toothpicks and vibrations and all that sort of stuff. Let's just roll some DVR. We'll be out in the field, and you tell me what you think about this thing, especially for the price. I guarantee you're going to be impressed. So let's do it. Go have some fun in the field in 3, 2, 1. Radio out here in the field. Gonna have some fun. The Grumpy Man's here. Beautiful day. We got the Lava X, and we'll just find out from Happy Model how this thing goes. Show you some DVR or whatever it's recording on here. Have some fun and rip it around. All right, let's do it. Okie dokie, here we go. And Stuart, why are you showing the recorded DVR instead of the onboard? Don't worry, I'll show you that stuff as well. But the reason I've decided to show you this footage, even with all the static and stuff like that, instead of the onboard DVR recording for most of this flight, is because I need that timer on there. Because I was worried, people like Stuart, no, you're speeding this thing up. There's no way this little thing could fly that fast, because this thing has power to boot. I mean, look at this thing screaming around. You got to remember, this thing is absolutely tiny. It's under 100 grams, and it is doing some full-on hardcore freestyle that is absolutely just mind-blowingly crazy fast, and it is so smooth. So look at the oscillations. Where are they? They're not here. So I am so grateful that this thing actually had a time.
Before last, we have made efforts to increase shareholder returns through various programs, which have been supported.
I'm using the Runcam Nano Phoenix camera. That is a really cool camera that I'll have more notes on the channel very soon. This UXII micro antenna kind of right here at the back. Crossfire Nano, of course. And they do have a little slot for the Crossfire Model T up here, but I didn't use that. The way that these motors sat, that would have put that right on the prop line, so I just zip tied it to the underside of these horseshoe U-shaped arms. These are horseshoe arms or U-arms, what do you call those things?
We should move to a 24-hour trading system ourselves by at least the end of next year. Doing so would help attract overseas investors and ensure greater alignment with global market standards. As a transition, we plan to start 12-hour trading from June.
The one's weakness has been a big concern for South Korean authority. And once South Korean stock become a lot more attractive than now and have retail investor come back to the domestic market, do you think that can help stop one's weakness?
당연히 저는 도움이 될 거라고
I think it would absolutely help. From a macroeconomic perspective, despite Korea running a sizable current account surplus, I believe the fundamental reason the won continues to weaken lies in the capital account. The first factor is the outflow of foreign currency driven by corporate overseas investment. The second is capital outflows stemming from domestic investors' investments in overseas assets. Together, these flows have been a key driver of the weakness in the won. In that context, the impact of portfolio investment on the exchange rate, often exemplified by so-called global ant investors, could begin to normalize as domestic investors return to the local market, and more importantly, as foreign investors increase their investment in Korea. I believe that process could serve as a catalyst for stabilizing the currency exchange rate.
When you said a few years, South Korea will be able to get an upgrade to the DM index with the MSCI, and how soon, a few years, do you mean?
당신
The president aims to join the Developed Market League within his tenure, so that appears to be the final target that South Korea should pursue. It might take a few years, as it takes 1 or 2 years before the final reclassification is determined after joining the watch list first. Even if we start the process right now, the procedure will take several years.
And there are also concerns that the upgrade to the DM index would actually trigger funds outflows. What's your thoughts about these concerns that the upgrade may not be necessarily a good thing for the South Korean stock market?
기본적으로
Fundamentally, global capital is far larger than domestic capital. It's so large, the two are hardly comparable. If Korea is reclassified from an emerging market to a developed market, there will be mandatory allocation requirements for global capital. Therefore, I believe the inflow of capital will be substantially greater than the outflow.
Let's talk about some of the issues related to Korea discount. So one of the priorities that the Korea Exchange have is delisting the so-called zombie firms in market, accelerating the delisting process. Why is this important to resolve Korea discount?
저희
About 2,800 companies are listed in South Korea. In the US, about 5,500 companies are listed on the New York Stock Exchange and the Nasdaq. The US GDP is about 15 times bigger than South Korea, while the market capitalization is 30 times larger. But the number of listed firms is only 2 times bigger. If you do the math, the market cap of individual firms in South Korea is about 1/15. In that sense, we think too many companies are listed in South Korea. In the future, these zombie firms must be forced out quickly to restore market trust. These unprofitable companies are easy targets of stock price manipulations and other unfair trades. To enhance confidence in our domestic stock market, we should do speedy work on rooting out zombie firms.
That's Korean Exchange CEO Jong Yun-bo speaking exclusively with Bloomberg's Yu-Hyung Lee in Seoul. Staying in Seoul, we're watching shares of Hyundai Motor today. They're continuing to climb. They've added gains of about 60% so far this year. Let's get to our Asia Tech correspondent, Annabelle Drillers now. So, Belle, tell us about what's driving this rally in Hyundai.
Yeah, well, it's really been a stellar run for the company, really kicking off at the beginning of the year. But essentially, part of it is being driven by these upgrades we're getting by analysts and really just sort of, I guess, catching up to the huge surge that we've seen in the stock, because you had, for instance, HSBC raising their price target to 580,000 won a piece. That was up from 320,000 won. Mirae Asset Securities is another. They've raised theirs to 520,000 won. It had earlier been at 360,000 won. So it has been, as I said, a very strong start to the year. The stock has gained around 60%. And it's also been interesting in the context of CES that took place, because one of the subsidiaries of Hyundai Motor, that's Boston Dynamics, they actually unveiled the Atlas humanoid robot at the event and certainly caught a lot of attention from people. So that is one of the key factors, just that general interest in the embodied AI operations of the business. Maybe there'd been a bit of a perception in the past that that perhaps Hyundai Motor could have been at risk of falling behind or not keeping pace with cutting edge technology. That is the Atlas robot there you're seeing from Boston Dynamics. Again, as I said, got a lot of attention at that event, but the fears that Hyundai Motor could have been a little bit behind the curve seem to have dissipated, and that is really what's prompted that big rally, and investors as well, and analysts to turn more positive on the earnings outlook too.
Well, let's talk about Korea's approach to developing AI tools as well. The government's got a rather novel approach when it comes to developing new models. Got something to do with Squid Games. Do tell us more.
Yeah, exactly. It's really quite the story that we have on this one, and a lot of detail to it. But yes, as you said, it does have that reference to Squid Game, the very well-known Netflix survival drama, of course. But essentially what the South Korean government is trying to do here at a headline level is to find the next homegrown AI champion. And the way they're going about that is a pretty novel approach, because they're sponsoring the competition, but it's a competition that was launched in August of last year, is expected to run for at least a year. And it's different teams that are essentially competing to have or to build the best AI model. They really want to get Korea on a par with the global leaders like ChatGPT, for instance, from OpenAI. So the format is what's really grabbing a lot of attention here, because it's being dubbed the AI Squid Game, but essentially it follows these elimination rounds. So every 6 months, the team's AI foundation models face scrutiny, essentially examination, and then they're also eliminated. So the latest round of eliminations took place just in the last few days, and a unit of Naver was ousted. It was actually criticized for using foreign technology. That's one of the big pushes of the Korean government in this, is to have homegrown technology. They also dismissed a subsidiary of NCSoft. That was actually the sole one that was being run by a female. Who does remain in the running, though, is actually subsidiaries of LG SK Group. There's also an AI startup, Upstage, but the two winners are essentially expected to be announced at the beginning of 2027, so in a year's time from now. So a couple more eliminations to go.
All right, Asia Tech correspondent Annabelle Jewell is there. Thank you. Let's get you to a headline that we seem to dust off every few hours or so. Look what's at another record. It's spot gold hitting $4,690. There you see on the left of the screen part of the reason for this impressive rally in gold prices. President Trump, of course, threatening tariffs on Europe for failing to cooperate, in his view, on selling Greenland to the United States. Europe showing no interest at all in backing down. Emmanuel Macron would like the European Union to reach for one of its most powerful tools in this dispute. That would be the anti-coercion instrument. Germany, though, showing no sign of interest in that. However, a lot of tension at the moment around the situation in Greenland, and spot gold catching a tailwind off the back of it. 4,700 now in sight. So you've got the president there departing Palm Beach International Airport. He is on his way to the White House. We have plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
We have more money being invested in our country than any country in history. As you know, the Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who's with me right now, has a lot to report. I don't know if you want to say a couple of words, Doug, but you might want to say how well we're doing as a country.
Well, with President Trump's leadership, we've got inflation coming down, we've got investment going up, we've got taxes going down, we've got energy prices down. Everything is aligned for us to have a banner year in 2026, and the interest.
In case you missed it, on the pulse. markets like oil, you got the short, 2 weeks ago it was 230 million barrels short, bigger than what the glut is that's floating out in the South China Sea in these dark fleet ships. So the market going in is record short. Demand is not slowing down, it's picking up, and geopolitical risk is I would say, an all-time high. That's a recipe for a spike in prices right now.
Where do you see the next risk?
Basic commodities and affordability starting to put pressure across the interest rates and everything like that. And the curve is beginning to steepen on the yield curve. And then you got to ask, as the yield curve begins to tip out and you start to see higher interest rates further out on the back end, are people going to be willing to sell these commodities? It starts to become even that much more riskier as your underlying cost structure of the economy changes, and a re-rating of real assets.
It's like a shock.
It's a shock.
Don't miss The Pulse, live every weekday.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives
and laying the foundation for the future.
from finance to defense, AI to entertainment,
And from the road to the stars, Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
and the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Hong Kong.
I'm Sharian in Tokyo. Watch Bloomberg Tech Asia. New episode Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing bullish gains across European equity markets. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
President Macron saying he will not join the border peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costco, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months.
Did you invite President Putin to join the...
Yes, he's one of the people, he's the world leaders, and the answer is yes.
Mr. President, how you feel about the first year of your second term?
Amazing. Tomorrow is the first year. Think of it. 1 year. I don't think there's been a term like it. I don't think any president has had a better first year than we've had in terms of success. Again, we've taken our country from a failure with open borders, no business, everything going badly, terrific inflation, the highest inflation in history, prices that are through the roof. And we've brought prices down. We have very little inflation. We have a great economy. And the prices are coming down still further. But I inherited a mess. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, do you think that you had any influence on the Giants signing a deal with Coach Harbaugh? How do you think they'll do in New York?
I don't know, but they got a great coach. I like the coach. I like his brother. They came up to see me with about 3 months ago. They came up to see me in the White House. Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
With the mother and father, because the mother likes me and the father likes me, and I think they like me. And he's a great coach, and he's going to do well with the Giants, just like his brother does so well. They got something very special in their blood, and I'm happy for the Giants. They got a great coach. It's nice that you ask. I put out a strong word. Hire Coach Harbaugh.
President, you tell us about the Fed. Will you make a decision before down?
Yeah, I know who I want.
You know who you want?
In the Fed.
When will you make a decision?
I'll announce it sometime, but I know who I want.
President, you said securing the Arctic from Russian threats is important to you. Why are you upset about NATO allies thinking that, more seriously Greenland by holding military exercises?
Well, that wasn't a military. They sent a few people. And they say they sent them not for me, but to guard against Russia. But, NATO's been warning Denmark for about 20 years now, longer than that, 25 years. They've been warning Denmark see what happens, but let's put it this way. It's going to be a very interesting Davos. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good flight. Thank you.
It's President Trump there at Palm Beach International Airport. He's getting on a plane en route back to the White House, but as he said, he will be heading to Davos, saying it's going to be a very interesting Davos. I'm sure it will. He says he also doesn't care about the Nobel Prize. He cares about saving lives. We have to have Greenland, and he doesn't think the EU will be pushing back too much on Greenland. He also made some remarks on the Fed, saying, I know who I want. No clues on who it is, though. Nor when that announcement may be coming. Well, India and the United Arab Emirates are moving closer amid rising geopolitical challenges. The two nations have announced plans for a strategic defence partnership and a $3 billion gas deal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed also set a goal to double trade to $200 billion within 6 years. For more, we're joined from New Delhi by India government reporter Sudhi Ranjan Sen. So, Sudhi, from that very warm reception that Narendra Modi gave to MBZ, it looks like the two countries are getting pretty close. Can you talk us through the deals that got struck there?
Well, I mean, you know, a raft of deals that have been kind of sealed yesterday, or the intent for that has been made clear yesterday during the visit. And primarily among them is the Defence Cooperation Agreement, where the two sides are talking about closer defence ties. There is already very strong defence ties, but this takes it a little bit further to, you know, joint training, more exercises, co-production of equipment. Mind you, India is trying to expand its defence industry, although it hasn't made much progress in that, and therefore looking out for partners. Moving on, it's got a gas deal with the UAE, which makes UAE the second largest supplier of LNG to India. That is quite big. And also there is an intent and a commitment to invest a few $1 billion into into an investment center, a special investment region that that's very close to Prime Minister Modi, and which that he has been pushing for the last decade and more. So, you know, both sides coming I mean, the relationship was very close, but it's getting even more closer. It's getting even more entangled with one another. And interestingly, you know, there has been a lot of discussion on the India, Middle East Europe economic corridor, although the war in Israel, the Gaza conflict has kind of put a stop to it. But India and UAE are looking to work up their end and keep things ready. To the extent that they're talking about a trade hub that is going to service Africa. So it's a rough, you know, agreements all across sectors, if you look at it.
So what's driving this friendship? Because this sort of comes as a contrast, really, after news of a possible defence pact between Pakistan, Saudi Arabia and Turkey.
Well, one of the reasons is, of course, you know, the United States, and it's the policies of the United States which is kind of creating you know, a lot of concern across the world, and more so in India, which has not been able to get a trade deal, and relationship is souring at one end. So India is looking out for partners, and at the same point of time, it is also trying to kind of, you know, harden its relationship in the Gulf so that it can counter Pakistan, which is kind of done these deals with Saudi Arabia, another Indian partner, but not as big as the United Arab Emirates. So all these factors, so to say, driving this collaboration between India and UAE.
Okay, Bloomberg's India government reporter Sudhi Ranjan Sen there. Let's take a look at Indonesian assets again, particularly the rupiah, which we have seen slide to a fresh record low. And this is, of course, on news that President Prabowo has nominated his nephew as a potential governor for Bank of Indonesia, and that's raised a number of concerns over independence for the central bank. So the rupiah sliding to record lows. However, the benchmark index not doing too badly, particularly considering the regional context at the moment, better by about 0.25%. Well, global funds could pull more than $2 billion from Indonesian shares if MSCI changes its index rules, raising fresh concerns about the inevitability of Southeast Asia's biggest stock market. Let's bring in senior Asia equities reporter now, Abhishek Vishnoi. Abhishek, tell us more about this.
Well, there is a review in the works, the results of which will be coming out by the on or before Jan 30th. And MSCI Inc. is reviewing whether the already possibly least accessible market among the major Asian markets would need to see its weighting getting lowered further. Indonesia, as per our analysis shows, is housing the most number of stocks with low free float. And there have been these concerns over the years that some of this is actually leading to some kind of manipulation in the market, causing accidents in the markets. And therefore, on behalf of institutional investors, MSCI is reviewing its methodology. Now, in terms of MSCI's review, there are several approaches that it has taken, and all the approaches are actually going towards Indonesian stocks commanding lower weighting. Now, this is going to further amplify the problem for a market which is already illiquid. And then, when you look at this move in context of what's happening with, Prabowo's nephew being appointed to the central bank, Dhanantara Sovereign Wealth Fund, stoking concerns among some institutional investors, this essentially caps the valuation of the market. $2 billion is the outflow that, our reporting is showing can come from passive investors. And you can imagine what would happen if active investors stop being active in Indonesian market. So this is likely to reduce the size and the heft of Indonesia in global markets, maybe to a global pygmy, and makes those things that Jokowi had done, the Jokowi era, as a distant memory.
At the same time, we've got Citigroup downgrading European equities to neutral. This is due to worsening relations between the EU and Washington. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so Citi has downgraded the continental European equities, which means largely Europe excluding UK. For the first time in over a year, they've downgraded the allocation to this region to neutral from overweight. And this brings Europe neck to neck with US, which is already a neutral in Citigroup's allocation. What this means is this US-Europe tensions are making sure that both these markets remain at neutral or at the index level weighting in anybody who's looking to allocate in global markets. And therefore, we have heard about Sell America. This seems like the budding steps towards ignore Europe and possibly look at regions where there is growth and there is money to be made, largely EM. And within EM, because China commands a big part, so again, a bit more positive for China. Now, the concerns that Citigroup has underscored largely goes in the direction of earnings and valuations that will get weighed because of these tensions between US and Europe over Greenland. And this comes in the context of Europe being heavily overbought.
Okay. All right, Bloomberg senior Asia equities reporter Abhishek Vishnoi there. As we leave you, let's take a look at our Asian benchmarks are tracking at the moment. Broad-based risk-off sentiment across the board. We've got the Nikkei off by 1.25%. But that is it for Insights. Horizons Middle East and Africa are up next. This is Bloomberg.
never have changed my show to make it for YouTube. I'm very conscious of the fact that ABC pays for the show and YouTube pays nothing, and YouTube gets to sell it and keep half the money, and that's quite a deal for them. It really is. But I've never made the show for YouTube. With that said, I love YouTube and I love being on YouTube because all you really want deep down is for as many people to see your stuff as you can. And I know that it has hurt because it is so easy to watch the monologue on YouTube now. I know that it has hurt the ratings, not just for our show, but all of the shows. And maybe that's kind of what has killed late night TV. More likely, the fact that we have our lead-ins are a tenth of what they were when I started.
I was alarmed to see that the most watched video from your show had fewer views than the average Mr. Beast video. And I don't know what that says about the state of the world, but
I think it says Mr. Beast is kicking is what it says, yeah. Well, you know what? There is a big difference. When you do the show every night, you're not going to get as many views. But we still, I mean, I woke up this morning, there were 2.2 million views of my monologue the night before. So for everyone who says late night is dying, it's just not true.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Bringing you up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Anand in Bangkok. This is
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Risk off. Futures sink as U.S. President Donald Trump's tariff threats over Greenland revive trade tensions. Gold and silver trade at record highs. Investors await the EU's response to President Trump's tariff salvo, with Germany trying to convince France to avoid using the bloc's most powerful retaliation measure. And we are live in Davos, where we'll be hearing from some of the Middle East's most influential business leaders. It is just gone past 9 a.m. across the Emirates, 7 a.m. here in Johannesburg. I'm Jennifer Zapasaja in for Jumana Bersechi. And as we just mentioned there, the risk-off sentiment is continuing for a second day over those trade tensions between the U.S. and Europe and Greenland, and potentially what is to come when we do see President Trump in Davos on Wednesday. Let's just take a look at what we are seeing right now across assets. The U.S. comes back online today after the Monday holiday. And if we take a look at where futures are right now, looking potentially poised to start on the back foot right now. S&P futures down just over 1% there. And of course, we are paying close attention to what happens potentially if we do continue to hear some rhetoric out of European leaders about what the implications could be for U.S. assets. The question potentially about the impact on what these tensions mean also playing out in the treasury markets globally, with the U.S. 10-year yield up right now, trading at about 4.26% there. And we're seeing the U.S. 10-year joining in the global bond sell-off. Notably, though, I want to point out what we're seeing in Japan, because we are also seeing yields on the long end also creeping up higher, with the 40-year JGBs hitting the highest since 2007. That is about domestic concerns. We're going to have Winnie Shu dig into that a little bit more in just a bit. As I mentioned, European equities, though, also in focus. We're seeing Euro Stock 50 futures marginally down right now. But of course, Monday was a weak day for European assets. We did see automakers and luxury stocks getting a bit of weakness on Monday. Notably, though, we did see defense stocks, trading a bit with a bit more strength on Monday. So one to pay close attention to. And of course, we have spot gold on the board there, also on the move higher, up just over 0.5% there, following silver to hit another record on those tensions between the U.S. and Europe. Right now, spot gold trading at about $4,696 an ounce there. And really quickly, let's just bring you our terminal chart examining the dollar. It's hard to believe, but it has been 1 year since U.S. President Donald Trump was inaugurated. We are seeing the Bloomberg dollar spot index marginally lower right now, but as you can see from this chart, the initial onslaught of tariffs has left the dollar weaker. And even as we've seen equities slightly recovering over the past few years and hitting new records after, we haven't seen the same with the dollar recovering since Liberation Day. So as we mark this 1 year since the Trump inauguration and now increased tensions between the US and Europe, the question is, where does the dollar go from here? But let's check in now on how markets in Asia are faring. Winnie Xu is in our Hong Kong studio, standing by for more. Winnie, are we seeing the negative sentiment playing out similarly in Asia? What do you have on the board there?
Yeah, exactly, Jen. We are seeing that losses extending for a second day in our region, with the MSCI Asia here down about 0.5%. And leading losses here are the technology shares. As you can see, that the tech gauge is down 0.8%. Overall, across benchmarks, all in the red, from Japan to China to India. However, one outlier that I have to point out is still Korea's Kospi index reversing losses again, just like how we saw things turn out yesterday, and to rise up 0.3% here, and it's up for a 13th session by now. I know that I probably sound like a broken record here every day, but we are very closely watching for that benchmark to reach that 5,000 target, and that we're just about 1% away from that. Now, flip the board and take a look at what's going on in the Japanese market. As you point out, a lot happening there. In terms of stocks, Nikkei 225 here down more than 1%. And yes, Prime Minister Takaichi did confirm that snap election to come next month. However, we are seeing a bit of a profit take in terms of that Takaichi trade rally. And also some say that a bit of a concern when it comes to kind of just how Takaichi didn't sound as confident at the presser yesterday. However, for now, those concerns around kind of the fiscal spending and the government spending more is weighing on the bond space. As you mentioned earlier, that the 40-year yield actually crossed that 4%, first time since its debut in 2007, while we did see the weakest 20-year bond auction since the weakest demand since more than a decade, and that's also weighing on the overall
说说，好不好？吃出红孩儿里面最红的马国碧喂，转一转，不是我这样讲马国碧，你讲马国贤就算了，他好歹也是红孩儿的一员，重新再介绍一次，都是有清楚节目效果，好不好？这么熟，你怎么会不知道我是谁，好不好？好，来，我们今天欢迎飞轮海的师叔，也是我们欢迎里面最红最热情的主唱，我们欢迎张若昡。节目效果，哥，节目效果。我也是排通告的排很满的，这样啊？对，而且我觉得过来你最近都不一样，有没有人说你最近瘦了好多？瘦了好多啊！我前几年在顶多，哈比哥你也是啊，最近也是骑脚踏车嘛。你最近我一天大概骑6个钟头，因为我自己个人我也喜欢运动，我觉得你这种骑一下，18公里有啊，我在排球，真的一定59，其实59，我也没那么轻啊，64。OK， 你这个就是我没有过快。发生这个第一个单元歌词秀。好的，那么今天这个单元呢是歌唱接龙哦，这歌词接龙我们先来参加我们的帅哥，大家好，大家注意就注意，还有我们的杨宗纬，是杨宗纬，相当好，还有我们的某某。好，3位呢要来参加歌曲的歌词接龙了哈。我想客房的这个今天是我们的大魔王，好不好？来出一首歌，让我们接下去，好不好？出一首这个你的金曲。
我在歌里面就应该大家都懂。都红了，就是一首歌，一首啊，不是这样，一首没有啦，就那首最不好唱，
用尽一生来，哦，香港的那首歌，
还记得吗？
还记得。
王杰的歌，同一个人写，
好，有，很好听的歌，好不好？大家注意哦，
用尽一生的爱，只为了换来释放后的自由。遇见谁的心如何幸福在？
乱唱什么？啊，现在唱用尽一生的爱，好不好？对不起，不好意思，因为你这个一时没有办法了解这首歌的意义，好不好？好，您再唱一遍，然后再继续下去，好不好？来，用尽一生的爱，专刻版。用尽一生的爱，专刻版。
爱过、哭过、痛过、笑过这一生，你比我清楚，还要我说明白，爱还是谁的？
好了，好不好？你家唱什么东西？好不好？你家唱是用尽一生的爱，你现在哪里输了？再说一下你的歌，好不好？麻烦再来一遍，好不好？来，课文带来的用尽一生的爱。
用尽一生的爱，不在乎是否能够天长地久。我不会永远不要被太拘谨，不奢侈
which is a little bit of a headwind. So we're going to need the investors to be much more active. We're all going to have to work a lot harder to think about specific pockets of risk and resilience that we want to target.
Have you only got limited funds and you're tossing up which drone to buy and you thought, gee, I wish I had something to bind some safe prop guards of a wood, but I also want the crazy power of a toothpick? Well, stay tuned, because this drone is right up your alley.
What is a much more complicated and volatile macro environment.
G'day, Stu from UAV Futures here, and today, well, I'm excited, I'm feeling good. We're in the studio, feeling funky and fresh because of what we're checking out. It is the Happy Model Lava X HD. Now, traditionally, I'm going to put a little post up there. Happy Model has absolutely crushed it when it comes to their drones, their designs, the things they do. Let's look at some of the pedigree that these drones have, because you're going to be very, very excited to see this thing, and I have high hopes. This thing better perform, because based on what we've had the Mob 7, which was one of the most impressive brushless whoops we ever saw back in the day. They followed up with the Mob 6 a year later. They've done the Lava X, which was a little screamer that would fly around. And now we've got a little HD version for capturing some HD footage, and it is doing some things drastically different. It is almost like a transformer drone. I'm going to say a lot of people, if you're looking at sort of drone between toothpick style and something with ducks, this one, it's going to be right up your alley. So what this is, as a bit of an overview, it is a HD recorder, so it's got inbuilt HD. You can record with a little baby turtle that it's got in here. And if we stick it on the scales, I'm going to guess it's about 100 grams, but we will find out. That's my guess anyway. Let's turn these scales on. 100, yeah, I'm going to guess 100 grams. Let's see, maybe even lighter. Ooh, 120 grams right there. And what this is a little screamer that hopefully it runs on a 3S battery. You can take this thing out, rip it around. It's toothpick style when you look at the shape that it's got, but the big one, it's almost like a transformer drone, because it comes with a whole bunch of optional extras, and I hope this battery comes with it, because we even get a tattoo battery in here. But what you can do, you can put this little canopy on the top, and then you can install these prop guards on here that come with it, and now you've got kind of like something that's got prop guards flying around. You could use this indoors if you tame the power down or something, and it's going to be a lot safer. So whether you want to go toothpick style, whether you want to go the whoop style, this one, because of its special frame design, you can go both. You've got two options in the way you set this drone up, and I got to say, I think that is very, very cool. Most of the time, drones, they can't sort of alternate between the roles that they want to fulfill. This one looks like it's going to be doing it well. So in the design phase, it's going to be getting a lot of points. Let's do it. Let's go through some of the components. Starting at the outside in, of course, we've got our unibody base plate. Fairly standard stuff. You know, we've just got some standard 5-blade props on the outside. 1203s, which are an interesting choice. Size of motor at 6,200 kV. It's probably going to be suited, I think, for a 3S. It should be ripping through the air. Towards the middle, of course, we just got our 4-in-1, our Betaflight OSD, all the standard stuff you'd expect in today's drones. Nothing too exciting there. One exciting piece, though, we've got our changeable VTX, which is different to some of the other ones out there. A lot of toothpicks only have a 25 milliwatt VTX, so this one you should be getting a fair bit better range. And the other part as well, which is interesting, it's got the baby turtle in here, which means you should be getting some recorded HD footage, or I like to say some recorded HD footage for these people who like to tease my accent out there. But yeah, you're going to be able to get some onboard footage. If you're flying around filming, you don't have to strap a GoPro to this thing. You don't have to do anything besides put an SD card in here, and you've got some beautiful footage to take home, share with your friends, upload to YouTube, whatever you want to do with that. But usually, I've got to say a little caveat on the flip side, the FPV feed isn't traditionally as good when it comes to the brightness of the colors, all that sort of stuff. But that's where we go out in the field, we fly around, we have some fun, see what the other boys think, and we show you the DVR so we can find out just how well it goes. Now, design-wise, I'm going to say I love it. 10 out of 10 for the design, because this drone, usually I like to say this knows what it wants to do. It fulfills its purpose well. This one, it has two purposes, and it fulfills them both well. Whether you want to use ducks and change the canopy style that you put on right here, or whether you want to go crazy toothpick style outdoors, this is probably the format that I'm going to be using, because I picture it's going to be screaming through the air. But giving us this option to easily switch over, and the way the frame is compatible by moving the camera up into the top of this little piece right here and screwing this down is just, it's kind of genius. And I expect, to be honest, no less from Happy Model, because they are one of the companies that seem to consistently be crushing it when it comes to cheaper drones that perform very, very well, that are being mass-produced in China. Now, what we should do, let's talk about the quality of the thing, and flight performance, I can't talk about that till we're out in the field to see how that goes. But I've got to say, it looks well designed. They've got a good track record. I like that they've got a HD recorder on here, but we'll just have to see what the FPV actually looks like. And I've got mine with an XM Plus in here, but I'd probably like to switch that over now to the TBS Tango 2 so we can get a little bit better range as well. And of course, we have our little nice that we don't have a little dipole antenna on the back. We've got a circular polarized antenna, but I'm going to have to zip tie that down because I think that's going to be getting clipped or something if it lands in the way of the props. Let's move on finally, talk about the pros and the cons. Pros, I'm going to guess that this thing is going to be extremely quick, so I can't wait to see the flight performance. Happy model very rarely disappoints when it comes to things screaming through the air with a lot of power. The price, it seems reasonable. I love the battery that you get with it, and hopefully this comes with all of them, because this, I'm going to say, Tattu seems to make some great batteries out there, so I'm excited to be putting that on there. I like that it can switch between wood style to toothpick style. The only thing I'm going to say is a bit of a letdown for me is we've also got HD, but I want to see just how clear is that FPV video, or how bright are the colors, because that's been some of my biggest complaints when it comes to, I guess, these combo cameras. The FPV feed can look a little bit drab, but that's it on the bench. Let's go find out exactly how drab or how drastic, or maybe even how amazing that camera goes. Let's go have some fun, see what the other boys think as well, and yeah, show you this little thing in action. So let's go do it and have some fun in 3, 2, 1. Radio out here in the field. We're going to do it with the Happy Model HD. Rip it around. I've actually driven out to Jono's place, and this park looks amazing. So I have some fun, see what it's like, and see what he thinks about it as well. So let's do it. Have some fun, show some HD footage, and find out, is this the bee's knees or just average? Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Radio, here we go. A few things to sort of clarify. We're going to be checking out Jono's FPV feed, so you can see what the FPV feed looks like and what the colors look like when he's flying around. What I wanted to do, this is the onboard HD that you're seeing. So if you are interested in a tiny little craft that can record some HD footage, this is what we're going to be looking at. And let me know what you think about this in the comments down below. And we're also going to be talking about the flight performance, the pros, cons, all that sort of stuff as we go through here. So first things first, the colors on this micro camera, I got to say, in the HD recording, it looks fantastic flying this thing around. Yes, it's not as good as a GoPro 8 with stabilization, none of that rubbish that's on there, but when you look at this and you look at the size of our little craft, what it's actually doing, if you want something you can just take out of your little backpack, you might have like your little light shower, you want to get some footage as well of your flights, and you want to share it, upload it to YouTube. For me, I think this is absolutely more than enough. You don't need to drop the $500 or whatever it is to get a new GoPro and the craft that's carrying it. This is all you're after. Then I think absolutely this is going to be ticking those boxes. I'll put it this way, I would be more than happy sharing this footage on my channel anyway. So the other part we should talk about is the actual flight performance. I'm going to give it to Johnny because he's been very trustworthy. He's like, yeah, we're going to orbit him, and then I decided to shoot the gap, which was probably not the best idea. Definitely don't do that. But let's talk about the flight performance of it. And for me, this is where I was expecting more. I wanted more camera up tilt, I wanted more power, but I was really only getting about a 7 out of 10. Yes, you can still do acro. Yes, you can still do some crazy, I guess, acro maneuvers, power lifts, all that sort of stuff. And it might be more suited to indoors, but Happy Model for me makes them just stellar, just ball to the wall, crazy performance drones, especially in the microform. And I was probably expecting a little bit too much out of this craft. I wanted it to be a rocket, and it only felt like a race car. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you want to fly. But for me, yeah, about a 7 out of 10. It definitely wasn't everything you need to get the edge of the market today. Steady drone that was fun to fly. But yeah, it wasn't so anyway, what we should do, let's hand it over to Wingman Jono, see what he thinks about it. I've got to say, overall, just a fun drone with definitely some cool colors when it comes to the HD recorder. Let's hand it over to Wingman Jono and see what he thinks as well. And you guys can also check out the DVR feed and see what the FPV feed looks like. So let's do that in 3, 2, 1. Radio, Wingman Jono. So this is the Happy Model Lava HD thing. So we had the original Lava X, which was the bomb, but now we've got the HD version. So it's got like the inbuilt HD recorder, all that sort of stuff. So you kind of like the micros, first impressions?
Yeah. Hey, that's for HD. That's really light. That's really light. I think it's one of the struggles with getting HD in the micros so far is keeping that weight down. I see it's using that baby turtle. I haven't seen one of them before, and that's really light. So yeah, this thing should hook around pretty good for a HD rig. Normally they're a little bit sluggish because of that extra weight. So
it'd be interesting to see what you think about the camera too, because in the past we have, it's not as nice as this.
Yeah, it's not quite as crisp as something like a Predator or a
Sectors you like going into
Cam or something.
Yeah.
So give it a rip round and see how it goes. Let's do it. And I'm sorry, I've got limited batteries, so you've got a bit of an older battery, but you can deal with it, brother. I use the good one.
On artificial intelligence, on AI, the entire spectrum of technology. I think that's an area of Mubad that has been really spending a lot of time on.
A little bit,
so that continues to be the case. I think on the infrastructure side of it, digital infrastructure.
Alrighty, Ace, talk to me.
Alrighty, just getting used to your radio and the drone. Yeah, so far, like, flying it around, well, I'll talk a bit about the camera first, because I'm staring right at it, and that seems easy. So, yeah, with the HD camera, it's still a little bit blurry, but not quite, it's a lot more crisp than the other versions, like the older Runcam splits and the original Turtle, like, definitely much better than those, so it's looking a bit nicer in that regard.
Is it better than the other normal 9-FPV cams though?
It's still not as good as like a Ratel or a Predator. Yeah, the Ratels and the Predators, those kinds of ones, or the Runcam Eagles, just walk all over this kind of in terms of clarity. But in terms of how it flies, you do have a bit of an old battery in here, and I can feel that it feels limited, not by the drone, feels limited by the battery. Flying crisp and stuff like that, it's just a little bit sluggish because that don't have quite as much juice in this battery as you normally would. Feels smooth, very controllable, very crisp. I think that it would make quite a fun one for. Oh, gee whiz!
What happened?
It's just don't have much pull out because the battery. It just dropped voltage today. Yeah, it's struggling.
Who would you recommend this one for?
Hey, this is great little like park flyer. I reckon we're having fun in the park. It's sticking around nicely. If you get some HD footage.
Would you pick this over your normal Lava X though?
It depends on what my goal was, I reckon. And if the HD footage comes out just looking really nicely, and you were like more into like freestyling, but you had some tight spots, then I'd pick this. But the original Lava X was just fun to belt around, man. It was. So in terms of raw, just belting around the wall, I'd have to pick the original one. Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong. It's not like outstanding. It's not blowing my pants off with speed or power or anything like that. It's just nice and smooth, fun to fly, easy to fly. Doesn't seem hard.
Final thoughts. Happy model, Lava HD. What do you reckon?
It's fun to fly. It's not like super exciting or anything like that. I reckon it's like in terms of flight and stuff, it's pretty sort of just on the average sort of mark. It is. You're not going to be disappointed by it, but you're not going to have a super thrill. And if the HD footage comes out good, then that's probably a bonus to it. Yeah.
Alright, thanks, man. Rightio, so there it is. There's my review of the Happy Model Lava X HD. And did it live up to the hype? And I'm going to say, well, for me, this one just was a bit of a letdown. It was an average drone, but I was expecting something from the pedigree style of the original Lava X, of the Mob 6, of the Mob 7. Happy Model absolutely destroys it in a good way when it comes to making fun little Binafly micro drones. But the Lava X HD just didn't really float my boat too much. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't off the charts crazy exciting, and that's what I was hoping for. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed that. Drop your comments down below. Share some love for Wingman Drone. Beautiful day. We finally got some good weather out there, but back to raining outside now, which kind of sucks. But anyway, subscribe for more FPV related content, and as always, happy flying.
This is the Happy Model Mobula 6. And when I previously reviewed the Mobula 6 on my channel, I reviewed the 19,000 kV version. And I said that probably the 25,000 kV version was just going to be a battery killer and way too powerful for tight indoor environments, and everybody should probably just get the 19,000 kV version. And one of the test pilots for the Mobula 6 took issue with that and said, let's send you a 25,000 kV version and see what you think of it. So that's what we're going to be doing today. But there's more. Because Project Mockingbird, you know them, the guys who make really, really awesome microtunes? Project Mockingbird has a tune out for the Mobula 6. And it doesn't run on Betaflight, it runs on EmuFlight. EmuFlight has been adding some micro-specific features. So, we're going to look at the 25,000 kV Mobula 6. We're going to race it around the house. We're going to put EmuFlight on it, and we're going to see what that does. We're going to put Project Mockingbird on it.
Global Affairs, New York, The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We get to do more. In case
do is I'm just gonna take a couple laps around. I haven't even like figured out the race course much, but I just want to figure out whether the throttle on this guy is gonna be so insane that I have to dial it back to fly in this relatively tight
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Katie Lyons deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on
I'm gonna
Bloomberg.
try and hit the gates first. I'm
Get
just gonna
your
get a
fixed
sense of
income
the
fix. Watch
throttle
Bloomberg
response at
Real Yield
33%.
around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I think I probably will get used to it, but I don't see myself going full throttle in this environment anytime soon. So I think I am going to dial down the throttle a little bit. Now I've got my throttle set up so that by putting this switch in the middle position, it activates my throttle limit, and then by turning this knob, I can bring the throttle down. I think I'm going to bring it down to about 65%. I've got a video about how to set that up, and I'll link it in the video description. If you go to that video, read the first comment, because the video actually leaves out one step, and the correction
This
is in
is
the first
Horizons
comment.
Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Risk off. Future sink as U.S. President Donald
Yeah,
Trump's
that's about right.
over Greenland. Revive trade tensions. Gold and silver trade at record highs. Investors await the EU's
Oh, wow,
response
it is
to
fast
President
as
Trump's
hell.
tariff salvo, with
I
Germany
certainly
trying
noticed
to
when I was
convince France
racing
to avoid using the
both the
Gulf
Mobula
for
and the
retaliatory
Meteor,
measure.
that they
As we are
respond
live in
to
Davos, where
like
we'll be
hitting
hearing from
objects
some of the Middle
really
East's most influential
well there.
business leaders. It's just gone past
They
9:30
don't
a.m.
fall
across
out of
the
the air.
7:30 a.m.
So
here in
fast.
Johannesburg. I'm Jennifer Zabazadja in
It just
for
picks up
Monica
speed
Seth.
so
As we were
much.
just mentioning,
Feels like it's
we
flying
are
pretty
continuing
good.
to see the risk
I
sentiment
often tweak the
continuing
level
into a
strength in
second
beta
day, and
flight
we're even getting some
to get
indications
sharper
now
stick feel
it could
when
continue
flying in
as we're
angle
hearing
mode.
more
But
from
this
U.S.
guy,
President Donald
maybe
Trump
it's the higher
on
KV
Truth
motors just giving
Social.
it
He
more
has
oomph.
indicated that he'll
It's pouring
plan
really
to
good.
meet
It has great stick
various
feel.
parties
I'm not
over
sure I would really
Greenland
change anything
in
about it.
Davos.
Let's see if we can actually put some
laps
laps in.
Later today, maybe tomorrow. And he did have a very
No,
good
like,
phone
just
call.
dying.
He also says that Greenland is imperative for national and world security, and indicates that there can be no going back.
That was
So the
close.
question is, how does this play out in the markets? If we just take a look at where U.S. equity futures are, the U.S. comes back online today after the Monday holiday.
Definitely a
It's
thing
looking
that
like
is bugging me
potentially
is
it's poised to be
that
a negative
whenever you
day.
hit
S&P futures down
something, it just
more
flips
than
out.
0.9% there, and continuing to
I wonder if
follow
that's something
what
that
this
you knew
means
was
for
gonna
the
stay.
global bond market. We are seeing potentially the impact on these trade tensions playing out there, at least with the U.S. 10-year yield rising right now, up
There we
right
go.
now
Now
to
we're starting to get it.
4.26% there. Notably, we're also paying attention to what is happening in Japan. There is a bit of movement on the long end with yields rising. That is, of course,
Yeah,
more
baby.
to do with
Now we're
domestic
starting to get it.
concerns, but still, we are seeing a global bond sell-off right now. Eurostock 50 futures a bit
Felt the
flat
battery
right
sag
now,
there
but
for a
still
second.
watching closely for what Tuesday looks like for U.S. equities, especially as these tensions continue to percolate. Citigroup actually saying that these tensions
When I reviewed the Mobula 6 and the Meteor 65, I said I thought that the 19,000 kV version was better for most people. And the reason I said that was, on the Meteor 65 22,000 kV motors, I got like 2 minutes, 2 minutes 15 seconds of flight time before it fell out of the air. On this guy, I'm getting 3 minutes. Now, these are better batteries. That's true. These are Nitro Nectar 300 milliamp hour neutron nitro nectar batteries. The beta FPV batteries I was flying on the Meteor are not known for being great. So I guess I have to concede the point that with good batteries, even the 25,000 kV motors on the Mobula 6 are, 3 minutes is kind of the minimum you would want for even fun flying or racing. But I was getting 4 to 5 minutes on the 19,000 kV, and it certainly didn't feel slow, especially in a race course like this, where you're hardly ever getting above about 2/3 throttle. The 19,000 kV, I think, makes a lot more sense. Here's what we're going to do now. There's a way to get 15, 20%, maybe more flight time out of this guy just by flashing different firmware than ESCs. There's a firmware out there called JESC, and there's another firmware made by a guy who goes by Jazz Maverick, and they enable a thing called 48 kHz PWM frequency, and the bottom line is you flash the ESC to different firmware, you get longer flights. If you want to know how to do that, and if you have a 65, 75 millimeter quad, you definitely should be doing this. It doesn't cost any money just flashed via City, boom, longer flight time. I got a link in the video description.
Sitting there bargaining. Hi.
Hi.
There is
Hi.
obviously
Yes.
some of these
You're
profit-taking
sweetheart,
after
but
that
you
Takai
gotta shut the hell up.
trade-driven rally.
You gotta shut the hell up.
Investors are flagging
You
some
figured out just how
concerns
loud the
in
bar
terms
is.
of how Takai
Oh,
did not sound
yes.
very confident at her
Yes.
presser yesterday.
Yes.
And yesterday,
Hi.
yes, she did confirm that
Oh,
tax election
hi.
to come
Tupper.
next month.
Oh, hi,
Let's
Tupper.
flip forward and take a
Oh,
look
yes,
at
God
how
forbid.
these
Someone should get me
bond
love
yields
without
have
you.
been
You
spiking
know?
on that. As you can
Hi,
see on
Tupper.
our terminal
Hi.
chart that across the
Yes.
security, it has really been going up
Yes.
since Takai took office.
Yes.
And right now we are talking about the 40-year bond. Actually, the bond yields passing that
Are you gonna eat my
4%
corn
level,
pepper?
and now is at its
I hope
highest
not.
since debuting in 2007.
Hello.
And we also got very weak bond
Alright,
auction
you guys
results
stink.
when it comes to the
You guys
20-year
stink? Get out of here.
GGB auctions today, and we are seeing those yields.
In case you're not familiar with Project Mockingbird, it is the brainchild of a guy named Patrick Clark. I'm sure he has test pilots who help him out. I don't mean to give all the credit to just one guy, but he just has this incredible passion for tuning micro quads, and he's damn good at it. And he's been publishing these quadcopter tunes for all the popular quads for years now. Has it been years? Wow. Unfortunately, searching for Project Mockingbird brings you a whole lot of information about a CIA project from the 60s, so it's pretty tough to find this stuff. There's a link to his Facebook group down in the video description, and also they recently put up a website where you can get this stuff. But the tune for the Mobula 6 and EV Flight is still in beta, so right now it's just been posted on that group and you can test it out. By the time you're viewing this video, it may be out of beta, but again, link in the video description. The first thing we need to do is download EV Flight version 0215 or newer, and they have a direct link to this binary here on the Facebook page. Here is the config diff, and I guess I'm just gonna, I just select all? No, I'm just gonna download it.
His inaugural speech
Download.
tomorrow. That is on Wednesday
Open.
afternoon. And as you know,
Select
with these
all.
speeches, they could really go anywhere. He could decide to focus on the domestic economy. He could
And
spend a lot of
click here
time
in the
speaking
text
about
box,
updates on the
right-click,
Greenland
and
situation. Just now, he
paste.
put up a
And
post
enter.
to social saying
Now,
he
although
did
we've
have a
got
good
a
call
config
with the
dump
NATO
pre-made
Secretary
for us,
General, but
there are a
also
few things
that
that I'm going to
there
need
is
to
no
tweak in
turning
order to
back.
get this working
And
with
then when
my
it comes to the
transmitter. We're
region
going to need
as
to check
well,
the
our
channel map
region,
and the
last
arming
week
switch
there was a
modes
lot
and
of
so forth,
conversation
the same
about
way you do when
whether
you
they
set
would
up
do
any
anything
new
in
device.
Iran. Is that
So
also
I'm
in
going to take care of
feature
that off
in this
camera,
speech?
and
Is
then
he
we'll come
going to
back.
have anything to say about
And
this
I'll be
newly
really
established
curious
border
to
peace?
see
And we know that
if it still
certain
flips
leaders
out when I
around the
bump
world are
things.
pushing back on some of the terms of
Number
that
one
border
thing,
peace. So
oh,
yes,
the
there's
rates
been
are
a lot
very
of
different.
stakes
The all
on the
rate
U.S.
is
delegation
different.
arriving to
Just going to
Davos.
take a
But
couple
I
passes
should
around
also
here.
say that the theme of this
Patrick
forum
Clark says
is
that it may
actually
be
a
too twitchy
spirit
for
of
some,
dialogue. So where does
but
that all fit in? And the fact that this time around you essentially have one chief agitator
interesting.
around the world that upended the global
It
world
did
order.
not flip
And
out
long gone are
there.
the days where you would come to Davos and top of mind would be
I think
topics
the
like
yaw rate,
stakeholder
it's
capitalism,
going to take me a second to
sustainability,
adjust the
environmental
yaw
matters,
rate.
social justice, anti-corruption. It feels as though a
Oh,
lot of
wow.
those themes have actually been put to the side in favor of this new world order
This
that
is
is
going
being
to, oh,
ushered in
that's
by
better.
President Trump. So
That was
similar
better.
to last year, because it was a few days
It
after the
recovers better
inauguration,
from the
I think
smacks,
Blue Light
that's
will
for
be
sure.
on that speech.
Now my dog is going to try and chase it around.
Right, Jumana, you've been having a number of great interviews there on the ground. Just
He is
considering
not
some of
happy
those
about
points
this.
you just mentioned there, how are investors, taking this? Is there already a pivot away from the U.S., or are they still on a wait-and-see mode?
I think probably the knee-jerk reaction is some people may want to go back into that South American trade. There was a lot of talk overnight about potentially Europeans going down a more aggressive approach, using one of their anti-coercion tools. But when it comes to the Middle East and our part of the world, you've heard from the conversations that we had that U.S. is still a very
Oh, gotta
attractive
get that. I gotta
destination
get that.
from
It's only my
a
first pack,
technological
though.
perspective, from growth,
It's only
productivity
my first
perspective,
pack.
and there is still a fundamental belief. And there was a story up on the terminal yesterday saying that essentially the C-suite
I gotta not
in the
swing wide
U.S.
there.
and Wall Street have
Oh,
rallied
it's,
behind President Trump because they still
3.0.
believe fundamentally that he's going to pursue a pro-growth agenda. Let's listen
Hey,
to
Mamba.
some comments from His Excellency
Was that freaking you
Azim
out?
Mubarak, who's the CEO of Mubadala. And it should be noted as well that Mubadala were one of the most, actually they were the most active sovereign wealth fund last year, and a lot of that investment has gone into the U.S. Here's what he said.
Well, let's start with the first word you used, the UAE. The UAE is is a very important
Okay, there's no question.
aspect of our portfolio. Of course, we are based in the UAE, owned by the government of Abu Dhabi. We have a significant aspect of our portfolio in the UAE, and last year was an exceptional year.
You know what?
We had north of 20% returns in our
Freaking
UAE
put it up to full
across
throttle.
real estate, infrastructure, industrials, technology. So it's been a very healthcare, very strong year for us in the UAE. And I think the UAE is well positioned for growth going forward, and we're well positioned to take advantage of that. Significant investors in the UAE market. The US, of course, is the largest market. It's where we've been significantly invested since inception. It remains the largest market.
The throttle limit is more controllable now, and
technology
going faster, and so I want that extra.
I think we will continue to
Come on,
invest. You talked about the commitment made last year.
Want that extra throttle.
This business as usual.
Wow, this is without the throttle limit now.
We know where to invest, and we have the right partners to invest with them.
What about Asia? What opportunities are you seeing there?
I really like Asia. Really like Asia. Over the last
stop overshooting that. 3.1.
Starting from a weak point as a portfolio, we were underinvested in Asia. I focused a lot, I think, as an organization in Mubadala towards building our knowledge in Asia, understanding the markets, and then focusing on the sectors we like most. We've done that. Today we have a very strong operation in China. We know the markets in Southeast Asia well. 2025 was strong in Korea, Japan, China, all these markets we've done very well in. So I think it works very well for us.
Whipping.
So Benny White from Mubadala, the most active sovereign wealth funds last year, saying for them it's business as usual, and that essentially there's a signal and there's the noise, and perhaps for many of these Wall Street executives, for many of these investors, you have to cut through the noise and figure out what exactly the Trump administration is trying to do. As a growth
maybe we'll recover from those, whereas on
sectors like AI and
Betaflight, I
tech
was
will
just
continue
getting
to
stuck up
dominate and
against the
continue
wall.
to attract a lot of interest.
Now think about if you
and
were racing.
from our part of the world as well.
On Betaflight, you slap the game in
There's
the
a lot
trap.
at stake
You have to
for
disarm, you have
global
to drop.
economy and also for geopolitics
On this
this
one,
week.
you
But
just keep
at
going.
least from the conversations we've had, there seems to be a belief that
See?
U.S. exceptionalism is far
Better if you didn't slap something, but
Really great stuff on the ground economic. Comes in one day. Looking forward to more of your conversations. Bloomberg, Shimon Versace in Davos. Shimon, thank you so much for joining us.
Patrick Clark is a hell of a
President
tuner.
Trump's Greenland
That's the
related
beginning of
tariff
the
threats
conclusion.
reignite trade tensions with Europe. We'll get the
This flies
view
really
of
freaking
Rachel
good.
Biemba, founder of
Really
Biemba
freaking good.
Insights. This is
I'm
Bloomberg.
super excited to see Amy Flight. One of the things I like most about smaller projects, let's face it, Betaflight is a huge project with lots and lots of contributors, a big entrenched culture, not very quick to move in some directions. One of the things that's most exciting to me about smaller projects like Amy Flight is that they can do certain things that just are not quick to do on these bigger projects. And I'm very, very excited to see Project Mockingbird and Amy Flight working together to make whole new features that were not available before to Betaflight users, to Silverware users, sure. To Betaflight users, this is really, really exciting. If you fly Mobula 6, by all means, try this out. It's still in beta and still has some refinement to do, but I'm pretty impressed with it. And if you fly any micro, check out Project Mockingbird and look for all the tunes for, it's got tons of tunes for various other micros, Tiny Hawk, etc., etc., etc. There's a bunch of them. That's going to do it for this video. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. I really enjoyed flying for you. I hope you enjoyed coming along for the ride. Links to everything I've talked about down in the video description. That's going to do it. I have a house, let my dogs back in the house because they're tired of being outside. Have a flight.
Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
1S TinyWorks have come a long freaking way from the original 1S Inductrix and like the UV-Drone Acro-B brushed motors. Even UV-Drone has gone from brushed motor. They were a holdout and for a long time argued that brushed motors were better somehow. Like those guys who swear that vinyl records sound better than CDs. Oh, now I've done it. Put it in the comments. Do vinyl records sound better than CDs?
Retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods worth more than $100 billion.
When has Tiny Whoops have come a long freaking way, and today we have some amazing quadcopters like this. Is the Beta FPV Meteor 65, but that's not where we're going to stay. This is the Happy Model Mobula 6, and these two quadcopters are almost identical in every way. But Happy Model Mobula 6 is like $80, and the Beta FPV is closer to $100, $110. So, clear winner? That's what we're going to find out. I'm Joshua Bardwell.
Now, some investors are speculating whether Europe could use trillions of dollars in U.S. asset holdings as leverage in response to Trump's pending tariff threats. Joining us is Rachel Ziemba, founder of Ziemba Insights, to dig into all of this. Rachel, thanks so much for joining us. So let's just start there because European countries are some of the biggest holders of U.S. assets. Do you think there is the potential here for Europe to use this as potential leverage? What is at stake here in the current situation?
Thanks, Jen. Always a pleasure to be with you. I think they're unlikely to use it as leverage per se. As you say, large pension funds in Europe and
before we dive into the review of the Mobula 6, can we take a second and marvel at how far we've come? Do you remember how crappy brushed micros used to be? And then the Inductrix came out in the original Tiny Whoop, and it was pretty good, but it was nowhere near the performance level that you might be used to if you're used to flying bigger quads. And it wasn't possible at the time to make a brushless Tiny Whoop. And what I've heard is that just winding motors that freaking small, just building them, they were so small that making brushless motors reliable and consistent, it took a while to get around to it. So we moved to quads like this. This is the Eachine Trash Can, or the Mobula 7 was its sort of brother at the time. Still is, they still sell them. And these were 2S Tiny Whoops. They were, they still are. 2S Tiny Whoops. They are much bigger, they are much heavier, they don't really have the same nimbleness and ability to just kind of zip around the furniture, but they are pretty good, and they do capture some of that magic.
Might be on hold.
But we had to go to 2S. We had to give it a lot of weight.
Not only because of Greenland, but also
those days are gone because these brushless Tiny Whoops are so freaking good. They fly so freaking good that I almost want to say, forget 2S. If you look at 2S Tiny Whoops like the Eachine Trash Can, the Mobula 7, or even the Emax Tiny Hawk, and the Tiny Hawk is really good, they're still a different flight category than these little guys coming in around 22, 24 grams. And
alliances around
this
economics.
is the closest I've seen to capturing the magic of the old brushed Tiny Whoops,
I think it does.
while still having the rip-snorting frickin' speed, performance, thrust, handling that you want.
In a sense that if
when you sort of compromise up to a 2S
an asset or have it be U.S. property to defend it,
which is
raises all sorts of questions.
Well, to answer that question, we got to dial in the differences between them. Let's start by talking about the motors. And both of these guys have 0802 size motors. The Mobula 6 can be ordered with either 19,000 kV or 25,000 kV motors, whereas the Beta FPV comes with either 22,000 kV motors or 19,000 kV motors. And I think this is a really easy decision to make, because when I flew the Mobula 65 on the 22,000 kV motors, and bear in mind that also had the BT 2.0 connector, which I have scientifically demonstrated absolutely does improve performance compared to the PH 2.0 connector on the Mobula. When I raced it, I could barely rarely
exports
get
to Europe.
2 minutes 15 seconds, and it actually made it hard for me to qualify in the race. And it certainly meant when I was just flying for fun, my battery life was really short. I think that 22,000 kV, like on the Meteor 65, it's okay for racing. If you need to race 2, maybe 3 laps, a minute to a minute and 30, hard racing, 22,000 kV is a fine place to be. But it really hurt me in qualifying, and I would have rather had the 19,000 kV and been able to get that 4th lap rather than the 22,000 kV and just been sort of sitting on the floor, barely able to take off because the battery was dead. Now, if 22,000 kV on the Meteor is too much, then 25,000 kV on the Mobula 6 is way too much. And I can't verify that from personal experience because I have the 19,000 kV version of the Mobula 6. And this is the one, whether you get the Mobula 6 or whether you get the Meteor, I think the 19,000 kV is the one that most people are going to be happiest with. Because I got easily 4 minutes of flight time. Granted, I wasn't racing, I was just tooling around. But I got easily 4 minutes of flight time and a little bit more off of battery on this one. And that was not a BT 2.0 battery, that was with the PH 2.0 connector that's on it, so, could be even better theoretically. Is the 19,000 kV going to be slower? If you are like a hardcore racer, it's going to be a little slower, but ask yourself, how often are you at full throttle anyway? That higher kV gives you more top end, but it also means you have to work a lot harder to manage the throttle. You get much shorter flight times, much harder on the batteries. 22,000 for the Meteor, okay for racing. 25,000 for the Mobula, I guess, but I think it's just going to be a battery killer. Most people should choose the 19,000 kV. Another big difference between these guys is that on the Mobula 6, look inside the canopy. Do you see a video transmitter in there? Everything on the Mobula 6 is integrated into a single flight control board. The ESC, of course, the flight controller, the receiver, and the video transmitter is one board. And on the one hand, that does mean that if anything goes bad, you're going to be replacing the whole thing. But how often do you replace the video transmitter on your tiny whoop? One effect of that is that the weight, this guy comes in about 2 grams lighter. The Mobula comes in at just about 21 grams. The official weight is 22 grams. Whereas the Meteor comes in at closer to 23 grams. And you may say, well, what's 2 grams difference? But bear in mind, when we're talking about a 20-gram quadcopter, the 2-gram difference is about 10% of the total weight. So that's like adding 50 or 60 grams to your typical 5-inch wing quad. 2 grams do matter. The battery connector is one thing that sets these guys apart. The Meteor from Beta MG has the new BT 2.0 connector, and the Mobula 6 has the traditional PH 2.0 connector. I do have to tell you that the PH 2.0 connector, it is a high-quality PH 2.0 connector. It has these solid pins, not the folded metal pins. That's better. And it has a pretty firm plastic housing here. Some of these cheaper ones have this really soft, lightweight plastic housing that makes it really easy to plug the battery in backwards. It's going to be a little harder to plug it in backwards on this one. It's a pretty good PH 2.0 connector. But there's no question, and again, I did some testing on the bench that I think proves that the BT 2.0 connector has less voltage drop. In my test at about 5 amps discharge, it had about 0.1 volts higher and a little bit longer discharge. That's going to translate into about 200 more RPM at the props, and that's not nothing. And I gotta point out that was with brand new connectors. I haven't tested this, but a lot of people have chimed in to say that as you plug and unplug the PH 2.0 connector 50, 100 times, whatever, that it wears out and it gets worse and worse. We could probably expect the BT 2.0 connector to do better just based on its larger pins and the tapered pins and so forth, but we haven't proven that. Suffice it to say, the BT 2.0 connector is better, but how freaking hard would it be for you to cut this off and put a BT 2.0 connector on here for like $350? So that's not really an edge for the Beta 1 unless you just really hate the idea of soldering on a BT 2.0 connector. And for those of you who have an investment in a lot of Whoop batteries and don't want a BT 2.0 connector, well, then you're going to be cutting this one off and swapping it out. So, 50-50.
is
Now,
the
in
yuan.
almost
The
every
fact
other
that
way,
Beijing's broader
these guys
push,
are
which is reliant
almost
on the
identical.
dollar,
The
and
flight
expand
controllers,
Chinese currency's
CPU
role
specs,
across
the
Africa.
video
More,
transmitter
I'm
power, the
joined by
ESC
Bloomberg's
rating,
Matthew Hill in
they're
Cape
almost
Town.
the same.
And Matt, you
I
dug into
did
this
some
quite a
range
bit in
testing
your
on them,
reporting. How
and in
significant
my
is this latest
very,
move?
very informal testing, I seem to be getting slightly better range out of the Meteor 65, but honestly, neither of them has great range. That's just a fact of life when you're working with the built-in receiver on these little flight controllers. Another thing that does distinguish them, speaking of the receiver, is that you can order the Meteor with a Crossfire receiver pre-installed, and it comes with a custom-made little micro Crossfire antenna that'll let you fly this on Crossfire if you want. You, of course, you could. Well, I assume you could do that on the Mobula, but I guess I'm not 100% sure. It depends on the, T2R2. Okay, so yeah, you could do that also on the Mobula if you wanted to, you just have to do it yourself. As far as durability goes, I haven't had a problem with either of them. I've obviously flown the Meteor more, as you can tell from the chips here. I actually haven't had the Mobula as long. I've crashed them both. I did actually just realize that I have finally managed to break the Meteor frame. I mean, everything will break eventually. But a lot of people are thinking back to some of the earlier beta FPV quads where the canopy was just total potato chip, and this doesn't seem to be that. I can also say that I watched Nick Burns' review of the Mobula 6, and he seemed to be happy with its durability as well. So, no specific durability issues with the frame and canopies on either of these, but of course, only time will tell.
Influence with the
other question worth asking is not durability necessarily, but like build quality. And this is a tough one that I kind of just have to acknowledge, but I can't really tell you which way to jump. Happy Model, some of the stuff they've put out has been just really poor quality. You would get it, it would die a few weeks later, and then you'd just be screwed. I hate to say that because I hate to dog on them. This is a good product and I do like flying.
The African Export-Import Bank also last year sold its first Panda bond. Zambia itself is talking about a currency swap with China. We've seen a number of other African countries doing the same. And when you consider that China's Belt and Road Initiative reached a record $213.5 billion last year, with Africa being the biggest part of that engagement, it's no wonder that we are seeing a growing engagement and integration between the Chinese and African economies, including currency.
Yeah. Right, and Matthew, you noted that President Hakainde Hichilema, his advisor, is saying that potentially the yuan can help insulate the nation from U.S. policy shocks. Interesting reporting there. Bloomberg's Matthew Hill, thanks so much for your reporting. Let's just take a quick look at where markets are. Risk off, as we mentioned, as continuing trade tensions between the U.S. and Europe play out. The U.S. is back online today after a holiday, and as you can see on the board there, futures looking negative to start Tuesday. That is it for Horizons Middle East and Africa, though. I'm Jennifer Zapasaja in Johannesburg. Stick with us for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
Versus the F405, it's going to have, the main thing that differentiates it is that it has fewer available UARTs. There are 2 available
Hello everyone, this is the Mobula 7 HD. Featuring 1102 10,000 kV motors, 40mm quad blade props, Caddx Turtle for HD recording and your FPV, Crazy Bee F4 version 2 with 5 amp ESCs, a power switchable VTX up to 200 milliwatt via smart audio. Underneath the canopy is a single multicolor LED, XT30 for your battery connection. It weighs just a touch over 46 grams. Motor post for motor post, I'm getting 75 millimeters. These batteries all fit the battery tray. These don't. Mine came with two batteries, a 2S and a 3S, both 300 milliamp. It did come with this canopy, but I don't think you'll see it in production. We get a screwdriver, a prop remover, 2 foam pads for the battery tray, and a few extra screws. I won't be saying much during this portion of the flight footage. Just enjoy the audio that we have on board from that Caddx Turtle. We have so much flight footage, I can't think I could talk through it all. So we'll just watch this, and then when we get to some talking points and some flight footage, we'll do that. Now that we're finishing up the whizzy around indoor flight, we're going to move into a slow cruising flight outdoors. And I want to send a thank you out to License to Drive. He pointed out in my last video, the iFlight video with HD footage, that something seemed off with the footage. And sure enough, there was. It didn't compare anything to my source. I did that quad an injustice by not having my rendering and file project settings all set up properly. So I did a host of testing on what I needed to change. And I will say that even in the footage you're going to see in this video, it's not as good as my source, but I'm unsure what is left that I can change to help that. You'll notice a little bit of jello. Unfortunately, my weather, I spent the first week of having the squad beating this thing up in the house and flying it around and having a good time to the point where I've only got 4 props left that will even fly anymore. They'll stay on the hubs or they have all their blades. The props tend to loosen up as you bang because the flexible frame does bang into the props, and then it shifts the hub around on the motor shaft, kind of reaming themselves out, and then next thing you know, it won't stay on anymore. I couldn't tell you how many times I would start to take off after a crash, and I would hear a ping, ding, 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 ding across the floor, and I'd lost another prop, and it just wouldn't stay on anymore. And speaking of props, if you're thinking about flying the old red props from the Mobula 7 and possibly others, these are drilled through because the motor stem is a bit longer. So even though you'll be able to get them on, you won't be able to get them on all the way without drilling them out. There is a bit of a variable to that, but we'll talk more about that at the desk. Something else you may notice on the right-hand side of the footage in the top left and bottom right corners, there's a bit of a line aberration. I think I damaged the camera a little bit, and I think it's a cable, and I'll also show you that at the desk. I went back and compared some of my earlier flights. Dock rotating in towards the sides, so the high side of the prop should lead the way, and then we have that V2 up there. Also, we have bind and boot buttons that are bigger now. Look at that. Look at the size of those buttons. You can press those with your fingers. You don't even need a tool or anything. Just press them with your fingers. And as you can see, that's on the bottom side of the board. And you can see over here on this side where it has the word boot. Let me turn it over so it's right side up. So right above my thumb, you should see the word boot. And that would make this one the bind. And then we have our pads laid out there on the silk screening of the board. And if you want to get a closer look at the board, here is the other side. We got our arrow there. That's universal on flight controllers. That tells us which way is forward.
AP Model 家的 Mobra 6、Mobra 7这个名气这么大，想必大家都已经很熟悉了啊。那么呢 ，Mobra 7它今年又推出了这个 ES 的版本。想到之前呢，我们都会习惯把 Mobra 6呢把它换成这个75mm 的机架，然后再把它换成大一点的桨，就是整个设计上更好飞啊。那么现在呢，我们就不用这样改了，直接有这个 Mobra 7 S 的版本哦。之前它是好像支持1到2S 的，它现在直接推出这个 ES 的版本。那当然呢，我们今天还有另外一个，同样是 Mobra 7 ES 之外，还有另外一个，我们一次来开2台，一个是 Mobra 7 ES， 一个是 Mobra 7 ES HD 版。
We're expected to increase the debt profile in Japan. So that's the most kind of extraordinary dynamic in the very short term. And certainly the Japan election is going to stay dominant at the moment. You're right to talk about precious metals. They are certainly the beneficiaries of this demand to kind of diversify away from fiat currencies. You've got the governments behind the world's two biggest fiat currencies, the dollar and the euro, at increasing tensions. And people want to diversify away from those. And they want to go into real assets. And precious metals win on both fronts. As they gain from geopolitics, they're real assets. They're seen as a store of wealth away from fiat currencies. I'm a little bit worried about that dynamic. As risk aversion increases, and especially as you see bond markets sell off driven by what's happening in JGBs, then at some point the dynamic in precious metals could turn negative very quickly. And we're not at that point yet. But it's one of those markets where the positioning is very large. They've seen extraordinary gains. That if there was a sudden pullback, it could become self-driving very quickly, and it could be very sharp.
Mark, thank you so much. That's Mark Coburn, Bloomberg Markets Live Executive Editor. We'll dive into Asia markets in just a moment, but diving into the Greenland story, US President Donald Trump renewing his push for Greenland, claiming that he doesn't think that the European Union will push back too much. Speaking in Miami, Trump called the island a national security necessity to counter Russian and Chinese influence, claiming that Denmark lacks defensive capability.
Well, I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can protect it. Denmark, they're wonderful people. And I know the leaders are very good people, but they don't even go there. And, you know, because a boat went there 500 years ago and then left, that doesn't give you title to property.
Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook joins me now for more. Ollie, we've just had Trump posting on Truth Social his exchange with the French President Emmanuel Macron. What do we know?
Yeah, Lizzie, I came here prepared to talk about the trade negotiations, but now about 19 minutes ago, Trump has come out on Truth Social and posted what appears to be a text message chain with the French President Emmanuel Macron. This is what it seems Macron has written to the president. Again, all we know is that this is what Trump has posted. It says from President Macron to President Trump, "My friend, we are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland. Let us try to build great things. One, I can set up a G7 meeting after Davos in Paris on Thursday afternoon. I can invite the Ukrainians, the Danish, the Syrians, the Russians in the margins." That's a sort of interesting note there. Two, let us have dinner together in Paris and together on Thursday before you go back to the U.S. Emmanuel. So this appears to be what Emmanuel Macron has written to Donald Trump to an appeal to basically try to get more conversation and dialogue between the President of the United States and Emmanuel Macron and other G7 allies in the midst of what has been a very sort of chaotic few days here ever since Saturday night when Trump has effectively announced those 10% tariffs that will be effective on February the 1st. because of Europe's resistance of letting the United States annex Greenland. I do think it's interesting that Macron here is talking openly, he's talking to the President of the United States. It is now being shared openly to the public about including the Russians at the margins of some of this dialogue potentially on Thursday. So, you know, Lizzie, this is I'd say a very fast evolving story. It's changing very rapidly. Again, what we go into this Davos with is the President of the United States continuously reiterating the need to get Greenland, and now we're seeing potentially, a G7 meeting in Paris that's hosted by Emmanuel Macron on Thursday, and of course there's the emergency EU leaders meeting that'll be on Thursday evening here in Brussels. So we'll see how all this evolves.
So, Ollie, that's the transatlantic relationship. We've also got the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and the French President Emmanuel Macron taking different views on how to approach the Greenland issue. What's likely, or what's looking likely, to be the European response to Trump's threats?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for Thursday for that European leaders meeting to get that real exchange of views from all of these leaders. I mean, I think what we should say is that from the very beginning, even in the first trade war that we had last year, Emmanuel Macron is one that tends to come out swinging much more than Friedrich Merz. And there's a very obvious reason for that. The German economy is much more dependent on exporting goods to the United States than are the French. Friedrich Merz, basically in the first trade war with the United States, said that we'd rather get a fast deal than the perfect deal, trying to get things rolling, get things over the line. But I think that what will be very interesting, Lizzie, what I'll be watching for on Thursday is what the other countries of the European Union have to say. What does Italy have to say? How do they feel about it? They were not targeted by the tariffs. They sort of had a message of solidarity for the other Europeans. But what about the Eastern European countries? What about Poland? What about the Baltics? They're much more concerned of the United States abandoning the issue of Ukraine than they are potentially on Greenland. So we'll see what that debate sort of unfurls on Thursday here in Brussels.
Okay, Bloomberg's Chief Europe Correspondent Oliver Crook, we thank you so much. Now let's get to their market that's already trading. Mark Cudmore flagged those outsized moves when it comes to JGB yields. Winnie Shu joins us from Hong Kong with an update on Asia markets. Winnie, that bond sell-off in full effect in Japan, but perhaps for more localized reasons? Yes, exactly, Lizzie. As you mentioned, it is those concerns when it comes to fiscal budget and the government spending that's weighing on Japanese bonds, specifically after Prime Minister Takaichi confirmed her snap election to come next month. And here we're talking about, for example, the 40-year yield passing or hitting that 4% level, which is the highest level since debuting around 2007. And also, we did have a very weak bond auction when it comes to the 20-year JGBs. We're talking about the weakest demand since more than a decade ago, and now the yields here are up 20 basis points to its highest level since the 2000s. Now, also, when it comes to the Japanese stocks, the Nikkei here is down about 1%, losing for a fourth session. And yes, we did have that profit taking when it comes to the Takaichi trade rally, but also some concerns around how the spending might not have very clear sources in terms of its funding. Now, the Japanese yen here is still hovering around that 158 level against the dollar. When it comes to the broader Asia market, yes, that's still risk-off sentiment weighing on the overall market. However, we are seeing the Chinese market also losing a bit of momentum when it comes to kind of these pressure from the regulators to cool the market rally. And Kospi actually down 0.4% here after having risen for 12th session already. When it comes to commodity space, also red across the board. There is a bit of concerns when it comes to demand in China after prices, for example, for copper has surged to records. Back to you, Lizzie. Winnie, thank you so much. Great stuff. That's Winnie Shu in Hong Kong. Well, still to come, it's day 2 of Davos. We'll be speaking to the Egyptian Minister of Investment and Trade about plans to attract more foreign money into the country. That interview coming at 6:30 a.m. UK time. But first, we're going to be speaking to State Street CEO Ron O'Hanley as Trump's tariff threats test market confidence. That's next. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. In the beginning, there was the Tiny Whoop, and it was small and nimble, and you could zip around your living room and pretend you shrunk yourself down to the size of a Hot Wheels car, and it was awesome. But those stupid brushless motors wore out so fast, and it wasn't really fast and powerful, and doing acro with a Tiny Whoop was kind of hard. So then came brushless Tiny Whoops, and they didn't just run on 1-cell batteries, but 2-cell and sometimes even 3-cell batteries, and they were fast and powerful, and you could do acro and race with them, and in some ways they were just the best of both worlds. But there was one thing you couldn't do with even a 2S brushless Tiny Whoop, and that is carry a GoPro. You were still stuck with that I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. In the beginning, it comes in around 42 grams, and somewhere in the top of a tree. Depends on how long you keep your quad. You're going to kind of just live with it, because it's not like you're going to be slow. What I want you to see here is that the view you get in the FPV is exactly the same as the view you get from the HD. Unlike some of the early versions of the RunCam Split, where you got a much smaller field of view in the FPV camera, that is not the case here with the Caddx Turtle. You're basically seeing the exact same thing. If you're in 4:3 mode, it just slices off the edges. If you're in 16:9 mode, the field of view is identical. Here's another outdoor flight. The sun is a little lower in the sky and presenting a little bit more of a challenging lighting condition for the camera to deal with. I'm also putting the DVR down in the lower right so you can see, number one, how the video quality is on the stock 200 milliwatts with the stock linear dipole antenna. Also, notice in the lower right-hand corner of the screen is the RSSI, and that should give you some idea of the approximate range that you're going to get off of this guy. The range was big enough to fly my whole yard.
As we entered the year with, it seemed like uncertainty becoming less and less of a factor. There had been a lot of talk about tariffs and things like that through 2025, and I think the tariff landscape was more or less known. It might not be liked, but it was known.
Yeah.
And so we went into the year, I think most investors thinking 2026 it's going to be a pretty good year, and we can talk about that.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's geopolitics that really have changed things.
Yeah.
We saw what happened in Venezuela, which surprised people, and now Greenland.
Yeah. What impact do the geopolitics actually have on capital markets? I mean, because it seems to be a case a lot of the times where it dominates a lot of the news, but actually in reality, very short-lived impact on markets.
That's right, and I think that's what's playing out now. Although certainly we're in territory as it relates to Greenland that we've never really seen before. So we'll see how it plays out. The next few days are actually going to be quite important.
Yeah. Do you see signs, and perhaps it's a little bit early, but earlier on my colleagues were talking about the potential for these South America trades to come back again. Last year there was a similar episode where people tested this thesis of U.S. exceptionalism. Are you beginning to see signs of that happening, or at least discussions?
Not really. I mean, there's certainly discussions around it, but it's not yet showing up in the numbers. And as you know, last year, there was that same narrative, and we saw a little bit of it, but certainly by mid-year last year, that was basically over. And not only did we see a reversion back to the U.S., but also an over-indexing on equities.
Okay, so would you say people are actually overweight right now, U.S. assets?
They would be overweight assets, and then they're also at an equity level that we haven't seen in over 15 years.
Okay.
So there's a lot of optimism, obviously, about the economy.
Okay, so let's circle back to what you were saying at the beginning, which is a couple of weeks ago, before the geopolitical storms, various geopolitical storms that have hit, most sentiment was pretty positive going into 2026.
And it remains positive.
Okay, and why is that the case?
I think that if you think about it, there's a lot of factors that are setting up the economy to be quite good, led by the U.S. So if you think about it, there's the Big Beautiful Bill, which the real impacts of that in terms of business investment, in terms of the tax breaks, you've got tips, the average average American is actually going to be taxed less, so that'll drive some consumer spending. But you've got a lot of other factors out there. I think tariffs had, again, up until recently, had been more or less factored in, and so now we know how to operate under those. You've got the dollar depreciation, which should help exports. Even things like the World Cup coming to the U.S. and North America broadly will drive a lot of spending. So the tailwinds in the U.S. are quite strong.
Yeah, I forgot about the World Cup. That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
How much of a swing factor is the Fed going to be? I mean, the market is pricing in about 2 rate cuts for 2026, and certainly the data recently has actually been quite robust.
Yes.
But you're going to get a changing of the guards. So how do you see that playing out and its impact on markets?
So I think you're going to get a change in the guard. Certainly, a new Fed leader will have a lot of impact on direction, but over time, less so than I think people think. I mean, there's a lot of, if you will, safeguards in the system. I mean, these are the governors themselves have 14-year terms. The chair has a 4-year term. So you'll see some change for sure. But whether it'll be a departure from the way the Fed operates, which is very data-driven and what's actually going on. And right now the Fed's facing, on the one hand, declining inflation, on the other hand, a pretty robust economy. And what's uncertain really is unemployment.
Yeah. Do you worry about the challenges to Fed independence?
I don't think it's good when there's a perception that the Fed is not independent. I actually believe what I just said, that there's a lot of institutional safeguards, but one of the reasons the U.S. has the position it does in the reserve economy is there's a lot of faith in that, and we need to make sure that the faith in that system is maintained.
Yeah. One of the big topics of discussion last year was private credit. I'm curious to see what State Street is doing in that part of the market.
So we operate in 2 areas in that. The largest area is we service a lot of the private credit operators, right? The large private credit firms. And as they're growing, we're growing. And then, of course, last year we announced the partnership with Apollo, where we put private credit into a credit ETF with them. It was the first of its kind, and it enabled private credit to be available in that form. It's very conservative, purposely so, because we want to make sure that it works. But there's 2 things going on. One, there's an appetite for credit, and 2, it's really what we call the democratization of finance and making these products in a safe way available for a broader group of investors.
Yeah, and what about the compression of spreads that we've seen in that area? I mean, you could say, quote unquote, the easy money, so the early spread compression has actually occurred.
Yeah.
I guess you have to be a lot more discerning about the opportunities now.
Yeah, and usually compressed spreads mean that the credit environment is quite strong, and I think all the evidence continues to point to that. But with compressed spreads, the underwriters have to be very careful, right? Because there's little margin for error.
Yeah, there was a moment last year where I think people were beginning to get a bit concerned about the underlying credits. You know, you had a couple of defaults, you had Tricolor, and First Brands. You had Jamie Dimon talk about potential cockroaches in the system, but we sort of moved past that now.
Yeah.
What do you think is the biggest risk to global markets? Where would the pullback come from if there is a catalyst?
So I think on the private credit side, I think it was, in my mind, overblown. If this had been a standard bank loan and a standard bankruptcy, it wouldn't have gotten the same attention. And, the realities are there were banks involved in that credit, there were private credits involved in that credit, and it was a bankruptcy. I think, though, when you have times of credit stress, that's when the good underwriters get separated from the bad underwriters. Yeah. Do I think it'll be a systemic risk? No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Ron, really good to chat to you.
Good seeing you again. Yep.
That's Ron O'Hanley, State Street CEO. And we're also on a panel together. We're going to be discussing the outlook for debt in the global economy. So I'm looking forward to that. Lizzie, I'll toss it back to you.
All right, and we'll be back with Jemana in just a few minutes' time. Thank you, Zhu. But we've also got plenty of other big interviews out of Davos today here on Bloomberg, and that includes with the Finnish President Alexander Stubb, the Bank of France Governor François Villeroy de Galhau, the UBS CEO Sergio Emotti, and the UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves. Well, coming up on the programme, Spain's Prime Minister declares 3 days of mourning as the death toll from a deadly train crash rises. More on that story next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Vernon in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We gotta talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
The new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
Can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now to our top stories this morning. Spanish authorities have confirmed that at least 40 people have now died in a high-speed rail collision in the south of the country. It happened on Sunday night when the tail end of a train jumped the track, causing another train speeding past in the opposite direction to derail. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has declared 3 days of national mourning for the victims of the crash. Elsewhere, Donald Trump's proposed Gaza peace board faces key tests this week following criticism from Israel and questioning from Europe. Bloomberg understands that the US president wants the full constitution and remit of the committee signed in Davos on Thursday. France's Emmanuel Macron has declined an invitation to join the board, an invitation that was also extended to strongmen such as Belarus's autocratic leader Alexander Lukashenko. And the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is planning to attend Wednesday's Supreme Court hearing over the attempted dismissal of Fed Governor Lisa Cook by President Trump. The Supreme Court in October refused to allow Trump to immediately oust Cook while she sues to keep her job, allowing her to remain in position until the justices rule. And finally, the Italian fashion designer Valentino Garavani has died in Rome. He was 93. The master of haute couture became the arbiter of taste to movie stars and royalty for 5 decades, while outdoing the rich and famous with his own extravagant lifestyle. Valentino achieved global prominence in the 1960s when former US First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy became his most valued customer, wearing a Valentino dress for her marriage to the Greek shipping magnate Aristotle Onassis. Well, coming up on Daybreak Europe, we're going to go back to Davos. We'll be speaking to Egypt's Investment and Trade Minister about Cairo's push to boost foreign investment in the country. That interview coming up with Hassan El Khatib with Jemana Besetchi very shortly, as we're looking at London still in the dark this morning and futures pointing lower on both sides of the Atlantic. This is Bloomberg. Good morning from London.
bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Bonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwood here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
There's a man who's indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context is everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden with your top stories. Risk off. Equity futures sink while treasuries join a global bond sell-off as Donald Trump's latest tariff threats revive trade tensions. Gold hits a fresh record amid the flight to safety. Europe weighs its response to Trump's tariff salvo, but divisions linger as Germany urges caution on using the EU's most powerful countermeasure. Plus, with trade tensions set to dominate day 2 of Davos, we'll bring you interviews with heads of state, central bankers, and global business leaders. A very good morning if you're just joining us. It's 6:30 a.m. here in London, and your markets look like this. Today is the first chance, really, for US markets to react to President Trump's threat of tariffs on the 8 nations opposing his Greenland plans. Now, we already saw the sell-off in Europe yesterday. Markets whacked from cars to credit. Citi downgrading European stocks for the first time in over a year. Today, you're seeing US futures pointing even lower than European ones because of the catch-up that we're expecting to be played today. Now, if you were looking for a safe haven amidst all of this geopolitical uncertainty, government bonds are not it. You can see treasuries joining the global bond sell-off and outsized moves when it comes to JGBs as well, more likely to do with the Japanese story there. But on the front pages this morning, unsurprisingly, Greenland dominating once again. The Financial Times reporting this morning that Denmark's dispatched additional troops to the island and really underscoring that catch-22 that President Trump wants Greenland to be better defended, but is threatening tariffs in response to extra personnel. A head-scratcher for European leaders. Meanwhile, if we turn over to The Guardian here in the UK, they've got the letter to the Norwegian Prime Minister from President Trump linking his claims on Greenland to not being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And then finally, if we turn over to the Wall Street Journal, they've got Europe confronting the unthinkable, the end of its alliance with the US after 70 years. So the paper reporting a loss of trust in Washington among European populations. But you can get a roundup of all these stories and everything you need to know to get your day going in today's edition of Daybreak, which Bloomberg Terminal subscribers can, of course, find by going to DAYB Go. Now, let's get back to Davos, because Egypt's seeking to reform its economy with a sustainable pipeline of investments from around the globe as the World Economic Forum gets underway in Switzerland. But the agenda in Davos today, of course, is set to be dominated by President Trump as potential new tariffs against European allies over Greenland threaten to upend the world order. Let's go back to Davos now and bring in Jumana Basekci, who's with our next guest. Jumana.
That's right. Thank you, Lizzie. So joining me right now is the Egyptian Investment and Trade Minister, Hassan Al-Khatib. Good morning to you. Good to have you with us. In the introduction out to me, my colleague Lizzie was talking about some of the reform momentum that we've seen in Egypt. And it's been almost a year. Actually, it has been a year since the last time I spoke to you here in Davos. Talk to me about the reform momentum and its actual macroeconomic impact, the impact it's had on the Egyptian economy.
First of all, it's a pleasure to be with you, Jumana. I think it's a year since we had our conversation last year, and you're right. I think the momentum is continuing. I think the results are also overwhelmingly positive, which gives us a great momentum to continue with the structural reforms that we promised. I can give you some numbers on the 3 key policies that affect the investment environment in Egypt. On the monetary policy side, I think the numbers are telling. When you look at reserves, when you look at the remittances of Egyptians working abroad, jumping from 18 billion last year to 37 billion. The reserves exceeds $51 billion to date. More importantly, the key policy narrative today on the monetary policy side is the inflation. And the inflation is down from its peak of 38% to 12.3%. Similarly, on the fiscal side of things, the Minister of Finance is leading a major transformation that the title of which is easing, simplifying the journey of any corporate in Egypt. And he did package 1, package 2, and package 3. And I think the private sector is responding tremendously positive. 35% increase in our tax proceeds in 1 year. The private sector participation increased by 62%. And we're continuing with that. I think with the resumption of the parliament, we have additional packages to that effect. Similarly, on the trade policy, the trade side of things is actually improved the time and cost. We cut the time of cost of releasing goods by 65% in a year. We have more ambitious to get that number to 90%, and we will do this hopefully by the.
So I wanted to ask you about trade specifically, and part of your mandate obviously is to improve the competitiveness of Egyptian trade in an environment where globally trade is being reevaluated, supply chains are being reevaluated, new blocks, economic blocks are opening up. How has that affected Egypt?
I think we're seeing the global trends and shifts in the supply chain as a positive dynamics for Egypt. Egypt's location is unique, and we're centered in 3 continents: Europe, Africa, Middle East, and you have trade agreements with all of these countries, almost 70 markets that are open with free trade agreements. And our competitiveness are now in play, whereby the supply chain shift can be very beneficial to any corporate that actually wants to produce to serve this wider 3 continents that we're centered in. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing investments from European companies, American companies, Asian companies, Chinese, and every company that exists in Egypt is actually expanding because, again, the cost advantages and the expansion that we've done in the infrastructure makes Egypt now ready. I mean, just in ports, we expanded all of our ports, both on the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, to levels that we've never seen before. So we are ready from an infrastructure point of view.
So I need to ask you about transit through the Suez Canal. Last year we spoke about the revenue hit since 2023. I'm curious to see where that number sits now, and also Maersk announcing that they're going to start using the canal again. Is your expectation that others are going to follow through too?
We're cautiously optimistic because we're speaking to most of the players. They are also cautiously optimistic. We're going to see slight improvement. But the numbers, again, will be verified mid-year. So, because, again, these ship liners would need to make sure that, again, the resumption of the traffic is consistent with their original plans. But anyway, I think it's going to be a major boost to our, again, foreign currency proceeds, but also to the resumption of what we want to do in terms of trade in general.
Yeah. I know, again, another big focus of yours has been attracting FDI into certain strategic sectors, be it around the airports, around telecommunications. What can we expect in that domain in 2026? Are there any big deals that we can anticipate?
I don't think it's about big deals. It's about continuation of what we started. It's the industry and the focus on export is really what we want to do. Our export to GDP is not where we would want it to be. But again, as I said, industry, anything that is, I would call transitionary industries, intermediate industry, Egypt is very, very competitive. So today, all the white goods manufacturers, even without an OEM in the automotive industry, we have all the feeder industries like wire harnessing and others. And we're seeing more and more. So I was actually in the Suez Canal Economic Zone last week, and we started to see even solar panel manufacturing. We started to see deepening the value add in major industries that we started to see. So this is the future. Again, more and more of these value add products that will be produced in Egypt will create the right thing.
Yeah, and it's been a year now since the establishment of the Egyptian Sovereign Wealth Fund. You chair the fund. What role is the fund going to play in pursuing some of those objectives?
The fund was established longer than a year. I only assumed responsibility of the fund a year ago. The fund mandate has been clarified over this year. The focus is value creation, is value maximization of the and return on the state assets. And we have a portfolio that is not large as we stand today, close to, I would say, $3.5 billion. What we started to report is the narrative, how to take public companies and we run them as private sector, change management, put the right incentive schemes, report like the private sector, the increase in the AUMs or the net asset value of these portfolio assets. But more importantly, it's the partnership with the private sector. We would list some of the companies, we would partner with the private companies, and some of the portfolio assets that we would have is actually the older quarters of the ministries that moved to the new administrative capital. And you will see a lot of good news in the near future because we're again transforming many of those quarters into hotels. I was recently in the previous headquarters of the Ministry of Interior at the heart of Cairo. We're changing this to an hotel, cultural hub, and co-working space, and we'll see more development of that. That will change the face of Cairo because, again, tourism in Egypt is actually doing very, very well after the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum. And we need more rooms, we need diversity in what we offer in terms of tourism.
Minister, thank you so much. A pleasure to chat to you.
Thank you.
That was Minister Hassan Al-Khatib, the Investment and Trade Minister from Egypt. Lizzie.
Jumana, thank you so much. That's been Jumana Basecci in Davos. And we've got plenty more big interviews out of Davos today, right here on Bloomberg, including with the Finnish Prime Minister Alexander Stubb, the Bank of France Governor François Villeroy de Galhau, the UBS CEO Sergio Ermotti, and the UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves. But coming up right here on Daybreak Europe, we'll discuss the threat of Trump's tariffs on Europe and Britain with Crawford Faulkner, former UK Chief Negotiation Advisor who's helped lead the UK's trade negotiation and its departure from the European Union and after. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from GPS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in GPS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15%. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in GPS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We'll see money stays across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, 6:43 a.m. here in London. Now to some other top stories we're following for you this morning. The French Premier Sébastien Lecornu is to use Article 49.3 to adopt the 2026 budget without a parliamentary vote. The moves come after months of talks with opposition parties have failed to yield an agreement. Lecornu will likely face no confidence motions, but socialist lawmakers have indicated that they're ready to abstain and allow the government to remain in place after he made concessions on tax and spending measures. Elsewhere, Croatia's central bank chief Boris Vujicic is set to become the next European Central Bank vice president and the first person from Eastern Europe to join the institution's executive board. He secured the backing from Euro-region finance ministers to succeed Luis de Guindos. He'll face a hearing at the European Parliament before European Union leaders have the final say on that appointment. The IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, says that it's too early to assess the impact of a potential new trade war between Europe and the US. She urged allies to find an agreement.
Too early to say what exactly the impact of new trade tensions is, but we know that when we have more uncertainty, bad for business, bad for households. The best way forward, find a path to agreement. And that is going to be good for everybody, everywhere.
Well, France, Germany and the UK have responded strongly to President Trump's threat of new tariffs on European nations over their support for Greenland. Let's just take a listen.
We are constantly experiencing new provocations. We are constantly experiencing new antagonism, which President Trump is seeking, and we Europeans must make it clear that the limit has been reached.
Blackmail between allies of 250 years. Blackmail between friends is obviously unacceptable. To my knowledge, this is the first time that an economic instrument, tariffs, which you know we don't think very highly of, has been used for geopolitical reasons.
Alliances endure because they're built on respect and partnership, not pressure. That is why I said the use of tariffs against allies is completely wrong.
We do not want this escalation. We do not want a trade dispute with the United States of America. But if we are confronted with tariffs that we consider inappropriate, then we are in a position to respond. And that is precisely what we will be discussing in Brussels on Thursday.
For more, Crawford Faulkner, former UK Chief Trade Negotiation Advisor and Senior Advisor at Bradshaw Advisory, joins me now. So, Crawford, thank you so much for coming in. Today marks a year into Trump's second term. By now, we know we should take him seriously, if not literally. Do you take these tariff threats literally, or are they just a negotiating ploy?
Oh, I think it would be unwise to just think it's a ploy. I mean, at the end of the day, maybe it is a ploy. But, you know, for the moment, you've got to take it deadly seriously. And, you know, that's a reality you have to deal with. I think it would be very unwise to just think this is a game. And I don't think any serious politician believes that. I think you can see from the reactions, people understand very well that this is a crossing of a line, and you need to take it seriously.
And in terms of how the UK should respond, so far, Sir Keir Starmer's taken a softly approach. We've literally rolled out the red carpet here in Britain. He's had 2 state visits, Donald Trump. Is it time to end that approach and for Britain to now retaliate?
I don't think so quite yet. I mean, I know it's understandable you would say enough is enough, you know, but the reality is that you've still got at least a couple of weeks before the next so-called deadline arrives. And while it's deeply frustrating and deeply worrying, you have to use your behind-the-scenes influence to try and use every minute you have to build an off-ramp, to find a practical way diplomatically through this, so that you can lower the temperature. And I think you've got to keep trying to do that, not because you're unaware of the consequences or that you're unable to do anything else, but for the moment, even though it sounds as if it's a difficult task, and it is, you have to try and do that. If it doesn't work, you've at least tried, you've exhausted all the possibilities.
I mean, you've literally been across the negotiating table in these situations before. I do wonder how you would approach the Trump administration at this point. You know, the Trump administration was saying that they wanted more personnel to be guarding Greenland from Russia and China. When troops were sent, that's provoked this tariff threat. How do you deal with an administration that many are saying is completely illogical?
Well, you have to deal with it the only way you can, which is by trying to build as much dialogue and to get to as many people as possible with influence to try and find a way forward. I don't think if you're trying to do that, raising the temperature is something you have to try and avoid, because that only entrenches the administration in their present position. So I think most of that has to happen behind the scenes, and I know that's frustrating. You have to have your public statements which make clear what your position is. But you do have to try and build that behind the scenes. It's been done before. I mean, you know, you can see many occasions in which that quiet diplomacy with the UK has kind of worked. I mean, it's not been perfect, but it got us, you know, a reasonable deal in the circumstances. So it's not unknown to be able to do it. Frankly, and this is, I think, important to be said, and I don't want to seem like I'm a fraud because I'm essentially a tradie in these matters, but, you know, what underlies this is a deep security problem. And so, therefore, you've got, if you like, you've got two issues to deal with, and they're absolutely connected. The tariff thing is kind of an outrageous and bizarre addition to the armory, and you certainly want to diffuse that. But you haven't solved this problem, even if you resolve that and you lower the escalation on that. You've still then got to deal with the underlying issue, which is a security question among allies. And, you know, that's certainly not going to be resolved in the next couple of weeks.
So you don't think that the security issue is a pretext for coming back to the negotiating table when it comes to tariffs? We know that there's further Trump would like to go when it comes to agriculture and certain standards when it comes to the UK deal.
I don't think so. I don't think it's a cynical game he's playing. I mean, that would be even more terrifying if you really believe that. I mean, you've got to keep your mind open to all possibilities, but I don't think so. You know, it looks like it was a reaction, perhaps to a misunderstanding of what happened with the group of military that went to Greenland. I don't know. But I don't think it's a pretext. I mean, at a certain sense, if it was a pretext, you know, you'd find it pretty bizarre and outrageous, but you'd say, well, okay, maybe we can deal with this. No, I think it's more complicated than that, and it's more deep-seated than that, and therefore you need to deal with it in substantive terms. I don't think it's just a tariff game. This is to do with something far more profound.
And so, in terms of the response to this, of course, there's the diplomacy between the UK and Washington. You've also got Keir Starmer possibly going to China, following Mark Carney's footsteps. Should Starmer be looking to bolster ties with China because of what's happening with Washington?
Look, I don't think that's the trade-off that's needed. I think you will always have to deal with what is our most important ally in as constructive a way as you can, even though it's incredibly difficult. So you have to do that. You're not going to suddenly say we're going to throw in a lot with China. That's just not credible or realistic, not just in the trade field, but in the more profound security field. Of course, you should be, as you should be with all your trading partners, trying to build constructive relationships with them. It's not a zero-sum game. And the idea that you will overnight somehow be able to resolve this by running away into distant corners is not a solution either. I mean, yes, there are things that we should be doing longer term strategically to strengthen our relationships with East Asia more generally. We're in CPTPP. We need to build those trade alliances, but they're not overnight ways in which you can resolve this. This can only be resolved, if at all, by diplomatic, constructive discussion. And if that doesn't work, then you'll have to take stock as to whether, in actual fact, there are other more costly economically ways to try and resolve it. But I don't think at the end of the day, you should make the mistake of thinking you can somehow deal with the tariff question in its own right. It'd be nice if you could actually get an agreement to kind of lower the tone on that, take it off the table, but you're then going to have to deal with the question of what the alliance does with this conflict between the United States and the rest of its allies.
Crawford, thank you so much for your insights this morning. That's Crawford Faulkner, former UK Chief Trade Negotiation Advisor and Senior Advisor at Bradshaw Advisory. Advice, I'm sure, should be heeded at Davos. Plenty more coming up on the programme. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You simply ask
Interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. Very best on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Allen, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. In our last few minutes together, just a few terminal charts to set you up for your trading day. We've been dominated by geopolitics this morning, as is likely to be the case at Davos. But in the meantime, earnings season rumbles on. In the US, we have Netflix reporting very much in focus given the possible merger with Warner Brothers. The forward guidance will be crucial, and it's expected to be a solid fourth quarter given that series of smash hits, not least the Stranger Things finale. But turning over to Europe, we've also got Rio Tinto with numbers after market, and those we can see that the shares have been following the recent rise in copper prices. So copper here in the blue line, Rio Tinto shares in the white. Finally, turning back to the US, so we've got D.R. Horton reporting earnings. They're out of Texas, the home builder, of course, focused on the cheaper end of the property market. Very timely, of course, given President Trump's push for home affordability. Our analysts saying that this company's scale and its focus on affordability do set it up for long-term gains. So we'll keep an eye on those earnings later on. But to access all of these charts that we've been using on Bloomberg TV, not just this hour, but throughout the day, do look at the function CHRT TV Go on your Bloomberg terminal. In terms of the risk events on the docket for today, in just a few minutes' time, we'll get the latest UK jobs data. Those expected to show that cooling in the labour market continuing at the back end of 2025. We're also on the lookout again for a potential Supreme Court ruling on President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs. And in just a few minutes' time, we'll look at Davos because the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is expected to be speaking. He says the president is not going to back down on Greenland. Will he take up that spirit of dialogue that is, of course, the theme of this year's conference? If you've got your phone to hand, take a photo of the QR code here for our Bloomberg Economics Daily newsletter. On the ground coverage from Davos. The opening trade's coming up next, and a guy on top will take you to the open. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
thing here is understanding. These digital assets have the ability to change the payment landscape of the world, and we need to be ready. We, the regulators, the world needs to be ready for a new wave of technology.
Stablecoins are almost entirely used in the mechanisms of trading cryptocurrencies. So what we saw is the opportunity for digital assets broadly, stablecoins in particular, to be used as a medium of exchange outside of the crypto world, what is today the fiat currency world. At some point, I think these digital asset wallets will be big enough and people will be comfortable enough using them. I think we'll have a flip from conventional payment mechanisms into stablecoin-based mechanisms.
Does that mean banks such as yourselves issuing stablecoins?
We could. We are issuing Hong Kong dollar stablecoins today. We're in a sandbox for tokenized bank deposits in Hong Kong. We're effectively issuing tokens related to trade finance in Singapore. So it's all on the table, but we're always going to tie it back to what our clients want and need. Because if we don't get that one right, the rest doesn't matter.
The market capitalization of both type of instruments, crypto and digital assets, are both very low. Stablecoins today have $20 billion of flows a day. It's less than 1% of the flows of the payment system in the world. But because they have the ability to be very helpful in use cases, particularly in retail to begin with, but then potentially on the wholesale side, I think we will see a lot more of them.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
It's Tuesday the 20th, Davos, day 2. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. On the agenda, Takaichi gets the trust treatments. We've got ongoing Arctic angst and a potential Supreme Court ruling on tariffs today. Tom.
US markets will reopen today, of course, set for a bruising session. Down 1.3% is what S&P futures are pointing to. European stocks, after losses of more than 1% yesterday, pointing to further downside today. 20 points, down 0.3%. But here is where that focus is then, with the bond vigilantes out in force in Japan, selling at the long end, the 30-year falling 24 basis points as the move higher as prices drop when it comes to the long end of Japanese sovereign debt on question marks about the Prime Minister's tax cut plans. The countdown to open trade starts right now.
NATO's been warning Denmark for about 20 years now, longer than that, 25 years. They've been warning Denmark about the Russian threat. And it's not only Russia, it's also China. So we'll see what happens, but let's put it this way, it's going to be a very interesting Davos.
That was President Trump speaking 2 hours ago. He was in Florida. He's still busy on social media talking about Greenland, talking about the agenda, and he's not wrong. It is going to be a really very interesting Davos this week. He will be in attendance, of course. But that was 2 hours ago. A lot has happened in 2 hours, in particular with regard to Japanese assets, Tom.
And the selling pressure, as we've mentioned, at the long end, 27 basis points higher right now on the 40-year. Yields above 4% for the first time on record for that tenure. And this comes down to the Prime Minister outlining plans for a 2-year tax cut on food to try to get consumers on board ahead of that February the 8th election. But the selling is there, and what you don't have is any connection between yields higher and stronger yen. The yen is down as yields move higher. Global ramifications of the sell-off that we're starting to see, of course, reflected in treasury
I've seen this movie
well.
before. Liz Truss starred in it last time. Is this a repeat?
And the Bank of England had to step in to deal with it.
So are we going to see Japanese rate hikes? What happens here? How does this play out? How does this ripple into global bond markets? Are we going to see a big reaction this morning in European government bonds? We're already seeing US Treasuries breaking out of their recent ranges. This is going to set the agenda today. Donald Trump thinks it's going to be about Davos. I suspect the story is coming out of Tokyo.
Well, it's really interesting, isn't it, the way that Treasuries and other bond markets have been responding to this, because we are seeing yields go higher, Tom, to your point. We've got 30-year Treasuries, 6 basis points higher. Same at the 20-year. 10 years are up by nearly 5 basis points right now. And if you were looking for reasons to be nervous and get into bonds, you'd find that in Greenland. But that's not what markets are thinking. Markets are much more concerned about fiscal sustainability. At the moment, that's in Japan. But they can draw links quite quickly between worries in Japan and worries in the United States.
Normally with Greenland, you'd buy Treasuries, as you say, you'd buy the dollar, but you're not. Like, this is the extraordinary thing about what is happening here. Is this a sea change in terms of the way the bond markets are viewing safe haven assets? And what are the implications of that? Gold is benefiting from this move that we're seeing out in Tokyo. And that seems like the gold market is the new treasury market. What does that mean in terms of how high yields could go if we do see yields continuing to rise in the United States, what do the authorities there do about that? If we head towards 5%, what do global equity markets do with that and other assets? This is extraordinary.
And we're just ahead of a BOJ meeting, of course, as well. That's coming up on Friday. How will the BOJ respond there? They're not expected to move, but there'll be a lot of focus on whether Governor Ueda is going to be at all hawkish to try and stem the flow out of the yen. That seems to be an area.
Citibank putting out a note saying there's likely to be three hikes if you cross 160 on dollar yen, which is currently 158 in 2026. Rates are currently at 0.75%. Inflation is 2.9%, close to 3% in Japan. So it looks to some like the BOJ is behind the curve.
Do you get repatriation? Basically, you've been using Japan as a piggy bank for a long time now. Its savings have funded global liquidity. If that changes, how do you reorder?
Yeah.
What does the portfolio look? How different does the portfolio look?
Let's talk about the other area of focus for markets, because Greenland is still very much on our agenda. We saw heavy selling on European stocks on the back of this. US futures still pointing lower, and that is the Greenland story. That is the trade tensions across the Atlantic that the US has yet to point to price in. So President Trump was speaking in Florida a couple of hours ago. He says he was reiterating we have to have Greenland. He doesn't care about the Nobel Peace Prize, he says. He doesn't think, this is crucial, that Europe will push back too much, and he will have meetings in Davos to talk about Greenland. Well, the Danes aren't going, so we'll see who he's going to be talking to about that particular subject. Back to stocks. Yes, it was a weak day yesterday, but Citi's still taking the opportunity to downgrade European stocks. And the thing is, they've outperformed the US this year to date, so there's a vulnerability perhaps priced in.
Do I need to price Diego Garcia into the gilt market this morning? Trump is raising that as a risk now for the UK, I would argue.
He's using it as an example of where he doesn't trust others to hold on to territory that he thinks is important.
So is he going to push the UK to change that strategy? Can he change that strategy? What is going to happen next? Is this... he's using tariffs as a weapon. This is kind of Clausewitz overlay in terms of how he thinks about changing geopolitical stories with tariffs. Is the UK exposed to that this morning, or am I reaching too far with that? I don't know.
It had already been a torturous negotiation between the US and the UK, and it has seemed to have gotten to an agreement last year, but that now is back on the table, it seems. And to your point around tariffs, President Trump threatening 200% tariffs on the champagne and wine of France after Macron said he would not be joining the Board of Peace when it comes to Gaza. So tariffs are back on the agenda. It's leverage he's reaching for, but the question is, for how long, given the Supreme Court?
Yes, I do think he is using it as an example, as part of his Greenland argument, isn't he? So I wonder if he's trying to focus back on Greenland, but at the same time distracting us with all kinds of other news flow. Shall we talk about the Supreme Court? I'm really hesitant to do this because I'm not friends with the Supreme Court anymore. We've had 2 days of building up our coverage toward a decision, not getting a decision, and of course they didn't promise one, so it's not their fault, that's mine. But we are still anticipating, to some degree, that we will get some kind of decision on the IEEPA tariffs. And this ties back into Greenland, because if Trump wants to put tariffs on very quickly, is he going to fall back on these IEEPA powers, which are the subject of discussion at the Supreme Court?
I have nothing further to say.
Bloomberg Intelligence says there's a 60% chance the Supreme Court rules against those IEEPA tariffs. $150 billion of revenue would then, in theory, have to go back. The betting markets, Polymarket and others, are betting that there's a 22 to 25% chance that the Trump administration wins. So, and around an 80%, 75% chance that they lose. So they think it's higher odds that.
But as we've discussed before, there's lots of nuance here.
There is the nuance.
What happens with the existing tariff revenue that's already been raised? There's all kinds of ifs and buts that are around this. It's not a simple coin toss, which 60% would seem to imply. But I don't know. I don't even know we're going to get a ruling today.
Well, and even if we do get a ruling, which might be today or tomorrow, might be when President Trump's at Davos, which should be interesting. If we did get a ruling this week, they might say nothing on the refund question. They might leave that to some lower courts, as informed by Brendan Murray.
Is he more cross when he shows up if he's had a ruling against him? Is it going to change? Does it change the tone in terms of his approach to things?
How binary is that speech by President Trump in terms of the market reaction? Is there a de-escalation as these leaders seek to meet with him and try to find a diplomatic solution? Or does he just double down on the kind of comments that we've heard from him today when it comes to Greenland?
Let's tell you about some of the guest conversations coming up in this programme from here in London, and of course we're live in Davos as well. So Jordan Rochester will be with us, Mizuho FIC Strategy Head Great voice to have on the programme as we are focused. Part of our brains, part of our radar is focused on what is going on in Japan. Maria Bateman will be with the State Street Global Markets Head of Equity Research. We saw tech really under pressure yesterday, actually, as a result of broad equity selling here in Europe. So how does that fit into her long tech views? From Davos, we'll be hearing from the Google DeepMind COO. Leah Ibrahim will be with the programme. And Fabrizio Boisi, the Prosus and Naspers Group CEO. So keeping the focus very much on tech. Part of that conversation, at least, coming up from Davos.
There's plenty of great conversations coming out of Davos today. We're potentially going to get some news flow in the next few minutes. But, Kenna, here's what's on the agenda for Bloomberg. The Finnish president, Alexander Stubb's going to be joining us. Greenland, NATO, what happens on the northern flank of NATO, all of that in focus. Bank of France governor is going to be joining us a little bit later on. Sergio Monti is going to be joining us a little bit later on. He, of course, is the CEO of UBS. And the UK Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, joining the team a little later on the day. That is going to be an interesting conversation.
Did you see the Financial Times reporting that the Chancellor has asked the CEOs and executives of UK companies to go to Davos and try and sell the UK as a place of stability compared to the US? I thought that was interesting.
And compared with Japan. The trust hangover is still part of the narrative when it comes to the UK.
Oh, well, that too, yeah.
We'll see to what extent the UK can profit from that instability elsewhere. Here's what else to think about then in terms of the daybook. ECOFIN meeting is happening in Brussels. We'll monitor that for you. 9:25 a.m. UK time. This is interesting as well. The US House Speaker, Mike Johnson, will be addressing the UK Parliament at 9:25, and the UK deadline to approve that controversial Chinese embassy, that deadline is today. Reports suggesting that the UK government is going to be approving it. We will see if that is confirmed later.
Yeah.
Also, Supreme Court hearings, of course, we talked about this tariffs. Lisa Cook, interesting that Jay Powell will be attending the hearings on Wednesday as well for Lisa Cook, as he kind of leans in to having a backbone when it comes to President Trump, unlike some, arguably. Also looking at sales from Rio Tinto and Netflix earnings.
This is an extraordinary week in terms of the news flow that we're going to be seeing. Keir Starmer, if he approves the Chinese embassy in London today, how do you think a certain person on the other side of the Atlantic is going to be responding to that? I don't know. It could be a tough day. Diego Garcia and the Chinese embassy story for Keir Starmer to deal with today.
Maybe President Trump will have plenty of other things to be messaging about.
Sure he will,
We'll see.
but he can do...
That's what you hope, maybe, isn't it? You're playing for time. Keep your head down.
You might be on an aeroplane. Who knows? What else do you need to know this Tuesday morning? The French Premier, Sébastien Lecornu, is to use Article 49.3 to adopt the 2026 French budget. He's going to do so, therefore, without a parliamentary vote. The move comes after months of talks with opposition parties failed to yield an agreement. Lecornu will likely face a no-confidence motion. Socialist lawmakers have indicated they're ready to allow the government to remain in place after he made concessions on tax and spending measures. Croatia's central bank chief, Boris Vucic, is set to become the next European Central Bank vice president and the first person from Eastern Europe to join the institution's executive board. Vucic secured the backing of the Euro region finance ministers to succeed Mr. Guindos. He will face a hearing at the European Parliament before the European Union leaders have the final say on his appointment.
The Eurogroup also agreed today to endorse Boris Vucic, governor of the Croatian National Bank, for the forthcoming ECB vice president vacancy. I am pleased to report that we had an agreement on both the process and the person.
And Donald Trump's proposed Gaza Board of Peace faces a series of key tests this week, following criticism from Israel and questioning from Europe. Bloomberg understands the US president wants the full constitution and remit of the committee signed in Davos Thursday. France's Emmanuel Macron has declined an invitation to join the board. An invitation was also extended to strongmen such as Belarus's autocratic leader, Alexander Lukashenko. An interesting board, interesting meeting that would be, wouldn't it, with all those various parties?
Well, it's fascinating. It's Board of Peace and what it is and is not. Is it replaced the United Nations? Well, President Macron said he's not joining. President Trump is angry. We played some of the clip earlier of what he said 2 hours ago in Florida. He also threatened 200% tariffs on French champagne if Emmanuel Macron does not join. So we'll watch companies like LVMH and others when it comes to that trade.
Mark Carney says he's going to join so that he can try and influence it from the inside. The Russian leader, Vladimir Putin, has apparently been invited to the Board of Peace. The Board of Peace of Vladimir Putin.
We live in it.
like
A European
strange
official
times.
saying, yeah, no doubt he will be thrilled to accept, but we haven't actually heard from the Kremlin yet. Let me mention also that President Trump has been busy posting messages from world leaders, and we have confirmation from the French that this was indeed real, a message from Emmanuel Macron to President Trump. And it was really interesting. It gave you an insight into how diplomacy with President Trump is done these days. It had a couple of lines in there where Macron was emphasizing things they agree on, whether that's Iran or on Syria, and then perhaps speaking for many European leaders, he said, I do not understand what you are doing in Greenland.
Yeah, I think a lot of people may be sharing that view,
Yeah.
but the question is, do you have to understand or do you have to manage it? You may not understand it, but you've got to deal with this, and this is going to be a big feature of the landscape when it comes to what is happening in Davos over the next few days. The tariff threat is real. Countries are being exposed to this. The tariff threat is likely to go higher. Maybe the Supreme Court changes the trajectory on that. I don't know, but this is just the reality. He's talking in the post that he's delivering this morning. It's just, this is strength. This is the diplomacy of strength. And Europe is perceived as not having that strength, and therefore, essentially, is going to have to roll over. Mark Champion's got a really interesting piece on this, basically saying Europe is going to have to accept what is happening here. He doesn't have... other things are too important.
Yeah, when you saw Keir Starmer saying we rely on US intelligence in ways and for reasons that I cannot tell you.
Our nuclear deterrence is launched by US missiles. We may build the warheads, but they build the missiles. There's so many things that we are interconnected with, and a complete divergence feels completely unrealistic.
To your point, the big risk when it comes to what European leaders will be watching for on the geopolitical front, beyond tariffs, is anything that he says about Ukraine and supporting Ukraine without intelligence that the US provides.
But how do you price this? This is the thing. I don't know how you put this. This is the question I think for all our guests today. How do you fold this in and put this into? How do you assess the risk around all of this and put a number on it?
In such an uncertain world. Coming up on the programme, we'll be continuing our live coverage from Davos, of course, today. You're seeing live images of a Bloomberg House panel from the World Economic Forum with former US Vice President Al Gore and Bloomberg's David Rubenstein. Terminal users can follow this event and others on LiveGo. Plus, Citi downgrades European stocks for the first time in a year, citing friction between Brussels and Washington. There's plenty of that to talk about. Up next, the slump in Japanese bonds deepens. We will talk investor reaction to the Prime Minister's election pitch and what it means for fiscal sustainability story in Japan and elsewhere. If you have questions, if you want to get in touch, IB plus BBTV Go. That is the function, the combination of functions to use on your Bloomberg terminal. This morning and every morning, live from London and from Davos, this is Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jomana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
High levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities that allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk. You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in 1.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
This week, live from the Alpine Mountains of Switzerland, is the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Bloomberg Television brings you unmatched coverage and conversations with world leaders, business executives, and billionaires as they navigate responsible AI deployment, economic expansion, and geopolitical tensions. Tune in for daily coverage all week. Context changes everything.
To the people in Japan, as the Prime Minister, today I have decided to dissolve the House of Representatives on 23rd January. After dissolving the House of Representatives on 23rd January, the campaigning will start on 27th January, followed by the general election, which will be held on February 8th. I plan to hold the election immediately as such. I, myself, am staking my career as Prime Minister.
The Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi announcing plans to hold a snap election next month. The tax cut story is really kind of what is enlivening markets, though, this morning. She wants to cut taxes aggressively. I feel like I've seen this movie before. We're seeing a big sell-off in Japanese bonds as a result of this. Is the BOJ going to have to react? Do I need a lettuce? These are the key questions that I think I'm asking myself this morning. Let's try and find out what Jordan Rochester thinks about all of this, head of fixed strategy at Mizuho EMEA. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do I need a lettuce?
No, you don't need a lettuce. In fact, she's extremely popular.
Yep.
That's kind of why the market's reacting the way it is. She's got some of the highest approval ratings. This is going back to Abenomics. So the market's pricing in a potential majority and a potential strong majority, giving Takaichi to go back to the policy positions that she had a year ago before she softened her views on fiscal spending and monetary policy. That's what got her into the leadership, becoming a bit more sort of balanced with the rest of her party. But the market's fearing the idea of fiscal spending.
Video to collect my thoughts and talk about my hopes for HDFPV in 2026. Now, I have two of the systems that I'm probably the most excited about, new systems anyway, that are going to become, I think, more mainstream in the next 12 months. This on the right hand side here, or not sure which way round it is with the camera, but this one here is the Cadix Ascent system, part of the Protos all-in-one, and has come out now with its own little HD VTX lights unit that you can put in other stuff. So you can buy your all-in-one kit, get your goggles, get your radio, and then potentially move on to add that technology to other stuff, cars, boats, planes, quads, wings, whatever it is. This, however, is something that's just come in. Now, I'm going to do a proper review on this. This is the goggle set from the new Beta FPV Aquila 20. Now, I looked at the analog one a couple of weeks ago. I was kind of aware the HD one was coming, but I was under NDA. The HD system is out, so I've got it here. I'm currently playing with it. I want to give it a little bit longer before I actually make some videos on this. This is using a new HD FPV system, and these are now potentially going to offer pilots an option for those who want to try HDFPV but they don't want to spend a fortune. Now, when HDFPV became a commercial reality, when DJI kind of showed everybody that the 4-minute mile was possible, the goggles were $600, air units were about $140. Lots and lots of people, including myself, kind of jumped on that and was just blown away by the change in the picture analog versus even that version 1 system. And that has been the case for a while now. Over the last couple of years, we've obviously had the Walksnail system come out. We've had some of the other projects growing up, things like Ruby and also Open are now kind of more accessible. We've had other systems like T3 and others come out as well. And I've done videos on all that stuff. A lot of it either requires you to do a lot of heavy lifting yourself, flashing of components, programming of bits, reaching for the soldering iron, which the vast majority of people that I speak to don't want to be interested at all. They just want something that's going to work. Or it was expensive. And you kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And for lots of people, it isn't the cost of the VTXs that is the prohibitive factor, although that's part of it, right? It's actually the cost of the goggles and the VTX units themselves. Because if you have 10 models, maybe you've got a couple of quads, some wings, some planes, you want to add HDFPV. If you have 10 models, if it's $150 per model, that's $1,500 just to put the HD system in that. I know lots of us, when we first started out, tried to make it so you could move the VTX unit from model to model and try and save some cash. So it's, although the goggles have come down a lot recently, so things like the Ascent system and the new Beta FPV system, I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment, the goggles are a lot cheaper. It's the fact that the airside units, you know, with the Ascent system, is $36 for the VTX Lite, but I think we're going to see some changes. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then, you know, you kind of can get into the system if you're a brand new beginner by buying the all-in-ones that these things come from. So this is the little quad that's part of the Protoss system from Cadix and Walksnail using Ascent. This is the quad from the Aquila 20 HD system. These are very different flying models, actually. This is very much aimed at the beginner. It kind of flies itself almost. I had a look at the analog one and loved it. And the fact it's now available in HD is just really good. It's just really interesting, the HD system they've gone for. So let's talk about the two HD systems. What are they, for those of you that may have not spotted that stuff over the last month or two? So the first one is that Walksnail Ascent system that initially came out as part of this. This is the Protoss all-in-one kit. I definitely think that Cadix and Walksnail buried the lead on this. This came out, it's a really nice little all-in-one kit. The quad's not particularly powerful. It's aimed at beginners, let's be honest. It's not aimed at the people who watch a lot of my videos who already have an HDX radio, HD FPV system, you know, all those different pieces. It means that somebody who just wants to try it out can kind of get their toe in the water. But they didn't really make a big deal of the fact that it was a brand new HD FPV system. And that, for me, was them definitely burying the lead. However, they've now brought out things like the Ascent Lite VTX. The performance of this is actually really good. So this now means that with the Ascent Lite VTX, you can actually, with the goggles that you get either through the Protoss kit or separately, because the goggles aren't expensive either, and I actually really like these goggles. I have a couple of these. These are very similar to the Walksnail Goggle Ls. I use them for my own head tracking rigs. They fit my face really well and they work fine. It's got FPV recording inside. It's very easy to use. You can kind of squeeze your glasses in if you really have to, but they do offer sight correction as well. The only thing that I think most of us were disappointed in was that this system is not compatible with the Walksnail system that they've had out for a couple of years now. I kind of understand that, as I've said before, from a marketing point of view, but from a person who's invested in the Walksnail point of view, it's kind of like, oh God, have I really got to buy another pair of goggles? That's kind of the reality of it. The only other downside with this currently, note the word currently, is that this has a limited range. This is the VTX Lite, and when I first looked at this, I wasn't aware of anything that was happening, so I kind of speculated on what was coming. I think the good news is do make sure you're subscribed, because there is a lot of new stuff happening around this. Walksnail are investing heavily in the Ascent system and will build it out into something that's going to be very, very interesting for lots of pilots. This again is a 3 kilometer maximum range. I know people have done long ranges with Ascent. Would I push it that far? Not in the flying that I do here, definitely not. one, because it's not legal, but two, I would hate to lose a model. That's why I have GPS return to home on all of the models that I fly here with HDFPV stuff. However, if it's a £36 VTX unit versus a £150 VTX unit, it still will hurt if I lose that model, but it's not going to hurt as much. But if they can increase the power, give us a little bit more range, for those of us where it's safe and legal to do so, then that will kind of take away one of the big criticisms of the Ascent system. And I personally don't think we're going to have to wait that long for that to happen. And when it does, I'll talk about it on the channel. The other system is part of this thing here. Again, this is the Beta FPV Aquila 20 HDFPV system. This is using the ArtLynx HDFPV system, which delivers 1080p at 60 frames a second. Again, the latency is a little bit higher for those of you that want to fly really close to things in a quad. It's 60 milliseconds, but actually for normal hobby flying or fixed wing flying, or even cars or boats or anything else that you'd want to put it on, 60 milliseconds is absolutely fine. They're talking about the range of this system being about 400 meters, and the goggles that you get as part of the new kit are that kind of glass friendly design again, which lets you record that HD stuff in the goggles using the HD stuff. Now this P1 HD VTX system inside the Aquila 20 HD can go up to 200 milliwatts. The picture is very nice actually. There's a little bit of smearing or muddying of the grass and fine detail in the way that things like the a new Ascent system from Walksnail don't do, but actually feels and looks to me very similar to some of the early Walksnail versions of firmware that they had. Penetration is actually really nice as well, flying it around behind stuff like the new Ascent system. They seem to have got much better at how to handle that. The way it degrades is very, very similar to things like Adlog. So you get a little bit of warning that you are starting to push it and that you need to kind of turn back and head back for the home location. Now, for lots of people, they'll look at that and go, oh, hang on a minute, only half a kilometre of range, 60 milliseconds is too much latency. Well, you know what? That's probably means that this system at the moment is probably not going to be for you. But I think for lots of hobby grade pilots who are looking to get into HDFPV, you know what? They don't really care about that stuff, and they're not going to fly further than that anyway. With a small quad, that's edge of line of sight, which is legal in most places. And the fact that it's 60 milliseconds, if you're learning to fly, you know what? It doesn't really matter, because you tend to have lots of aids turned on, things like quads and wings, that are going to make it easier to fly anyway, flying in essentially angle mode. I will do a more in-depth review of the Aquila 20 when I've got a little bit more flying on it. Lots of people have kind of rushed to get their videos out on it because it's a new exciting thing. I would like to spend a little bit more time in it before I make my full review video. So it looks like 2026 is going to be an interesting year for cheaper HDFPV. We have the ArtLynx system, which Beta FPV are getting behind and putting inside their stuff, and with the very recent announcement that the P1 HD VTX is going to be offered separately for $38, and the HD goggles that I have here, the VR04 HD goggles, are going to be available for $149, means that this, again, similar to the Cadix system, is one potentially that you can invest in, and you can start to grow as you want to add it to additional models and additional vehicles. But also we have the Walksnail Ascent system as well, which has already taken its first steps into really upsetting the apple cart with some of the more traditional HD FPV vendors. The exciting thing is, with these kind of lower price points, it does put a lot of pressure on people like DJI and others, and even people like Walksnail themselves, to create a real differentiation between these kind of systems aimed at the hobbyists and also the professional systems, I do air quotes if my hands were free, which is what now the Walksnail system is aimed at. Stay tuned. I will try and track what's going on with these, and as the new components for things like Ascent come out, I'll try and get them in and we can talk about them. But also, now Beta FPV is behind the ArtLynx system. It's going to be interesting to see how that grows as well. Stay tuned. It's going to be an interesting year for HDFPV. Thank you for watching my video. Check out the playlist, and adding Payments 360 to your search terms will help you find my content. If you haven't done so already, please hit the like and subscribe button. It helps a lot. You can support the time I spend here answering questions and helping others by using the links in the video description.
This system right here blew my mind. I've just got back from flying this thing and it far exceeded any expectations I had. This is the new ArtLink system in the Aquila 20. If you're into cheap digital FPV, it is shaping up for 2026 to completely revolutionize what we expect in our hobbies. Look at that image. Remember, this is like the cheapest system that there is for digital. Man, I don't know, like that's amazing. G'day, Stu from Yoda Futures, and you can probably tell from that intro that I am pumped for this product. What I'm about to show you here, this new system, like look at this, I'm just going to put some stuff on the screen. This is a cheap system that I was already impressed with some other new competitors on the market, but from Beta FPV, we have the Aquila 20, which is all bind and fly, but the important part in this video that you're going to see, the next system that is really going to shake up our FPV scene, the ArtLink. Inside here, we've got some artisan tech, and it is next level impressive for the price. So what we're going to do in this video, we're going to break it down. I'm going to talk about the kit because I do still need to talk about the radio and the actual drones itself. But the big one, you're going to see just how capable this system is. You're going to see the lack of like breakup that I had, some penetration, some range testing with this that I did not expect at all. I had my expectations. They were smashed, and then some important parts to note as well. We do need to talk about some fragmentation and what this means for a hobby going forward. We have so many choices now, but those choices are going to matter more than ever. So let's do it. Let's break the system down, and most importantly, you just wait until you see the flight footage, the actual visuals from this cheap FPV system. Cheap digital system. Now look, because I respect your time, I'm going to break down the goggles. I'll talk about the drone and the radio itself a little bit, but the important part, I want to talk about the actual FPV system in here, and towards the end of the video, I'll go through some of the more nuanced things that you need to be aware of, plus some of the other extras. But the important part here, these are the new goggles, and we also have inside here is, I think it's the PX1 or Artisan. I'll put a picture on the screen. The new VTX, it can do 60 frames per second at 1080p. It has, I think, 60 milliseconds of latency. These box goggles right here are a bit of a mix between old and new tech. This is the first time that I've seen Beta FPV enter the digital space. We're going to turn them on the back right here. Let me just plug a drone battery in as well so you can see exactly how this goes. All right, so you can see in here, one thing I do really like, the menu is really intuitive. I only have access to 4 channels, which is a different limitation to some other systems like DJI and Walksnail, Analog and those sorts of things. But it was really easy to go through, change all your settings. When it's actually sitting on your face, we'll talk about this as well. You are going to get some light leakage. The actual goggle design and the feeling of this thing, it is not my favorite, but where this is just leagues above everything else in cheap digital is the performance, and that's the part that I want to show you. So we're going to do that right now. You're going to see me go out to the field. We will come and talk about these other parts. We're going to go fly this around, and let me just show you the digital experience that you can expect from a cheap system. This entire kit is $350 or $360 US. That's drone, radio, batteries, chargers, goggles. We're doing it differently because you need to see this video system. So let's go out to the field and you'll see me flying this cheap kit around and what you can expect from this new ArtLink. So let's do that in 3, 2, 1. Radio out here in the field. Let's do it. A budget entry HD system. It's in the Aquila 20. What I'm really excited about is how does this perform? What's it going to be like compared to the Cadex Ascent? And I have to say, it is a perfect day for testing. So let's fly around this budget VTX system, find out just how well it goes. We'll talk about the goggles, we'll talk about the drone and the radio, but most importantly, let's check out this new entry into like the world of digital FPV. Now, before we take off, I must say everything about this system, like you might have seen a little bit on the bench, it feels a little bit less refined. So these sort of box goggles, they're not as comfortable as the Ascent, but I have flown a little bit around the digital system, and that's the part I'm really excited for. So let's simply slide this in the back here. I think that's it. Like, you don't get that nice snapping, that nice click that comes with some of the Cadex system. All right, let's turn that on. Turn my radio on. Turn my goggles on, which is this button back here. Come on. Yes. There we go. Getting beeps all over the place. This should be booting up. And there we go. And what I do like actually is how easy it is to use though. So I found the menu system in here, like already where record was, that part does feel very intuitive. So we're in standby mode at the moment, so it does feel a little bit jittery, but let's take this thing off, rip around, and just have some fun. So I do get a little bit of light leakage, like actually a lot of light leakage coming in here. It is a big screen as well. The arming is a little bit weird as well. And you notice as soon as I do that, the picture clears up to get it out of that standby mode section. All right, let's go here. Oh, what am I stuck on? Stuck on some grass. There we go. All right, now this is the part that straight away, like, you're just going to be your mind is going to be blown that this is a beginner system for this FPV. The drone I'm going to talk about in a little bit, but I'm so excited for this because especially compared to Ascent, having 200 milliwatts in here, and if I look at the breakup and how this handles, this is so good for a budget entry. And we haven't even spoken about like the whole kit or anything. And this at the moment is the only way to get that. But the ArtLink system that is in here, like, it is gorgeous for the price that you are paying. You're still going to see some artifacts and everything. And I must mention as well, when I looked at some previous DVR of this flying around my house, it looks better in the goggles. I don't know how to explain that, but yeah, in the sky, when I'm actually here cruising around, let's have a look at some breakup here behind these trees, behind these earth mounds. That is extremely good, where we would have lost the CADX system there with the Ascent anyway. So on first impressions, or I should say like very early impressions, because I have flown a few packs, this is incredible. We should probably talk about the radio. The radio feels cheap. I prefer something like the T8L. It feels very, very similar again to the Protoss remote. I don't think that's the fancy part. The goggles themselves, I can feel it resting on my nose. I am getting some light leakage. But for a beginner entry goggle, the really important part, it looks gorgeous, but it's very loud. I'm not feeling cross-eyed, which is a major problem I find with some other goggles out there. Now, let's see if we can do a little bit of a punch-out with the drone itself. So yeah, the drone itself, it's not going to be made for races. It's not going to be doing any crazy freestyle. See if we can do some, oh, look at that, like a nice little orbit through the trees. And also too, like very little carbon, I think, if any, in this actual frame. Let's go for a fly out here. Let's test just how well it can go. What we can see in terms of actual image breakup. Let's see if we can push this to its limits. Cruising out down here. And remember, this is like the cheapest system that there is for digital. Okay, we're starting to, man, I don't know, like that's amazing. I've got 1 bar of reception. Okay, it's getting a little bit blocky. I do feel a little bit of latency. Let's see if we can head back now, see if the picture starts to clear up. Those ghost branches, hard to see, but like, you guys look at this. You are going to get some smearing in the greens and the grasses, and you are going to get some blockiness. But what I really want to stress is, this is like the cheapest we have ever seen digital, and I'm getting such a better experience than I did with the Protoss. I really like the Protoss for what it did. I didn't like its latency. It had a little bit of room to improve, I guess, in terms of the actual image transmission. But this ArtLink system,
Alright, so time to talk about the new Beta FPV P1 Air Unit HD VTX, and that's what it looks like. And I already knew this was kind of coming. All of the things were kind of, basically the writing was on the wall already when the Aquila 20 HD came out, and I did a review on this RTF system here. This is really targeted towards first-time pilots, beginners, not like the traditional FPV crowd. So you can go watch this video if you want. It kind of gives you an idea what the video quality is like. Go check that out. I'll link that in the description. But now for you DIY guys that want to build your own drones with this technology in here, they have the VTX available now, and pretty amazing price, $38. Obviously just for the VTX there, as you see, camera, the VTX unit, and the antenna. They also have the goggles for sale for $149. And this was also announced. This is their new Meteor 75 Pro with P1 VTX in there, $130. So quite competitive in terms of pricing for what you get for a digital system. And I think, you know, this budget system is really going for those folks that are interested in FPV, they don't like the video quality of analog. They would prefer digital, but they don't like the prices of digital, like an HD, or it's like a DJI, 04 system, for example, quite a bit more expensive than this one. So they're kind of, they're trying to appease the people that want to fly FPV for cheap, like analog prices, but digital. And this is kind of not quite as cheap as analog. I think some people might argue that it's cheaper in terms of the goggles. And of course, these are box goggles, so if you want to get really high-end analog stuff, you can definitely spend more than this, of course. But I think that's what they're targeting. They're targeting people that are not really wanting to spend too much, but they want the higher quality of digital and the prices of analog. So I can kind of see where this is kind of going. Now, for those of you who are like, oh, how compatible is this with the Caddx system and other future systems? So they do talk a little bit about this on their product page on the Air unit. So, they're saying this is an open system, Artisan inside, and CAP supported. Not really sure what that means. I didn't really get a good answer from BFE about that. But I believe the firmware that they're running on their system is actually supported by Artisan, the creators of the hardware. And I believe Caddx might be using something really similar in terms of hardware, but they're using their own proprietary firmware. So that leads me to believe that this system for Beta FPV is probably going to be compatible with other systems that are coming out from other companies that will basically use this Artisan inside and CAP supported, I guess, backdrop of what the technology is. Because I don't believe Beta FPV has the in-house talent to develop software, the firmware for the VTX. So they're probably just using what Artisan developed, and whoever else is going to be, taking up this particular HD video system, they'll probably use that same, firmware. So it's going to be on other, future devices that might be coming out from Artisan, and again, probably not going to be compatible with Caddx. So, there's a lot of speculation on my part. I'm not 100% sure on all this one, so you guys can tell me I'm wrong down in the comments. I'm sure some people will say that anyway. Now, what's interesting is there was someone left a comment on the Aquila 20 review video that the VTX would be sold for $35, which was kind of like, I was like, how are they getting that specific information? And the goggles would be sold for $100, and I'm like, that would be kind of crazy because that price doesn't match up with what you get here in the kit with the controller and all on the batteries and everything. And I thought it would be a little bit higher. And I suspect that wherever these rumors are coming from or wherever it got leaked, the $35 and $100 is probably what's called the bill of materials, the BOM, what the actual components cost to build it. So I suspect Beta FPV is not making much on this VTX. They're probably spending $35 per unit on the VTX, which is, I think it's still digital. It's still digital video being transmitted. So $35 was what they're probably spending, and then probably Beta FPV's cost of materials for the goggles is around $100 with all the all the components in there, and then of course they have their standard markup there for profit for making something. So maybe somehow their bill of materials costs got leaked out somewhere, and that's where those numbers came from. But yeah, still $149 for the goggles and $38 for the VTX is pretty good. And actually, if you wanted to build your own sort of ready to fly kit, you can. If you just want to get the drone, you can just pick up the Meteor 75 Pro P1 for $130, and then the goggles for $100 and about $150. So still less than $100, still less than $300. And if you don't like the Light Radio 4 that came with this kit here, which a lot of people said they didn't, you can pick up Radio Master or whatever, they pocket for like $65, and you got a pretty decent system that is a little bit more than, I think this is like $360, so maybe around the same cost, or maybe a little bit less, somewhere around there, depending on which you pick or where you pick it up at. So there's definitely a lot of possibilities, a lot of potential for different ways to go. And of course, if you want to build your own drone, This is just a standard 25 by 25 whoop board. Again, I'll link all this stuff in the description so you can read. Obviously, I'm going to be skipping over a lot of the important stuff because I will be getting this stuff at some point later. And yeah, 6.5 grams. Camera included for the air unit. If you don't include camera, it's 3.6 grams. So very light, 25 by 25 in terms of the mounting holes. So standard whoop style. I think it's 5 volts. It's a 14 millimeter with camera and 170 degree field of view. So it's not the best camera in the world. Again, check out my review. You'll see the video quality. It's 1080p video, 60 FPS. So, you know, it's definitely not DJI quality. And does support Betaflight flight controller as well as the Beta FPV flight controller that's in the Aquila. And just show you a little diagram here of what the boards look like. Flight controller port, USB port, which is a plug, and then there's a diagram right below here that kind of shows what those plugs are. So we'll get down. Let's get right over to that. So this thing 5 kilometers of range. There's a video. I'll talk about that here in a second. It's only 200 milliwatts of output. So again, DJI O4 goes up to 2 watts or 2,000 milliwatts. So it's really not in the same league. This is that video I will get to here in a second. It does go to 5.64 kilometers, but the video is kind of, you know, so-so in terms of the quality. And let's see, let's find there's a diagram here that shows the plug. Yeah, so here's the diagram that shows the plug. It's a 6-pin, very familiar looking. I believe this is the same order as what you would find on a DJI system. You know, in terms of power, ground, the UART that goes to the flight controller, and then you have these 2 other pins here that are just ground. And usually pin 6 is like S-Bus, but on DJI, but obviously here it's this NA because this obviously not going to be using S-Bus. But again, it's only 5 volts on this one, not you know, wide voltage range like you find in a DJI system. And then the other plug over here, this other 4-pin plug, you can see here it has USB. Looks like that's V-Bus is positive voltage, I believe, and then this ground. Then you have DP and DN. Now, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe this is the same plug that's on their flight controllers. So if you look at their latest 1S flight controllers, the ones for the Pavo 20 Pro, they use the same plug here. I believe that goes to that little adapter, the USB-C port adapter. And I believe this is going to be for firmware updates. But again, I'll find no more once I get this in hand. Now going to their video on their range test, you know, 5 kilometers. This is the start of the video, and we'll just play it here for a little bit. But basically, you start off at a bit rate at 16 megabits, which is the maximum, and obviously you get a pretty decent picture as you start out. But then when you go out to where they go to like over 5 kilometers away, the signal drops off, and then the bitrate drops off. So here at the end of their test, you know, showing their distance, like over like 5.6 kilometers away, the bitrate drops down to about 2 megabits. So the image quality does degrade. And interestingly, I think what it does in terms of the basically when the bitrate drops down, it's kind of fuzzy, less detailed, etc. It's hard to see in this sort of test here where they're doing basically looking at the ocean and then some clouds. So the difference between 16 megabits and 2 megabits isn't as apparent, especially in their video, but it might be more apparent if you're flying in like more of an environment where there's a lot more details. But the fact that they can go that far in open air is kind of impressive. Now, they're probably, in this case, they're using like, I think a 7-inch drone. It's kind of funny, at the beginning of the video, they're saying they're using a 7-inch whoop, which is like, what the hell is that? And yeah, they probably have GPS rescue on this quad and a bunch of probably way better antennas for long range. That's definitely a lot different than the Aquila 20 here, which has like a little tiny patch antenna in the back. So the results that you're going to have are really going to vary based on your equipment. But you know, I did a penetration test on this one. I tried to go like around the corner of a building where there's a lot of concrete, and I'll link that video as well in the description in case you missed it. But because it's only 200 milliwatts, the penetrating power of this video signal isn't very good. So as soon as I get around that corner and a lot of that concrete starts to block the signal, the bitrate drops off very quickly. Now, in this particular test that I ran, I actually lost control of the quad because my ELRS signal fail-safed, and that's what actually caused my crash. So I basically can't do any further testing with this system here in terms of penetration and building, it's around concrete buildings, because the radio can only go to 100 milliwatts. So I may need to figure out some way to either take this video transmitter out of here and put it in something else, or bind it to a radio with more output power for the Express LRS connection, just to see what happens if I get totally behind the building. Obviously, the bit rate's going to drop a lot. So how flyable that is probably not going to be much at 200 milliwatts. So my advice to those of you that want to use this system for bando flying, definitely look elsewhere. It just doesn't have in my opinion, it just doesn't have the penetrating power to go through concrete. Now, if you have proof that I'm wrong on this, let me know in the comments, and I'm more than happy to say that I made a mistake. But my guess is that this 200 milliwatts of power on this particular system isn't going to be bando worthy. So for those of you that want to fly bandos, I would not go with the system. I would look at DJI 04. Which can go to a much higher output power. I think this is going to be for people that are more into flying in open areas, parks with not a lot of trees, don't want to fly too far, but they want sort of that higher video quality that you get from HD, even though it's only 1080p. So there'll be more content on this. I still have to do a few more videos on just the system itself. And then maybe I'll take the VTX out of here and put it into something else. We'll see. Let me know what you guys want to see in the comments below. That'll do it for this video. Talk to you guys in the next one.
When digital video transmitters like the original DJI Air unit first came out, one of the first complaints that I had about them was that they were so big and heavy. In fact, I remember thinking, oof, how good could the video possibly be that it's worth all this additional weight? Well, it turns out the video was pretty freaking good, and we learned to live with the weight. But that weight becomes an even bigger challenge when you try to put the digital video transmitter into a micro-sized quadcopter, like this one. This is the Beta FPV Pavo Pico 2. Pavo Pico is Beta FPV's 75 to 80 millimeter size class with digital video transmitters in them. And the Pavo Pico 2 has a DJI 04 air unit, as well as a new updated frame with updated vibration damping materials. In this video, we're going to take it out, we're going to fly it, we're going to see what's up. I'm Joshua Bardwell. You're going to learn something today. But I want to start right off with some flight footage. I know it's bad YouTube policy to spoil the video right there at the beginning, but I know you guys want to see this thing fly, and I cannot wait to tell you how impressed I am with how good this thing flew. Is it the best flying micro drone ever? I'm sure that belongs to some analog or HD0 micro with 40 billion kV motors weighing just 8 grams. Okay, fine, but especially for a little micro drone with a DJI 04 air unit on board, it flies pretty good. The pilot, on the other hand, leaves a little bit to be desired. Hey, durability test, that's what I like to call it. I'll go into the details later in the video. We'll do like a detailed flight comparison. We'll test out all kinds of things. But long story short, I had moderately mid expectations and got way better than I bargained for. In a lot of ways, the Pavo Pico 2 is not that different from the Pavo Picos that came before it. The motors are 1102 in size and 14,000 kV. That 14,000 kV rating is paired with a 2-cell battery and a Gemfan 45mm prop to create the power system for the quadcopter. And I gotta give Beta FPV credit here. I went back and checked, and 1102 motors at 14,000 kV have been the size and kV rating that has been used on previous Pavo Picos going back to the DJI 03. Well, technically I think it's only one generation, so it's not like it's been that long. But a lot of times there's a temptation as a manufacturer to just shake things up to go 15,000 kV or a slightly bigger motor just for the sake of convincing people that you've improved things. This is a pretty solid formula, and kudos to Beta FPV for just sticking with what works. That's not to say that the motors haven't been improved in any way. Beta FPV's marketing material says that this new upgraded lava motor makes 10% more thrust than previous for explosive responsiveness. Well, historically, this drone hasn't exactly been explosive, in large part due to the weight of the digital video transmitter, but 10% more thrust, I guess nobody could complain about that. The diagonal wheelbase of the Pavo Pico is 80 millimeters, and that's important because I flew the Pavo Femto, which is their 75 millimeter durability test, 75 millimeter drone. It also has the DJI-O4 Air unit in it, and I found it to be just a little bit too heavy for my taste. It was okay, but I would have liked it, well, if it had just slightly bigger props. The Pavo Pico has 45 millimeter props compared to the 1.6 inch props on the Pavo Femto. By the way, FU to everyone in FPV for mixing metric and Imperial units. I guess FU to America for keeping Imperial units alive all this time. How stupid is it that this is a 45 millimeter prop, but this is a 1.6 inch, that's 40.6 millimeters, a prop. Oh well, I guess you just get good at converting. The point is, this prop on the Pavo Femto is just slightly not enough for my taste, and I expect that this 45 millimeter prop on the Pavo Pico is going to be mwah, but we'll find out when we fly it. One of the big selling points of the Pavo Pico V2 is the improved mounting system for the O4 Air unit. So this drone has the O4 Light Air unit in it. That's the smaller, lighter one. You can see it's just a single board here compared to the O4 Pro, which is a much thicker, fatter air unit. One of the biggest changes that Beta FPV's made to the Pavo Pico V2 is an improvement to the way that the camera is soft mounted. It's really important to soft mount the cameras for digital video systems because a lot of times the footage from the digital video system is actually going to be your final footage, as opposed to analog systems where a lot of times you'll fly off the analog system, and if there's a little bit of vibration, who cares? And your final footage is actually going to be some other camera, like a GoPro, for example. The previous version of the Pavo Pico soft-mounted the camera here at the camera mount, and the canopy was hard-mounted. And long story short, that was complicated. It was tedious and had a lot of screws to take out if you wanted to change a broken canopy or change out your camera. This method uses 2 screws, very traditional style of camera mounting. By the way, you can also see we've got up tilt adjustment right here, so we can easily adjust the up tilt. And if we need to change this camera out, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 screws, and it pops right out, just like you would expect with any other camera mounting. The soft mounting is accomplished by soft mounting the whole canopy itself. And it's got these gummies or bobbins, I think they're called, here to soft mount compared to the carbon fiber plate of the frame. So the canopy is isolated from the motors, and in addition, you could argue that the additional mass here is actually going to give more damping and more vibration isolation to the camera. We're going to test it out, and we're going to see how the camera performs, specifically how the image stabilization on the camera performs, and whether this camera can put out good data, especially for use with gyroflow. A lot of times the footage from the O4 Lite is unusable with gyroflow. Gyroflow is a open source third-party image stabilization software, and it relies on gyro data from the camera, and that means if the camera doesn't have good vibration isolation, it just is trash, it just won't work. So we're going to test that out, and that'll be our metric for how good this vibration isolation is. I do want to say, when I first saw these bobbins here, I've used these before for other things, and if there's too much weight on the bobbins, then as soon as the drone crashes, the bobbins rip out, and then they're really a pain in the butt to get back in. It's not the end of the world, but I was a little bit instantly annoyed when I saw them. I'm hoping that the amount of weight on these bobbins is small enough that they don't rip out in a crash and they just do their job perfectly. Now, what you might be thinking is, well, hold on, that's the O4 Lite camera. It's got the very narrow field of view. It doesn't have as good low light sensitivity. I want to use the O4 Pro camera. By the way, if you weren't thinking that because you don't know the differences between the O4 Lite and the O4 Pro camera, I've got a comparison video that I did, and I'll put a link to it in the video description below, and you can check out. You can see just how much you're giving up to get the lighter weight of the O4 Lite camera. Well, if you do want to use the O4 Pro, Beta FPV sells this. This canopy is for use with the O4 Pro. It mounts in here, the camera mounts in here, and this one is a little bit different. You can see there's no spots for the bobbins. Instead, you're going to have some screws and some standard gummies that go through the frame. and it's going to be a little bit more hard mounted. That's probably because the additional weight of the 04 would cause the bobbins to rip out. So good job, Beta FPV. I'm crossing my fingers that you've checked all the boxes and done everything right here. You can actually see an example of that style of mounting here on the Pavo Femto. You can see the canopy is hard mounted with screws, and then it's a little hard to tell on the camera, but we've got these vibration isolating gummies right here that the screw is passing through. Presumably that's exactly how the 04 Pro will mount. I love the fact that the relevant controls of the 04 Lite are accessible through this canopy. Here is the bind button, and here on the other side is the USB port for the 04 Lite. That's a small thing, but some manufacturers get it wrong. Hopefully by this point Beta FPV has enough experience that they won't, but still need credit where credit's due. The flight controller is an F4 flight controller. That's pretty typical for stuff in this price range. You could certainly get a little bit more performance if you had an F7 or an H7 processor, but that would add expense and not really give any meaningful performance advantage. So I'm fine with the fact that it's an F4. It does have a voltage regulator for the light air unit, so even though you're using 2-cell batteries, which will go down to 7 volts, it will provide enough voltage to the 04 Lite that the 04 Lite will not brown out. The ESC is a 20 amp ESC, and that should be plenty for these motors and props. The flight controller has built-in 2.4 GHz Express LRS, and we can see the Express LRS receiver antenna is this little red piece of wire sticking out here that is soldered to the flight controller. You can just barely see it, I think. That's what that little red wire is. And I love the fact that they've tucked this up here in a way where it's relatively protected while still sticking out enough to hopefully give good range. The frame comes with a battery tray that is sized perfectly for these Beta FPV Lava 550 milliamp hour batteries. You may roll the dice with some other batteries and see if they will fit in the tray, but for example, Nick Burns says he used some GMB batteries and they were just a little bit too big.
Alright, so time to do a range and penetration test with the Aquila 20 HD with the ArcLink system in it. And I'm going to fly this parking lot that I've flown at many times before. If you guys follow my channel, I've flown DJI here lots of times. I'm going to fly first to the end of this parking lot here. It's fairly clearly line of sight, so about 200 meters down to the corner. I should have no problem there. I'm going to kind of try and go through these trees and see what happens. And then I'm going to try and go behind this building here. DJI can go somewhat behind this building, but then it drops off pretty quickly, and that's at full power. This one only goes like 200 milliwatts, so I'm not expecting much. We'll see how far I can get behind this building, because there's I think a lot of concrete and metal in this building. So with that, we're going to go down this way first. I'll cut across here, and then go along the side of this building, and then see how the video performs, and I'll try and read off the important specs information as I'm flying. I'll head down, see if I can get around these trees. It's a little bit, actually it's pretty windy right now. It's doing pretty well. I'm getting pushed around though. Yeah, it's quite a bit of wind. Going down behind these trees, no problem. Even with the wind, it is pretty bumpy. Let me get out of here. It is too windy. It's actually windier, way windier down over here. But down at the end of this parking lot, 200 meters, I've got 3 bars, 11 megabits on the bit rate. But in terms of what I can see, it's nice and clear. No issues seeing anything. No jitters or breakups either. I'm at 2 bars now. I think the antenna of the video transmitter is on the back. So as I face away, it goes green. I got 4 bars there just for a second, not 3. But if I face towards me, I get a lower signal. I think the antenna's on the back. So just be aware that if you're flying far away, when you turn around, your signal's going to drop off pretty quick. So I'm going to come back this way. Yeah, I mean, it's very flyable. Latency is really not that bad at all. It feels similar to my DJI 04 system, which I normally fly at 60 FPS. I don't fly 100 FPS. I was trying to go back behind this building here.
Theories, and whilst I'm being told that it
latency even lower than you could get on analog. All three brands have now also made a push into the smaller and lightweight space, with all of them offering 1 to 2 SVTXs, although it is worth mentioning that it is only Avatar HD and HD0 that truly offer a 1 SVTX, with the DJI O4 unit really being classed as a 2 SVTX. Whilst there is no question that all of these systems have a lot to offer, there has still been a hunger and a want for smaller, lighter, and especially cheaper digital FPV systems on the market. Last year, we saw the introduction of OpenIPC, and there has been a huge amount of interest and hope around that could fill the gap between what is offered in analog and the likes of the Digital 3, although up until this point in time, whilst the project is moving forward nicely, the commercialization of it and bringing a product to the marketplace has been difficult, and it remains very much a DIY solution. However, all of this is about to change, because over the last few weeks we've seen a number of new systems hit the market, all based around the same next generation Artisan chipset. These systems include the Cadex Walksnail Ascent system, the Beta FPV ArtLink system, and potentially even the new Start RC VT5 system. It's unlikely these are going to be the only ones as well, and it appears that Artisan are about to become the Intel of the digital FPV drone industry. So what I'm going to do today is give you an overview of what all of this is about, how it impacts you, and if you should consider buying any of these new systems. Okay, so all of this started here with the new Cadex Protoss drone and their Ascent digital FPV system. This system is actually based on the next generation Artisan AR-Link chipset, the AR8030. This is Artisan's next generation AR-Link RF chipset that combines not only the RF baseband and MUX into one, but Artisans say is the world's first 150 MHz to 7 GHz full band wireless communication SoC, based on a RISC-V architecture that integrates baseband, radio frequency, and upper layer communication protocol stacks on a single chip, and they say it offers lower power and better performance than their previous products. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, who exactly is this Artisan, and what have they got to do with drones and FPV? Well, the very basics are, Artisan, also known as Coolchip, are a Chinese-based fabless chip design house offering solutions such as high-performance ISPs for image processing, self-developed wireless baseband, as well as high-performance, low-power NPUs. They have been around since the very beginnings of drones, and they provided technology for DJI's original Lightbridge system. Lightbridge was based on early versions of Artisan's AR-Link system, and it's later gone on to be used in drones from the likes of Autel, Xiaomi, Potensic, and even the brand new anti-gravity A1 is based on Artisan's latest AR-Link series of chipsets. In FPV, Artisan has been used in Avatar HD. The entire Cadex Walksnail system has been based around the earlier version of AR-Link using the AR9201. And the very basics are, unless you've designed your own chipset like DJI have with OcuSync, your option is either Wi-Fi or something from Artisan. Artisan systems are closed sourced and they are not open for everyone to use. Artisan choose who they want to work with, and whilst their products have been extensively used in the drone industry, they are a company who have been happy to very much sit in the background up until now. Now, when it comes to FPV, the first products to have the Artisan chipset in it was this, the Avatar HD system. Here we've got the Cadex Goggles X, as well as a Moonlight VTX, and the Avatar HD system is based off the earlier AR-Link system from Artisan on the AR9201 chipset. That has been in the Avatar HD system since the very beginning. It offers both normal and low latency modes, dual transmission, goggles transmit to the VTX, VTX transmits to the goggles, offers good performance, lots of compatibility. However, this now is an aging chipset, and whilst it still is very capable, Artisan have released a newer generation chipset, which is this new AR8030. Now, whilst this 8030 has been popping up in consumer drones for some time, including things like the Potensic Atom 2, the first FPV product to use it was this, the new Cadex Protoss drone. This is based around their new Ascent VTX, and whilst it is still based on Artisan technology, it is the new chipset used here rather than the larger old one. The first thing you can see on this board compared to, say, the Avatar HD VTX board is that it is not only dramatically smaller, it is dramatically lighter. We have the Artisan AR8030 for the RF, and then they have a main SoC here from HiSilicon. This is the first combination of this we've seen in FPV. However, we are now starting to see some others pop up. Following on from Cadex, Beta FPV have also released their own ready-to-fly drone based on a new digital FPV system called ArtLink. ArtLink system, the P1HD, openly says that it has Artisan inside and is CAPS supported, and it is a new digital FPV system very similar to what Cadex have released from Ascent, being based on 1080p 60 frames a second, 60 milliseconds of latency, and 200 milliwatts of RF power. And it is a new system that they say provides low latency video transmission for FPV. What is a big step change in this compared to what we've seen in the past is, up until now, Artisan's name has always been kept out of any marketing info, and in fact, companies have always refused to even say what their system is based on, or have even gone as far as saying things like it's an FPGA with that printed on the top, or even saying they designed it in-house. Beta FPV, though, are saying up front that this is an Artisan-based system, and they even go on to say that it is going to be part of an open system. ArtLink will support a wide range of equipment, including goggles, receivers, and whoops and drones. When they use this word open, though, it isn't exactly clear what that means. You shouldn't take that as being open source, and instead what I'm taking this as is the fact that Artisan appear now to be happy to have their name up front, and it seems like we're heading more towards an Intel or an ARM situation where Artisan's chipset is being used, with that very much being said up front, and then manufacturers making products around it that then potentially brings in the option for compatibility. Further to this, we also have a new system from Start RC called the VT5 that also appears to be based on the Artisan chipset. Although I do need to be clear in saying that I did have some messages with the rep from Start RC, and they have completely denied that it is either Wi-Fi or based on Artisan's chipsets, although, as you will see in a minute, I think that it is based on what we're seeing in the images. This system, again, like the others, is based on 1080p 60 frames a second, and whilst they have their own receiver solution, the VTX itself is very similar to what we've seen from the marketing images on Beta FPV. For instance, here is a closer-up image of their VTX. Looking at it, you can see you have the main camera interface with the MIPI pointing backwards, main chipset here, RF chipset here, and 2 antenna ports. And then we have the Beta FPV image, which again, if you look at it, is almost identical, apart from the fact it only has 1 antenna port, although it is worth noting, if you look at this render, it does still have 2 power amplifiers, just like we see here, but it only has 1 antenna port. So what I suspect is that Beta FPV has simply made a render based on the main VTX, but the version they're going to ship is a single antenna one. But as you can see, they are very, very similar. Looking at this, I've also had a look at this chipset here in a bit more detail, and whilst we don't have the labeling on it, we have counted the pins, and again, this is a direct match for the Artisan AR8030 series, and whilst I'm being told that it isn't, I am highly suspicious that when we start getting this into our hands and lift the sticker, we will find that this is also artisan based. Alongside this, we also have a new digital FPV system coming from Hawkeye that, again, could be based on the Artisan chipset, but it could also be something based around Wi-Fi like we saw with the T3 system. What we do know right now is that we have two confirmed systems using the AR8030 series, one unconfirmed but pretty much guaranteed, and one potential, which means there is a lot more options entering the FPV market space. Okay, so what does this mean? Well, first of all, it means more choice and potentially lower cost. We saw with the release of the Ascent system from Cadex, the lowest cost digital FPV, $35, goggles $150, incredible pricing, and whilst this is far from perfect, that is the lowest off-the-shelf entry price in
You guys kept asking for it, so here it is, the Lionbee Developer Kit. So let's go ahead and see what is in the kit when you guys place the order and it arrives to your house. Boom, opened it. So inside the kit, you guys are gonna get the flight controller and the battery holder that's in here. The canopy, and it's also going to be for your antenna, the antenna holder, and you got the GPS right here, the GPS holder. You're going to get some props as well. These are GenFam Hurricane 3020 props. You're also going to get some grommets, more props, your GPS unit, your camera, and this is the BIV2 camera. Your Flow 1202 11,420 kV motors, just a perfect time for this build. And also, most importantly, obviously, the frame with a bunch of screws that we're going to be using very, very shortly. And also, your battery strap. That's very important. Don't forget that. Alright, let's build this puppy. So for this first part of the build, you want to grab your frame and your motors. Let's go ahead and install those. Now, before you install these, let me go ahead and give you a little bit of a guide about this frame. So before installing your motors, you want to make sure that you install them correctly. So this is the front right here, this flat side.
In China, and so I wonder whether when you build it so fast, there's things that could break.
Well, we're always thinking about responsibility, safety, security from the very start. In fact, when we embark in our research projects and start to define them, we're also thinking about what are the risks, how might we mitigate them if we don't have the expertise around the table, who are the partners that we need to partner with, but then also what are the opportunities and how do we make sure that we're not solely focused on the risks, that we miss the opportunities and invest in those. You know, you
one of the things that I've been really excited about in the past year is some of the progress we've made around making Gemini better for learning and education. How do we make it more efficient, more effective, more engaging, so that learners, regardless of where they are in their life journey, the technology can meet them where they're at? And that, of course, also brings up a lot of questions and concerns that we have about, like, what is the relationship that humans have with their AI? How do we think about mental well-being? These are all areas of research and investment that we're making up front so that we can develop both the innovation as well as mitigate the risks and do so responsibly.
What are business asking you? So I'm sure you're meeting with a lot of big chief executives here, and a lot of them are excited. They're investing quite a lot or buying some of your models, but what do they need for their staff?
Yeah, well, one of the questions I got last night at dinner was about this, are we prototyping too much? Is there too much piloting going on? And my response was, no, we're still early in AI's development. It can feel like we're far further along on the technology curve than you might expect, but there's still so much work to be done to make the models even better and more valuable for users. And as a result, we're never going to have as much time as we do right now to explore and really understand, how do we want to shape the technology? Where and how do we want to set the boundaries? One of the things I've done with my own team is to say we need to be experimenting with using AI as part of our workflow.
Right.
And at the same time, what are the very human elements that we're bringing into the job that we should actually celebrate, retain, invest in? And I think it's really this kind of co-development of AI in the workplace, also recognizing the human value, and that's how we're going to shape how AI will reshape our jobs.
What is your biggest concern regarding, I mean, away from ethical questions, is it actually access to power? So is it trying to figure out the energy complex? Or is it just making sure that, rivals like Meta don't poach your staff? It seems like it's a massive global talent war, like maybe the banks were facing 10 years ago.
Yeah, well, actually, on the talent side, we tend to focus on is how do we make sure that we hire really good talent that are very values aligned with the work that we do. And because our mission is to build AI responsibly to benefit humanity, that shows up in the people that we hire and the culture that we build. And so from a talent perspective, I feel like we know what we want to do there. The ethical questions, I think it's not just about the ethics questions, it's also about misuse. So we think a lot about how do we make sure that the benefits are significantly outweighing the risks and the potential harms. So we think a lot about the governance. How do we make sure that this is regulated well? How do we operate responsibly in the countries where we are? I have to say that really what keeps me up at night is the risks. Are we doing everything we can to mitigate them? Are we thinking enough around the corner? Because if you're not investing in that early, you can't be a bolt-on, right? It needs to be very early on. And then also, are we investing in the opportunities? We believe AI could be one of the most transformational technologies of our time, and we're already seeing how it's empowering creatives, how it's improving education and learning, how it's unlocking productivity and advancing scientific breakthrough. We're seeing real-world impact right now. And so I also worry a lot about, like, are we really maximizing the benefits to provide as much as we can for the world?
Laila, thank you so much. Laila Ibrahim there at Google DeepMind, COO. Back to you in London. We'll have plenty more and throughout the day here from Davos.
Francine, thank you. Back with Francine and the team as we go through the programme. Tom, we've got a focus on, I said champagne earlier, it's actually wine and champagne that President Trump has threatened to put a 200% tariff on. And so we'll continue to keep an eye on what's going on with LVMH and Pernod, because this is just wider than just the champagne sector. But those stocks certainly in focus, although Pernod Ricard going higher this morning.
I think our favourite stock of the day is, or at least our favourite stock story of the day, is potentially Ryanair and the spat between Michael O'Leary and Musk, of course.
It's easy to not take seriously, isn't it? But then you remember what happened with the purchase of Twitter. Nobody took that very seriously to start with, did they? And then here we are.
It happened.
Yeah, okay. I struggle to see how this goes much further, but I guess you've just got to price it in and
attach a low probability.
Attach a low probability and see what happens, but it seems to be moving the stock. The story is the bond market, though, this morning. Epic moves we're seeing out of Japan, rippling into other bond markets around.
And maybe another reason why European stock markets failed to bounce this morning. Another reason to be concerned.
Yeah, the sell-off is there, and it's rippling across arguably to the equity space as well, to your point. Coming up, more on the tech theme, though, as we head back to Davos to talk all things technology investment and AI with Fabrizio Blasi, who is the CEO of Naspers and Prosus. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with another season of The Deal. With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Up in our zone.
I want to light fires in people's lives. And that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're high. Don't wait till you're 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
This is the opening trade. We are 30 minutes into today's session, so the selling pressure continues across the European equity space after losses of 1.2% yesterday. Further downside today, down 0.7%. The luxury names under pressure again on the tariff threat, but there's a sell-off in the global bond markets as well, particularly at the long end, and we'll get the details on that shortly. There's rippling across the equity markets as well. Arguably, it's not just trade and tariffs and Greenland, it's also what's happening in terms of the ripple effects of Japan and the sell-off there. So we'll start with the Japanese 30-year, where yields are up 26 basis points. That's where the pressure is. The 10s are selling off as well, and you're seeing that then read across in terms of US Treasuries. The 30-year at 492. When do we get to 5% on the 30-year? Closing in on that with moves of basis points, 8 basis points higher on the 30-year. Here in the UK, the 30-year is also high. Yields up 6 basis points, 522 now on the long end of the UK gilt markets. We're seeing the effects already, Guy, in terms of the concerns domestically in Japan about the fiscal spend and cuts around consumer goods and the global effects of that.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out over the next few days. Okay, let's talk about the internals and what is happening in this market. They've got a 5-to-1 ratio basically in terms of losers versus winners. Only 97 stocks up in the stock 600. You've got relatively light volume, which I think is interesting. Maybe we need the US to reopen to get a volume picture coming through. Let's talk about stocks that are higher today. Wise, the transaction company, up today on an update, Q3 update. It's also talking about a US listing. That stock is up by nearly 13%. I'm averaging, pushing up a little higher. Ryanair's up by 1%. I think we're fading the idea that maybe Elon Musk could buy Ryanair. ASML, though, now moving into negative territory. So some of the tech kind of heavyweights that initially lifted the market beginning to fade, which is interesting as well too. So even the leaders now seeing some red on that board. Let's talk about where we are. Certainly seeing some losses. The pharmaceutical space is down. Astra's down. Roche is tracking a little bit lower. Keep an eye as well. The Supreme Court potentially ruling on tariffs a little bit later on. That's a factor in that sector. But the tariff story certainly writ large when it comes to luxury. LVMH, big maker of champagne and wine, down by 1.75% on that tariff threat, Anna.
Let's talk about some of the other news flow, and we'll start with what's been driving bond markets. The slump in Japanese bonds deepened earlier today, sending yields to records as investors gave a thumbs down to Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi's election pitch to cut taxes on food. The Japanese 40-year rate topped 4%, the highest level since its debut in 2007. The yield on 30-year JGBs climbed by more than 25 basis points. Donald Trump has threatened to impose a 200% tariff on wine and champagne from France. This after the French President Emmanuel Macron declined an invitation to join the US President's proposed board of peace for Gaza. Sources say that President Trump wants the full constitution and remit of the committee signed in Davos on Thursday. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has renewed his push for the United States to take over Greenland, claiming the European Union won't resist much. Speaking about the Arctic territory late yesterday evening, the US president said, quote, "We have to have it." He added that he will meet with several parties in Davos over his ambitions for the country. Tom.
Okay, well, let's get back to what's happening in terms of the conversations in Davos. But before we do that, European stocks, of course, outperforming the US so far this year. The dynamics, of course, have changed in the last 48 hours or so, with tech names in the driving seat. Is that momentum now at risk from those rising trade tensions? That is a topic of conversation on the ground at the World Economic Forum. Let's bring back in Bloomberg's Francine Lackock, who is there with a guest who has an insider view on the sector. Fran.
Yeah, an insider view, because joining us now is Fabrizio Blasi. Tom, thank you. He's the chief executive of Prosus Naspers Group. Fabrizio, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Look, you've been on the acquisitive trail. I mean, you've done a couple of things that were quite big. You've gone after large assets in Europe, including Just Eat. What happens next? Do you have appetite for more?
Francine, pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. Yeah, very excited. Just getting started. We did like $8 billion in acquisitions last year, what included Despegar in Latin America, then Just Eat Takeaway in Netherlands, and then we did La Centrale in France. So it's a good start.
Yeah.
But I think we have everything ahead of us. For sure, we are.
So more to come?
More to come.
More to come?
I'm sure.
How much money do you have to spend?
We have at least $10 billion more to keep investing. And I see so many opportunities. The world is changing a lot. Actually, I think we are starting to realize now we are in a new world order. In this new world order, everything changes. And there will be much more growth in AI technology outside US. Over the last 2-3 years, all the wealth creation in technology was in US. What we believe is that after this decoupling that is happening right now, we will see much more growth all around. So we're investing a lot in India. We did 5 IPOs in India this year. We are ready to do more acquisition investments and IPOs in India. India is growing a lot, more than 7%, it's the 4th biggest economy. We did a few acquisitions in Latin America. Now we have a very big group of tech there.
大家都蛮崩溃的吧？
对。
但他超开心。但我真的知道是谁，我很开心，但我还不知道他。你知道你讲这句话其实是恐怖的吗？我有一个很重要的，就是我曾经很喜欢，但我搞丢了自己。
他们聊天好大声
哦，最近我邻居也是这个样子。
我邻居最近也这样
聊天聊很大声什么意思？
就是我睡觉睡到一半的时候，窗外面有超大声音在聊，聊超久，然后20分钟那种。
你那时候睡着了吗？
我被聊醒了，
说不定是
被撩醒的。
没有，说不定是你的梦话，你知道吗？
哇！我已经眼睛张开了，我没有再醒一次。如梦之梦嘛。
没有，因为有些人梦话讲出来的时候，会以为别人在讲，但其实
的确是有，的确是有。
我以前小时候有被自己的鼾声吓醒过。
鼾声哦。
对，就是哦这样，然后就。
我有时候在梦里大叫，然后醒来想说，我有大叫吗？
你就看你的猫反应什么样就知道了。
因为我试了一下，就是我会试一下，就是比如我在梦里是然后醒来就会不对，跟我刚听到声音不一样。对，我听起来的音场是不太一样。
但你有遇过，就是你会听到好像很大的电铃声，
有，
然后其实没有，其实没有人按
有，的确是有，
对吧？
没错，
就是门铃，没有，其实没有任何人要来。
我是会听到，
我听到敲门，
救护车声，跟消防车声，
真的。
然后我会必须要跟旁边人确认说，你有听到吗？
有烟吗？有烟吗？
你说你一直在醒的时候吗？ 那就偏恐怖了。
睡前有时候常常会进入这个状态。
那你会偶尔在山里面会听到部队在行军的声音吗？
我会听到针掉到地上的声音啊。
在深山里面吗？自带音效片啊，
听到很多地震波的声音。
对啊，你知道鬼故事就是这样子啊，什么晚上走在路上，然后听到什么部队行进的声音。
以前的冤灵嘛。
对，就是到一些什么战场的时候会听到这个东西。说不定你是听到你。
哇，好想跟他交流一下。
一个部队吗？
就是把他的故事都叙述下来，叙述的故事都写下来，然后出书。
你要先跟人家连长沟通啊。
但我真的蛮想要去检查我自己那个什么睡眠吧。
睡眠检测。
睡眠检测是真的要在那边睡一晚上。
是的。
真的。
因为要佩戴仪器。
那他那边可以是舒服可以睡的吗？
我一直很好奇，听说
他有床垫。
听说他那边床是什么席梦思那种。
真的啊。
对，就是厉害的床。
一定要让你睡得好才是准的。
对，但是你身上会挂着一堆仪器，然后会有旁边会有什么？
那怎么睡得着？
对，我也很好奇这件事情啊。
那怎么睡得着？挂一堆仪器怎么睡得着？
护士会躺在你旁边啊。
那就更睡不着了吧？
那拘束我，把手脚都绑起来，要把我放在干净。
因为他也不能够，比如说用一些安定药物嘛，不行嘛。
护士躺在旁边了，这护士也太可怜了吧？太
看怎么走向。
很壮的男护士躺在你旁边，
那就是
压住你的喉管，
那就是拘束我。
对，
让你微微缺氧之后，你就会有睡意。但我一直很好奇的，因为欧也有去做过，好像。
真的。
对，然后我也是蛮好奇怎么睡得着。因为毕竟我本来就是睡不好，我才去做睡眠检测。
觉得欧爷的睡眠会一直笑，他自己笑，
会一直讲话吧？
一直笑，我觉得他自己笑，
一直学天线宝宝。大家好，早安。
为什么嘴巴要歪一边？
今天要干嘛？
录趴开始啊！大家在哪？
我是康康，
我是哈利，
欢迎大家收看。
加的康。
有蚊子是不是啊？
好莫名其妙的一个隐晦版本的开头曲。
我跟你讲，有些人说听这个节目会睡着，刚刚已经睡着了。
已经睡着了。
对，
还没有听到内容就睡着了。
要睡眠检测，听自己的节目。
天哪，我听自己节目不可能。
我会反胃，
因为听到自己的声音会不习惯。
我会超不舒服的。好了，今天又要来 QQA 了，大家还是给我们的问题哦。来，第一题什么呢？
好，是谁？
又走位了 ，QQ
走位。
招比亚略过，随心情而定他的性别，31到40岁。想请问达康哈，如果喜欢的店走位了，愿意再去消费几次呢？我自己是2到5次，越好吃愿意再多试几次，还是一样走位就会放弃呢？
随心情而定的性别。
又在讨论这个吗？
没有，他们这是他们的创意啊。
对。
Our buyback, so now we are doing a few buyback with Tencent, but right now our buyback is financed more of non-Tencent assets than Tencent. And I think this is very good for pros. I think Tencent has an amazing future. And remember, in artificial intelligence world, having WeChat, it's an amazing asset. I think what Tencent can do is just getting started. So we are selling much less of Tencent, and we are keeping our buyback. We even increased the buyback, selling other assets with less future than Tencent.
Fabrizio, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. That's Fabrizio Blasi, the CEO of Prosus and Naspers Group. But back to you in London, Guy. We'll have plenty more, of course, from Davos throughout the day.
Looking forward to all of that. The message, a simple one there. Europe, get your act together. You can't be thinking that this is 10 years ago. 2026 is a different ballpark. Plenty more great guests coming out, as Fran says, from the World Economic Forum in Davos today. The Finnish president, Alexander Stubb, is going to be joining us a little bit later. The CEOs of both Merck and Novartis on deck as well, as will be the Bank of France governor. What does he make of what we are seeing in the markets today? Big moves in bond markets. And, of course, UBS. His CEO, Sergio Mossi, will be joining Bloomberg. Looking forward to that.
Okay, so those are some of the conversations coming up. There is a conversation happening right now in Davos at the Congress Centre. Bloomberg's head of economics and government, Stephanie Flanders, as you can see, is speaking with Uber's CEO, Dara Khosrowshahi. Let's take a listen.
Revenue-based. And one of the advantages that Uber has is that we know today how much essentially a human driver can bring in terms of revenue. We take about a 20% cut, et cetera, of that revenue. So 80% goes to the human driver. We can sign up for a revenue model that has a high degree of certainty. And as a result, today we're working with very large financial institutions to essentially prove out the financing model for these fleets. We will take balance sheet risk to begin with. But as we prove out this revenue model, then we see significant capital players who are very, very interested in coming into this market. It's a non-correlated asset, so to speak. It will be a very, very large market. And essentially, just like you see these REITs, real estate investment trusts, that own hotels, that own shopping malls, etc., trading in the public markets, we think you'll see kind of these fleet entities as well. Public and private insurance companies owning fleets in different cities, and we will be a very big part of that.
You think, but in terms of proving the case for that, will be entirely revenue based, and you'll have the yardstick of Uber currently.
Exactly.
Okay. When you're working, I think you've mentioned in the past that you have trouble sometimes on the hardware front, and I just wondered, are you finding it difficult? What are the challenges of trying to get car manufacturers to work with you in some of these areas?
Yeah, I think the car manufacturers are finally seeing this market as a very, very large potential market. So the issue isn't having trouble on the hardware, it's bringing the cost of hardware down. And I think we're probably 2 generations away. Right now, you can build a hardware, but every build is bespoke.
2 car generations.
But 2 car generations. So it's the next generation of cars. You won't have bespoke builds. The cost of sensors is coming down very significantly. Cost of compute is coming down. NVIDIA is building a reference architecture that we think is very, very good for the industry generally. But it'll take 2 generations of hardware to get to pricing well below $100,000, which truly makes this a mass market product and something that we're very, very much looking forward to.
Are there particular manufacturers who are closer to that than others?
Every car company is talking about it. I wouldn't say anyone is in the lead. This market is a market that's ready to be taken by OEMs that take a bet on it.
When you look at, as I'm sure you do, some of the assumptions built into investors' models, the ones who are most bullish about this, which seems to be all the people who are buying, how stretching, I mean, I wouldn't expect you to say, oh, it's all overvalued, but how much, in your view, are they conservative or are they highly optimistic in terms of how long it's going to take to make revenue from some of these things?
The AV, the market for AV investment, it's mostly private companies, and Waymo is the leader there, but there are a number of Chinese companies out there, and I don't think actually that market is particularly overheated. I think that the potential is trillions of dollars in incremental spend, transportation spend. I think, again, every single new vehicle sold 10 years from now is going to be L3 or L4 ready. So I think the market is enormous. And I don't think the market is overheated by any means. Now, the overall AI market, in terms of foundation models, hardware providers,
Okay, the CEO of Uber speaking to Bloomberg, Stephanie Flanders there, about the evolution of autonomous vehicles, the hardware piece, and how AI is going to play a role as well. Let's get back to the markets briefly, because, of course, you continue to see the sell-off in the sovereign debt markets, particularly at the 30-year level when you look at US Treasuries and gilts as well. The European stock market, further losses there, accelerating the losses, down 0.9%. So, given the losses of yesterday, it's pretty sharp in terms of the downside that we're seeing. The FTSE 100 also off by a full 1%. S&P E-minis looking to reopen, of course, after the holiday yesterday, pointing lower by 1.6%. NASDAQ 100 futures down by 475 points, and the Russell 2000 has so far outperformed year to date, pointing lower by 1.8%. But there's any more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. When you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. This week, live from the Alpine Mountains of Switzerland, is the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Bloomberg Television brings you unmatched coverage and conversations with world leaders, business executives, and billionaires as they navigate responsible AI deployment, economic expansion, and geopolitical tensions. Tune in for daily coverage all week. Context changes everything.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade, 8:50 here in London, and European equity markets, well, we're not buying the dip just yet. Yesterday was negative for European stocks on the back of trade tensions. Today appears to be the same in the sense of the direction, not necessarily the magnitude. US futures, of course, pointing lower because they are looking to catch up. Tom, we are going to be thinking about trade, perhaps, as we go through the day. What else is on the radar?
Yeah, ECOFIN meeting will be happening in Brussels, so we'll listen out, of course, when you sound any further responses to the continued pressure and threats over Greenland coming from the Trump administration. At 9:25 a.m. UK time, talking of the Trump administration, not directly part of the administration, of course, but the US House Speaker Mike Johnson of the Republican Party will be addressing the UK Parliament, which is interesting, of course, on the 250th anniversary of the United States. And the UK deadline to approve that Chinese embassy, that's also today as well. Expect the reporting suggesting that that's going to happen, and Prime Minister Keir Starmer could be visiting Beijing later this month. We're also going to get those Supreme Court hearings we'll be discussing as well. So potentially an opening today for the ruling on IEEPA tariffs. On Wednesday, it's the Supreme Court starting to look at the Lisa Cook case, which arguably could be more important for the markets, or equally as important as well. And we're not getting earnings from the likes of Netflix.
It's huge. The risks, there are so many risks out there. Supreme Court, that's going to be massive. What happens around Greenland? What's happening with the Japanese bond market? Chagos, let's throw the kind of the UK angle. There's so much for these markets to deal with this one. I don't know how you price this. What I'm stunned about is that risk isn't higher. The VIX is at 20. Woohoo. We're up a little bit, but we're definitely not elevated at the moment. Let's talk to Mike Masika about this, Senior EMEA Equity Strategist and Scarlett Montgomery-Koenig for our M Live team. Good morning to both of you. Welcome back. Mike, let me start with you. Is this a market that is ready for a sell-off?
Well, Guy, it's a market that's definitely ready for profit taking, and a little bit more than what we've seen. The reason is, like, very, very few investors have protection right now. Everyone is long. The Bank of America Fund Manager Survey just came out this morning. It's the most bullish in 5 years. Like 48% of investors don't have any protection whatsoever. That's the most in 8 years. Bull and bear ratio is like at hyperbull level.
So we're all in, basically.
I mean, everything is all in. Cash levels are record low, 3.2% of portfolios. Never happened before. So again, like you get a little bit of friction, a little bit of tension, and you get profit taking. You have to have that.
Like, how much of what we're seeing in the markets today is down to high yields and the selling of sovereign debt versus trade tensions?
Most from what we've seen, most of the issue is the trade tension, and actually it comes back to that survey. The number one reason for potential sell-off, according to a very large number of investors, is now geopolitical tensions. This was nowhere to be seen in the past 3 months.
Yeah.
In the survey, I mean, and now it's like number one tail risk for the markets.
Yeah.
Way
How do you price
AI.
it though?
It's interesting. The market tried to look through Venezuela, look through Iran, its most recent iteration at least. I mean, it's kind of, we are seeing markets reflecting on some geopolitical, well, no, it isn't geopolitical tension that's pushing up long end yields, is it? It's fiscal concerns about Japan, which could be linked, but that's where we are right now. What do you make of the moves at the long end of the curve and how global that conversation goes?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think particularly in Japan, the worry is very reasonable in that debt to GDP is the highest in G10. You have fiscal just rising from here, so that debt to GDP ratio is getting worse. You also have this duration mismatch where you've been able to fiscally expand because you've bought lots of risky assets abroad. And so as your yield rises or as your interest rate rises, that becomes more concerning from a fiscal, area issue. And then I think too, you need to think about like term premium generally in the 2010s was just structurally too low. So we're just transitioning to that higher environment, and there should be ricochets into other markets because it's not just Japan that has fiscal worries right now. And the correlation between Japan and European bonds actually is the highest in the last year than it has been relative to the past 10 years.
Are we going to get repatriation? I think that's what everybody's trying to work out. You talk about it kind of moving into other markets. Japan's been the kind of the piggy bank of the world. It's provided huge amounts of liquidity. If that sort of turns on its tail, what are the implications?
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive risk in terms of a huge amount of U.S. assets are owned by Japanese investors. So whether or not that rotates away is a big question. And it's also coming up in the discussion around, is that going to be a political weapon from a geopolitical perspective? As in, are you going to sell U.S. assets as a result? I think the question more relies on how profitable are U.S. companies, how high is the yield? Because if that stays high, then there's not a reason to sell those assets.
But we're potentially getting closer to that point.
Yeah, it's just another factor, isn't it?
Mark Cudmore was talking about Japanese JVs need to find a floor, and then we might see that play out. I suppose that gives you more of a sense of what you're dealing with.
But you've also got this whole threat about, are we selling America? Is that trade back on? Does geopolitics make you want to sell America? Does the turbulence in America make you want to sell America? Besson was trying to play that down.
Do you take that seriously, Michael, the idea that rather public institutions that own US assets could be leaned on in a worst case scenario to sell US assets?
So if you take European firm or European institutions holding US assets, the problem is most of them are private. I mean, you would need governments to actually impose to them to sell US assets. I don't think that's happening, honestly. That would be unseen. Now, do governments could sell US assets? Yes, they could. Central banks, they could. I'm not sure what would be the impact. We can see already today the dollar is being like the number one victim of what's going on, right? It's the one that's going down.
Yes, in fact, that's possibly one of the things we've not mentioned enough today. The dollar index down by 9 cents of 1%, Bloomberg dollar index down by 3 cents of 1%. Does that sustain, Skylar, briefly?
I don't know. I mean, I'm quite puzzled by the fact that it is happening because it seemed like we'd moved away from that trade. As in, we know that tariffs are worse for European growth than U.S. growth. We know that investors are still buying U.S. assets. We know that hedge ratios have now adjusted. So why that relationship changed?
A question for the rest of the week. Skylar, thank you very much. Skylar Montgomery-Coney from our Markets Live team. Michael Masika, our senior EMEA equities strategist. Keeping our focus on Davos today, of course, the UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves will be speaking to Bloomberg 2:30 p.m. UK time. That is it for the opening trade. The Pulse is up next.
to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. Xiaoyan in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwatts here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of the century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse, live from the World Economic Forum here in Davos, where President Trump says he will hold talks over Greenland after threatening new tariffs on European countries getting in his way. France has pushed back most forcefully. Donald Trump has threatened 200% tariffs on champagne after President Macron declined a seat on the board of Peace for Gaza. If that wasn't enough, there's a global bond sell-off with Japanese yields hitting a record on concern over plans to cut food taxes. So, the French president, among some of the speakers here in Davos, will be hearing from the UK Chancellor, China's Vice Premier, the Chief Executives of the New York Stock Exchange, and Anthropic this week as well. We also have some great guests coming up on the program, including Ian Bremmer, President of Eurasia Group, the Nigerian Finance Minister, and then Chief Executives of pharma giants Merck and Novartis. First thing is first, though, we're seeing a sell-off in equities. So let's get to the markets. A sell-off in equities that seem to be extending the standoff between the US and Europe over control of Greenland. We saw also a meltdown in Japanese long-term bonds with yield jumping, accelerating that sell-off, putting pressure on debt markets everywhere. And then look, I'm also looking at demand for safe havens. Those are surging, sending gold and silver to record highs, as sentiment is definitely deteriorating. Now, here in Davos, speaking earlier, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, was adamant that the Greenland issue would not escalate and dismissed the idea that Europe could possibly dump U.S. treasuries.
This is a false narrative that there is no talk in European governments. This was a report written by Deutsche Bank that this could happen. The media has latched onto this. I think it is a completely false narrative. It defies any logic, and I could not disagree more strongly on that.
All right, that was Treasury Secretary Bessent. Just a couple of meters from here, with me now, Ian Bremmer, President of Eurasia Group, and Chad Thomas, Bloomberg's Executive Editor for Europe. So thank you both for joining us. Ian, we just heard the Treasury Secretary. I don't know whether he's trying to walk down some of the antagonizing things that Trump is saying. Is there a way out of Greenland?
If Bessent were president, I think that he'd be building a lot of confidence with the Europeans with that statement. But when he says it's a false narrative, does that mean when President Trump announces that there are tariffs that are going to hit these European countries on February 1st, which is like a week from now, that was a false narrative? I mean, look, I do know that Marco Rubio has been working assiduously to try to find a way to square the circle on Greenland. Is there a 100-year lease, for example, for Denmark? Is there a way that the Americans would have veto authority over some of what Greenland defense measures, security measures would be, but they wouldn't actually get ownership, which is the Danish red line and the European red line. But the point is that Trump has accepted none of those things. And ultimately, the American people did not vote for Bessent. They didn't vote for Rubio.
Chad, I don't understand what the red line is for Europeans because they're talking tough, but there's nothing to back it up. So what could they actually do?
Well, that is the real question here. Will the Europeans back up some of the tough language that they have been using with real action? Of course, they could do something when it comes to counter tariffs. They have that option. They could go even further with some of the tougher measures that they could implement at the European level. But so far, they haven't done anything other than talk. And in some cases, you had Friedrich Merz, the German chancellor, yesterday saying, wait a minute, like, let's be careful here. Germany, of course, very dependent on exports to the U.S.
They're not talking as one. Why not?
Well, they aren't one. Europe is not a state. The United States is. China is. When Donald Trump tried to get the Chinese to back down on tariffs, of course, the Chinese backed Trump right into a corner, and Trump had to negotiate. But he thinks that he can push the Europeans around, and so far he's right. Now, there has been talk of this anti-coercion instrument that many Europeans said they will implement. Macron, in particular, the Italians have said, not yet, we want to talk. Starmer has said, not yet, we want to talk. Ursula von der Leyen is going to be addressing the forum shortly, and she has, in my view, neither the temperament, personally, nor the institutional capacity to hit the Americans.
Well, to Ian's point, we had a story just yesterday where we were speaking to many sources within the European Commission, within the European Union, saying they want von der Leyen to be more forceful and that Europe needs to come up with a response, and so far they're not seeing that.
Yeah, but so my thinking is, why, is it because they're afraid that this escalates and then we go to actually a war?
Yeah.
Or do they try and see whether if they play the long game, Trump will just forget and get on something else?
It's mostly because they aren't dealing from the same set of interests. I mean, the Nordic countries believe this is urgent and that this could break NATO, and I think there are some Europeans that support them on that. The Baltics do, the Poles do, I think that France does, but ultimately the Italians don't. And a lot of other Europeans
But
do
why?
not.
Because they think they can speak to Trump? Because actually the Prime Minister Meloni has a good relationship with
Also,
him.
because in part it doesn't matter that much to them individually. I think that is a big part of the issue here. National security does not mean the same thing when you talk to all of these different European leaders.
Well, I think when you say, who has a line into Trump, Alexander Stubb, the Finnish president, thought he had a line into Trump and was speaking to him regularly. They're one of the ones who got slapped with these tariffs now because they have been backing Denmark. So who really has a line into him?
What's going to happen here is that the Europeans are ultimately going to see that they're divided. That this should be the one issue. It should be the crisis they want. Because Americans do not support Trump on Greenland by a large majority. Americans do ultimately have a sense of fairness, and they understand that the Americans are treating the Danes as a bully, that they are, this is purely for Trump's ego. It's not a national security matter that could be resolved by the Danes very easily. He has refused to negotiate with the Danes on that issue. Trump says we've been working for 20 years. This wasn't an issue for Trump. When he was president for 4 years, he had the opportunity to move it. So the question is, what do you do when the interests of the United States president actually diverge from the interests of the United States?
Well,
and that is a real issue on Greenland.
And do Republican lawmakers, for the most part, are not happy about this? Do they step in? I mean, there's still a Congress.
There is a congressional delegation that is here. It is a bipartisan congressional delegation. There were several Republicans I spoke with yesterday morning. They clearly are not happy. They were in Denmark, showing their support for one of America's most steadfast allies, fighting side by side and dying just the same number per capita in Afghanistan as the Americans did. But for President Trump, that does not matter. It does not matter. And if you are European, you feel like the United States is treating you with utter contempt. They're treating you worse than they're treating the Chinese, worse than they're treating the Russians. Why would they do that? And the answer is because they can. So unless the Europeans decide that they're going to show that there will be consequences for President Trump directly for treating them with contempt, he will continue to.
Consequences are messy, but we're talking about possibly selling U.S. treasuries from pension funds. I mean, is that feasible? Is there any appetite for that?
There is some conversations we hear going on among some of the pension funds, like do they divest from U.S. assets over this, in particular in Denmark, but whether they really do that or not, that certainly remains to be seen. We had Besson saying this morning that he believes that's a false narrative. I've also been thinking about the fallout in the Nordic countries. They have been so pro-American, not just from a political point of view, but culturally as well. That's absolutely changing now. You look at the protests that have been taking place across Denmark last weekend. That's unheard of.
Permanent damage is being done to the United States and its relationships with its friends around the world. Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, has just come to Davos, returning from a trip to Beijing, where he has developed a strategic partnership that will bring Chinese automobiles into Canada. Why? Because they no longer feel they can trust their supply chain with American automotive manufacturer. Why are they going to be working with Chinese tech firms to a greater degree? Because they had done America's bidding on Huawei. It got them in trouble, and now they feel like they can't trust the Americans. This is America's closest ally. You think the Europeans aren't going to respond?
You see something happening similar in Germany with the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. He had initially wanted to take a very tough stand with China. He's now planning to go to China. They just announced new incentives for automobiles. They're going to allow Chinese cars in as part of that. So it's happening in many countries.
But it was interesting for Canada that actually President Trump wasn't against that too much. I think he gave it almost like a blessing in disguise.
Right?
That's right. But do they buy defense from China? I mean, there's
not
buying,
defense,
but there's buying.
Stuff to me. That's super cool because I like to try new things and I like to use the components to make my own builds and find what I actually like the best. And you've seen some of those builds on this channel. So that's really cool. But the reason I'm making this video is because my time is limited and it's going to take me time to build these builds and fly them, much less make videos about them. And I probably won't make videos about everything anyway because I just don't have the time. This is something that I do for fun. This is my hobby. I do it because I love FPV and I enjoy sharing this stuff with you guys, and I know it's been helpful to a bunch of people, so I'm happy to do that. But there's only so much I can do, so I'll probably just end up picking and choosing the things that I think are most interesting and focus on those, and I'll bring you some videos in the future. But right now, I've got all this stuff, and some of it's actually pretty interesting, and there's some that's not here that I'll be able to show you very soon. This may answer some questions that you have right off the bat. It might also raise new questions, and that's cool too. Let's talk about it down in the comment section below. If I can't answer it right now, then maybe I can include that information in a future video. So there's the Meteor 75. There's a bind and fly version of the Twig XL. I don't have the bind and fly, but I have a lot of the same parts, so I can tell you about that. And similarly, there is a 4-inch drone called the X-Knight. It's a 4-inch toothpick, and it uses these HQ props. That's pretty interesting. And then we've got some flight controllers and a new camera. First up, we've got the Meteor 75. It's a 75mm 1S swoop with the BT 2.0 connector. Comes with these white 3-blade props, which makes it look a lot like the Meteor 65. You can see the size comparison there. I switched out the props, as you can see. I'll explain more about that when I make a video. But for now, the thing that's unique about this build are the 1102 18,000 kV motors. It's faster and more powerful than most people think of when they think of a 1S swoop, but not quite as powerful as a 2S swoop. But you get the convenience of 1S, and the batteries go in like this. Mine is about 30.5 grams. But again, I changed the props. With the stock props, it's around 29.5 grams. That puts it in the same weight category as the Beta 75 Pro 2, the Mobula 7, the Tiny Hawk 2. Those are all 2S drones. This one's 1S, but it's about the same weight. So it's in good company there, but it could be lighter. I like to make 75mm builds with 802 motors. When you get these down to the 20 to 22 gram range, they're pretty awesome. And so hopefully I'll be able to show you more of this in the future. Next, there's the Twig XL bind and fly. Now, the Twig was not designed by Beta FPV. It's made by Racer X FPV, and you've probably seen this one on my channel. This is the original Twig 3-inch. The XL has a thicker frame. It's a little bit larger as well. It's basically designed as a beefier, heavier setup. You're going to put bigger motors, and you're going to put probably a 4S battery on here and make it really a ripper, and that's why it's so durable. So Beta FPV is selling a bind and fly, which is cool because until now, you've always had to build these kits yourself. Beta FPVs will look a little bit different. This is the official Twig XL canopy, but they're going to have their black canopy on here. So it'll be able to support the Vista and probably other split type cameras as well as an option. If you want one of these canopies, you can get these from Phoenix 3D, and I'll put a link down below as well. Unfortunately, their kit does not come
with the battery holder that goes in this keyhole. I don't personally use those because I find a strap more versatile for different size batteries, but I know some people do, and you can get those printed from Phoenix as well. The motor is the new Beta FPV 1404 3800 kV, and these motors are super nice. They're actually manufactured by RCN Power, and these new blue motors, this and the 1505, which I'll show in a second, they're probably the nicest feeling motors that Beta FPV has ever sold. So I think that's going to be a pretty nice option if you've been looking at getting one of these, but you don't want to build it yourself. And yes, there is a 4-inch toothpick style drone they're selling now too. They call this the X-Knight. This frame is a Beta FPV design, and it goes with the new 1505 3600 kV motors, same construction as those other motors. This is going to be a pretty interesting build. The weird thing about these motors is they have T-mount, and this is probably the biggest motor I've seen that has the T-mount, and that's fine, it saves the weight, but for durability, this 1mm shaft is not very much, and so all the strength is going to have to come from these screws. So I don't know how far you can scale up the T-mount. It might be okay as long as the build is light, and that's certainly the intention with this. It's going to have the 20 amp all-in-one flight controller and then a canopy sitting on there. Again, Beta FPV has their black canopy, but I'm going to be using one of these, and this could also hold an HD camera or the Vista. So let me give you a closer look at this frame, because I don't think the product page lets you see a lot of detail. You've got these arms. They are 4mm thick and about 5mm wide. They feed into these top and bottom plates, which are a lot thinner. And the top plate has metal press fit nuts in here with M2 screws going through. And those screws are on this side, flush mount, so they don't stick into your battery. And then straps here, you can mount your battery however you want. This is a true X in every sense. It's completely symmetrical. I like the way the arms butt up against each other in the center. That makes for a pretty rigid connection. My only real concern with this frame is going to be durability. I think the arms
but you actually need the real.
Many people had expected. So could he show up in Davos, to Ian's point, and actually negotiate with people? Possibly. It depends on which Trump shows up.
But now he's also going, I mean, he's going after the UK for something, you know, with one of the islands
Forgiving
that
of the
he
Chagos
gave
Islands. He already
his
said he
blessing
supported
to.
it, that's right.
Right.
Yeah, well, he changes
what's
his mind.
mindset?
Well, I mean, ask Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, I hate to bring her up, but I mean, the fact is that, you know, he had one position on the Epstein files and she supported it, then he changed his mind. And MAGA is whatever Trump says MAGA is at the moment, right? It is not an ideological consistency. It is you must be loyal to Trump. And if Trump changes his mind, as he does, you support what he has changed his mind to.
Where are the Republicans in this?
I would say that the Republicans continue to publicly support Trump on virtually every issue. And that is likely to continue to be true until the Democrats take the House in the midterms or until there is a major crisis. And either of those things can happen, you know, in the future.
And the Democrats?
The Democrats still are leaderless, and they still are very unpopular. But there's no question that at this point they see that the midterm elections are going to be mostly about the incumbent, and in that regard they feel better about taking some momentum.
I want to ask you about Japan in a second, but do we know who President Trump is meeting whilst he's here?
We don't know for sure. He said, of course, this morning that he wants to have a number of meetings with people over Greenland. We believe he'll meet with Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. Of course, we haven't been talking about Ukraine, and actually, Stubb, the Finnish president, was saying this is what we should be talking about while we're here, not Greenland, but what's going to happen with Ukraine. But that has really been pushed off the agenda for many people.
Good news for Putin.
I mean, this is good news for Putin.
Of course it is.
But you've also invited him on the Gaza Peace Board, so again, unclear what that relationship looks like.
Also unclear the Gaza Peace Board is the Gaza Peace Board. I mean, if you read the charter, it sounds like it's something that Trump is intending to be, sort of his group of leaders that are going to talk about international issues more broadly, but apparently not with Macron.
Can just a question, what does Trump want? Does he want to win? Does he want to see that, or show the world that he's won on everything?
Well, he has said that the Donroe Doctrine is all about, sort of the backyard will be a top priority. Venezuela was a big win that clearly empowered him.
Yeah.
But at home, what he wants is very clear. He wants an end of checks and balances on the executive. And that means both complete loyalty within his administration, it means complete loyalty within the administrative state, and it also means doing everything possible to make the judiciary less independent and more aligned with him.
Your take on Japan, I mean, there's big market moves. I'm not going to ask you to talk about the markets, but when you look at the Prime Minister, she was doing very well in the polls. She called an election. Could this backfire?
Well, it could backfire, but she called an election because her party, the Liberal Democratic Party, is underwater in the polls, and her approval rating is around 70%.
Right.
And I don't think that a sudden spike in bond yields is going to suddenly take away the fact that she is really considered much more independent. She's outside of all these political clans in the LDP, all of whom had come from leaders and leaders and leaders in their families. She's a complete outsider. She's the first female prime minister. She's talking tough on Taiwan. She wants to focus on growth. And she just started. So ultimately, calling for near-term elections was the right move for her, even though there's a possibility it's a risky move.
So this market volatility, voters will look through it.
Japanese voters? I think Japanese voters are supporting her at this point, yes.
Okay, thank you both for joining us. Ian Bremmer, president of the Eurasia Group, and Chad Thomas, Bloomberg's executive editor for Europe. Well, that's certainly interesting to get us started. Coming up, inflation in Nigeria eases, coming down from a high of more than 30%. We'll discuss the outlook for rate cuts with Nigeria's finance minister. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I am Jemima Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You have high levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
That allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. This week. Live from the Alpine Mountains of Switzerland is the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Bloomberg Television brings you unmatched coverage and conversations with world leaders, business executives, and billionaires as they navigate responsible AI deployment, economic expansion, and geopolitical tensions. Tune in for daily coverage all week. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to The Pulse, everyone, live from Davos. Now, there are signs that fiscal reforms in Nigeria are taking effect, with price rises slowing, revenue beginning to improve, inflation hitting around 30% in 2024, leading to deadly protests as food prices rocketed. Well, with us now, Wale Edun, Nigeria's finance minister. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. I have many, many questions on Nigeria, but it's very clear that there's one show in town. It's the Trump administration, what to do with Greenland, with tariffs, and some of the threats that we've heard from them. Do you worry about the effect this has on the world economy, including your economy?
Certainly, because with trade, normally countries like Nigeria, emerging markets can expect to benefit from growing trade, which will lead to increased output. So in a situation where the world is fragmenting, where there's a move back from multilateralism and from world trade at the global level, a move back from globalization, we worry that that will lead to less trade, less growth, and of course, less opportunity for countries such as ours and less investment. And that, at the end of the day, leads to a society in which you have less growth.
I mean, do you worry about an imperialist America also when it comes to oil facilities and things like that? Or should we not worry about not being too alarmist and just try and stay the course?
We try to be positive and look at it that as a country that has resources, that has critical minerals, maybe we'll be asked to do a transaction that will be mutually beneficial. That's the way we look at it.
Minister, talk to me a little bit about your government borrowings plan for this year, considering the wider budget deficit projected for 2026.
Yes, on paper we have a wider budget deficit because we've got the approval of the National Assembly of Nigeria, the Parliament of Nigeria, but actually the commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu under his renewed hope agenda at the stage we've got to now, after removing major distortions, after stabilizing the economy, is to consolidate and in fact to rely less on debt and to try and drive investment. We're here in Davos to tell the Nigerian story and to show how investable Nigeria is now that we have a stable macroeconomic environment.
Are you planning any further Eurobond issuance? Or other issuances?
We have the latitude to do it, but as you know, if you want to go to the market, first of all, the market has to be receptive.
Yeah.
You yourself have to be within your guidelines and your rules and regulations for borrowing, your margins for borrowing, and of course, the timing has to be right. So we'll see down the road what will happen in that area.
But could we expect something big on Eurobonds this year, or is the appetite not there?
We're hoping to rely less on borrowing, but we'll see what happens there. We have the latitude to come to the market. We were very well received the last time we went to the market, but honestly, our emphasis is on investment and particularly driving domestic investment, increasing domestic savings for investment in the Nigerian economy in order to grow it.
Minister, Nigeria's debt-to-revenue ratio remains amongst the world's highest, actually, the world's worst, despite recent reforms. So what is the government doing to correct that?
Well, that's the point. The issue is now to focus on revenue, focus on domestic resource mobilization. As you know, we have a tax reform regime that is coming into place, 4 tax acts that, apart from being pro-poor, are meant to help increase the tax to GDP ratio from quite a low 13% now to drive it up to about 18% in the nearest future. In addition, we have automation, application of technology to drive internal revenue of government, block leakages and loopholes, which a manual system has engendered. And as I say, in addition, we are looking to bring in private sector funding. The private sector is 90% of the GDP, and we want, under the regime that we have now, under the improved incentives that we have now, that Nigerians consume less and save more and invest, as well as the diaspora Nigerians and indeed foreign investors were looking to places like the Middle East and other areas that are cash rich and looking for good investments.
Minister, how much time does that give you, actually? I don't know whether there's a threshold of debt where you think you might need assistance from the IMF.
Well, we're hoping that what we are putting in place is immediate. We are in major discussions with foreign direct investors. We have just signed a CEPA, a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with UAE, and we're hoping that this effort allows us to bridge that gap and to bring things into balance fiscally, such that we can rely on our own resources more than the multilateral institutions, who, as you know, are always there. But we are in an environment where multilateralism as a whole is receding. So we're looking to rely on our own resources, including the regional market of ECOWAS and the continental market of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
And you're confident that this will happen?
We are optimistic and we are determined, and we'll give it our best shot. And as you say, we need to get better fiscal balance quickly, and that is our aim.
Minister, going back to the IMF, is there a threshold? Is there a number in your head in debt to revenue that actually you start being very nervous?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. The idea is just to be making sure that we bring the figure down from where it is now.
Is there anything that the fund, the IMF, wanted you to do that you've resisted so far?
I think when we're in discussions with our trusted partners, the IMF, the World Bank, what they look at what President Bola Ahmed and Tinubu has managed to do in 2.5 years. Nobody would know reasonably put that down as a condition. So he has gone so far, he has done so much to correct the distortions of the past and to bring back investor confidence. If you look at the reserves, you look at the inflation rate, if you look at the stable exchange rate, you can see. And if you look at the growth in the first half of 2023, 2-point-something%, now 4 point in the first half of 2025, 4.23%. So that is a trajectory which we look to maintain, and we know that will take us to the kind of growth that will lift millions of Nigerians out of poverty by creating jobs for them.
Okay. Minister, I want to ask you about under the new regime, what do you see the tax to GDP ratio being?
Well, the aim in the short term is to get it up to 18% of GDP, and of course, to get government spending, the amount of money that government has available to put into social service and infrastructure, way over 20%.
What are you most looking forward to in Davos? I know, again, a lot of people are anxious. I don't know whether you meet with some of the Trump administration, there's a big delegation from the US, or whether you're focusing on other parts of the world.
I think that anxiety is created by uncertainty. There's less predictability about the world order. There's less predictability about the import regime that one will be faced with. And so that is natural. But we are here optimistically telling a story of credible macroeconomic reform, which we intend to maintain the course. And of course, we're here to talk to investors, to show them and to convince them that Nigeria is investable. We have a large domestic market. We have the resources, natural resources, and we have an improved investment environment. We have critical minerals. We are able to do a deal.
Yeah, or have you approached the US about possibly doing a deal? Or are there any discussions going on that?
We are approaching the world, and we must also remember that in terms of value added, we now have 650,000 barrels a day that were normally being exported crude, raw, and that are now being refined into petroleum products as well as into other petrochemical products, so that we are back on that road to industrialization. That is what we have to offer.
Minister, it's very clear that last year the economy managed, actually, with the tariffs and trade uncertainty, largely because a lot of countries did not retaliate. Could 2026 be different?
Well, we are there to find out, and we are hopeful that there will be a pullback from fragmentation and that there will be more predictability, more certainty, and more multilateralism.
Okay, well, Mr. Minister Wale Edun, thank you so much. That was, of course, the Nigerian finance minister with a tone of optimism for the future despite all of the uncertainty out there. Coming up, we discuss what the trade uncertainty means for pharma and the level of M&A we could see this year with Belén Garijo, the chief executive of Merck. This is Bloomberg.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed, this gives you both that upside and the downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are going to like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
Three revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for US markets?
We'll see modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets. Bringing you up to the minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the Pulse, everyone. We're live from Davos. Now, President Trump has hit out at the French leader, Emmanuel Macron, for rejecting his invitation to join a proposed board of peace for Gaza, suggesting he could impose a 200% tariff on champagne. France, Germany, and the UK have all responded to President Trump's threat of new tariffs on European nations over their support for Greenland. Well, Brendan Murray, who leads Bloomberg's trade coverage, joins us now. Brendan, how are the markets reacting? And if imposed, what could they mean for Europe's economies?
Yeah, exactly. So the markets don't like the fact that we could be headed back to a transatlantic trade war. France has been one of the strongest countries to come out against the latest tariff threat from President Trump, saying that the European Union should use its strongest weapons to retaliate. We heard Treasury Secretary Bessent this morning say he didn't specify Europe, but he said what's in your best interest is to not retaliate and to just go along with the trade deal that the U.S. has negotiated with you. Well, the Europeans are looking at that and saying, yeah, fine, we didn't retaliate last time, but all it's getting us is more tariffs. So we're at this situation where neither side wants to make the next move, and it's in either side's best interest to get into a trade war in a relationship that's among the biggest trading relationships in the world.
What options, Brendan, are available for Europe right now?
Well, they have a list of about $100 billion worth of American goods that they could slap tariffs on. They also have this anti-coercion instrument that they could deploy against U.S. companies, digital services companies, tech companies. That's really sort of the bazooka that they'd only bring out as a last resort. It seems that they're trying to give diplomacy one last chance, and we'll see it play out in Davos over the next few days, where President Trump wants to meet with some of these leaders and try to hammer out some sort of path forward with Greenland in particular, but with the U.S.-European relationship more broadly.
Brendan, thanks so much. Brendan Murray, who leads Bloomberg's trade coverage there. Now, despite the tariff and trade uncertainty, Germany's Merck has been working to revive growth across its three main divisions: healthcare, life science, and electronics, through acquisitions and stricter cost controls. A company which capitalized on the pandemic by supplying COVID tests, therapies, and vaccines is now seeking to build out its drug pipeline in an intent to diversify. Well, joining us now is Belén Carrillo, Chief Executive of Germany's Merck. Thank you for joining us. There's quite a lot going on right now in Davos. We thought we were going to have a conversation on AI, but certainly trade tariffs and threats are back on the agenda. We'll get on to Merck in a second. But how are you living through this? There's so much anxiousness out there. What stance should the Europeans take?
I think at this time, the only thing we can do is to really continue to anticipate what is coming towards us. And we have been extremely active in the last few years, preparing for different scenarios, in particular the trade restrictions through our region-to-region approach. So we feel we are very well prepared. As you know, we are a company, a very resilient company, and we are confident that being very focused on the U.S., having our biggest percentage of our workforce as a very extensive manufacturing footprint, we will be able to collaborate with the U.S. administration and contribute to their goals.
What's your thinking on the U.S. international reference pricing approach? Are they too aggressive?
Look, first of all, I have to say that looking for affordability of medicines is very legitimate, and patients need to access innovation, and that is really the magic, affordability and rewarding innovation. This is what we advocate for. So we are collaborating with the U.S. administration to be able to find the right balance. We recently signed an agreement to supply our fertility franchise and give better access to patients in the U.S. that would love to have a family the chance to receive IVF at an affordable price. And we will continue to speak to the U.S. administration to basically take the letter of intent to a formal agreement.
Would Merck ever consider limiting launches in lower price markets, or do you see other solutions? Would you ever consider actually not launching if the price is too low in certain markets?
Look, our mission as a company is to provide innovation to patients. So the only thing that we take into consideration is to provide innovation to the markets in which we operate, and we will continue to do so.
You've repeatedly said that Merck is looking for a potentially deal, maybe a big deal in life sciences, but that valuations have been too high. Is that changing a little bit?
You see, we have seen the life science markets being very volatile in recent years, and of course, the market cap of the companies have oscillated up and down. Prices are more moderate.
Okay.
Nevertheless, the sellers' expectation continues to be very high. So we are really driving our organic portfolio. We are super strong in process solutions. We have great momentum, and we are not in a hurry. It will come when we believe is the right time, at the right price for the right target.
But is it mainly about price? So that you've identified areas or the companies, but it's the price that's
No, it's not. It's not about price. It's, you know, for many years our M&A strategy was aiming to build the scale. Now we have a leadership position in life science, and we want to look for those companies which are going to fill innovation gaps and will give us a sustainable innovation model to the future.
I know parts of your life science units appear to be stabilizing after a difficult destocking period. There's also a big wave of anti-vaccines in the US. Could that impact actually some of the uptake?
We have really put the overstocking that we have seen post-COVID, mainly related to the supply chain disruption during the COVID times. We have put it behind. Definitely we see, as I mentioned already, very, very strong momentum in order intake, which is growing double-digit quarter after quarter, as we have communicated recently. Our book-to-bill is very healthy. All the leading indicators are moving in the right direction. We are very confident.
What are you most optimistic about this year?
Look, you know, we continue to focus on our 3 pillars of growth. So semiconductors, driven by the booming of AI. We are at the center of capturing that opportunity. Our recent acquisition of SpringWorks is giving us a fantastic chance to grow our presence in rare diseases, and now we are already accelerating the launch in the US, but also initiating the launches in Europe with very promising data in Germany in the early times in Germany, and of course process solutions. I mentioned already. We are really excited with the momentum we gained in that market.
I mean, life sciences, but again, actually, you're invested in sectors that are changing, that there's quite a lot of disruption. Is it faster? Is this disruption faster than you ever thought it would be?
Look, you know, we play in very highly attractive end markets, you know, and disruption and change is part of our business. The main topic at Davos this year is going to be geopolitics and AI once again. And of course, this is asking for us as leaders shaping the companies to be able to deal with those disruptions, and this is exactly what we have been doing in the last 5 to 10 years.
What do you see as the biggest challenge for Merck in its next phase of growth?
Our next phase of growth is very, very well anchored in our 3 growth pillars, and obviously the constant challenge that we will have to deal with is improving our R&D productivity to be able to bring innovation to customer and patients.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. That was Belén Carrillo, the Chief Executive of Germany's Merck. Now, beyond trade and geopolitics, AI also a big part of the Davos agenda and one of the core themes. Earlier, we spoke to Laila Ibrahim, the Chief Operating Officer at Google DeepMind.
We've been really focused on continuing to make Gemini a really powerful model, bringing in capabilities that we think can unlock human potential. And code was one of the areas that we really focused on in the past year, and really pleased with the progress we've seen with Gemini 3, which was announced at the end of last year.
So what's next for Gemini? Are you hiring more people to work on it?
And we're always looking at our talent. And so on Gemini specifically, we're continuing to think about what are the capabilities that will continue to increase the making it valuable for users. So things like, how do we continue to make it more factual? How do we help with things like reasoning, concepts, memory? We really believe that we can have a personal assistant, but in order to do so, there are a lot of areas that we need to work on, such as privacy, as well as how do you make sure that you have memory. So the AI understands me and my preferences and my needs, and can actually, I can use it as a tool as part of my everyday work. And that what that requires is really understanding more of kind of the world model, the context around us in our daily lives.
Laila, is there anything that you've put on the back burner because of your big focus on Gemini?
Well, an organization like DeepMind, I think one of the extraordinary things is that we have been able to keep the breadth of portfolio. So when you look at last year, not only did we have Gemini and VO, progress in our video generation, audio, imagery, but also things like WeatherNext 2, being able to predict weather forecasts, like 50 different paths of a hurricane for the next 15 days, which really, if you think about it, can really help with emergency preparedness. We've also made significant progress in some of our materials discovery to help with superconductors, to power supercomputers, or next generation batteries to help with electric vehicles. We've continued to advance work in SynthID, our watermarking technology, ancient text to help us understand the past. I think there's so much exciting work that's happening.
Laila Ibrahim there, the Chief Operating Officer of Google DeepMind, speaking to me a little bit earlier. Now, coming up, we discuss drug pricing under the Trump administration and the outlook for pharma with Vaz Narasimhan, the Chief Executive of Novartis. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.